middle of a trip in the middle of nowhere in southern Ukraine. They just had to, the roads are a mess. They're on their way back from a liberated village to make a critical.
Princess, I'm so sorry. Please excuse me. I had to mute your mic. The background noise is so bad that we are unable to really hear what you're saying. Apologies for that. I wonder if we can do anything to improve that, Christopher?
How does my stuff sound?
Yeah, yours is much better.
Okay, well, we can certainly we can swap phones if it persists. She's using a new set of headphones, so.
Yeah, I think unfortunately it's picking up all the background noise, so we can hear the background noise more than we can hear Princess. It's really, really difficult to hear what you're saying. Sorry about the interruption. Apologies there, but of course I want everybody to be able to hear. So let's see if we can fix that problem.
Princess is going to go to a place where it's quiet, and so we should have her back in a minute.
Okay, thank you so much, Christopher. And thank you everybody for doing this juggling around. This is what we do here with technology, but these things will not stop us. Right, Christopher? I'm glad we have you there to do this.
Well, that's what happens with live radio and brand new headphones and devices. It doesn't always work out the first time around. So we'll iron it out for the next time. But in the meantime, she's going to go someplace quiet, so that won't be a problem. And we can say hi to Kate. Hi, Kate.
Welcome, Kate. Привет. Hello.
Hi, I'm sorry I have a bad internet here because we're just coming back from the liberated villages and it's pretty tough to find some spot with a nice internet.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time. We really appreciate it. And of course, we will just plod on with the technical issues. We're used to this around here. And of course, we understand the situation. So absolutely no problem. If you get interrupted and you have to rejoin, we completely understand that. And thank you so much for taking the time to be with us.
Thank you.
I'm back on. Can you hear me without background noise?
Oh, yes, that's much better. Thank you so much, Princess.
We'll figure it out by next week. Christopher and I will do another test run in a minute, see how we have to adjust these headphones. But first, in case you didn't hear, I did a huge thank you to Tracy and Christopher for hosting us. It's such a pleasure and a privilege to be a part of this team and to be able to log into this platform every Saturday morning. This month, we are hosting as guest speakers on my little weekly visit, just amazing, kick-ass, balls to the wall Ukrainian women that are making a difference and an impact on Ukrainians frontline in different ways. We're going to have a bunch of different guests in the next few weeks, all of which are friends of mine. Kate and I met last summer during a delivery trip. We'll tell you that story in a minute, but I think most importantly, Kate's literally on her way back from a very difficult delivery this morning. So I'd like her to maybe tell us a little bit about herself. Kate is a volunteer with Rebel Volunteers. She's also an artist. So she impacts the front line in two very direct ways. One is that she raises money with Rebel Volunteers and collects items as well. For direct delivery, it's the full gamut of things that you can imagine that are needed by units. And but she's also an artist. In fact, the photograph that MriyaReport uses on my guest card was shot by Kate in the field outside of Kherson just last summer. So please just help me welcome Kate. And Kate, why don't you start by telling us a little bit about your work with Rebel Volunteers and even maybe what you did this morning.
Could we just get the public service announcement out of the way, if that's okay, please? So we have to just say to everybody, of course, as you, most of you are well aware, we cannot recommend that you donate to any other charity unless it's one that MriyaReport has had chance to work with, do due diligence on. But of course, we cannot tell you what to do either at the same time. But we would say go ahead and follow Kate and have a look at her profile and the incredible things that she does. She's also on Instagram as well, so you can follow her on Instagram and check out all the things that they do. And if you do choose to donate to any charity, and that includes MriyaReport, make sure you do your research on us too. Sorry, Princess, thank you very much for that public service announcement. Apologies, please go ahead.
Kate, are you still there?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, why don't we start by you talking a little bit about your, I know what you do, but the audience doesn't know anything about you. And the audience, not every audience member knows everything about me. We can talk about that later since Kate is mid-trip. And I really want to get her back on the road. Stopping anywhere but home is usually unsafe in Ukraine. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your work with Rebel Volunteers, how you formed, and also what you did this morning?
Oh, it can be a long talk. So at the beginning of this full-scale invasion, we started to do some volunteers work for our soldiers. At the beginning, it was just the help for the checkpoints because our guys just took the weapon to their hands and they started to protect, to defend our lands. And at the beginning was just some medical supplies, some food, coffee, everything that can make them feel better there. And after this, we decided that we can do more actually, and we made the NGO. We call us Rebel Volunteers. We're doing pretty much actually. We're helping. At the beginning, we helped a lot to civilian people, to animals. We helped them really a lot, and of course, militaries. And we was bringing them food, was bringing them medical supplies, was bringing them clothes, everything they need, equipment. Even they asked us about ammo or some weapon. We could find it because we already knew it's not so tough. And now we're working more with the militaries. And time to time, I can bring some dogs or cats food to them. It's not so tough, and mostly we're buying everything that our soldiers need. So it's like thermal visions, night visions, equipment, uniform, boots, drones, everything they need. Now we're working, like we have a team. Some people left us, of course, because nobody can go through all of this for a long time. It's pretty tough, and of course, mental health is not so good, but we're trying to do our best. And today, actually, was in liberated villages. So we have now Rebel Volunteers. I'm working with some charity foundation, and they started education program like 1 year ago for the villages, liberated villages or villages that was destroyed. And I visited some education centers for the kids, and I can say that it was pretty tough for me because one of the villages, they had a school before, and now they don't have anything. They don't have school, they don't have kindergarten, nothing. And I was talking to the kids, and in my opinion, it is so awful to do not have the school, do not have a kindergarten, because they can talk to each other, they can meet each other, they can have their education. They're just sitting at home all the time. And I can say that it's tough for kids because they need this. And it's pretty dangerous just to play on the streets, because Russians trying to destroy every village. And I don't know, I'm sorry, I'm just full of the feelings, and these feelings is not so nice. Of course, I'm nervous because of this.
Oh, please don't apologize, Kate, for showing your emotions. Our listeners, they like to hear these things if you're able to tell us and share these things with us, because It's important that we highlight these experiences of people like yourself. It's important that we share this information to the wider community and to the world, because these are the ways that people make those connections and have those understandings, how it affects people like yourself on a level that you're dealing with every single day. And so that's why it's so very important that we're able to speak to people like yourself. So please don't ever apologize. I can't imagine how difficult it is. I try to look out of my window sometimes and imagine what it would look like for me to have to experience these things. It's very difficult, and I try to say to other people, try do these things just to put yourself in that situation. So the fact that you and other people come to speak to us and give us these insights is so incredibly invaluable to people here and in the wider community and the wider world. Can you tell us a little bit about maybe we can go back a little bit and you can tell us the first days of the full-scale invasion. Have you been volunteering with Rebel Volunteers since then?
So beginning of this full-scale invasion, yeah, I met at home. I was with my family, and it was pretty scary and pretty tough because we didn't know what to expect. And actually, to be honest, we started to volunteer, I think, from second day, because first day was tough. We didn't know what to do. We didn't know how to survive. We didn't know anything. And from the second day, as I remember, we started to find the places for people where they can buy food. Even I'm not talking about something special, I'm talking about the food, because our supermarkets, our store shops, they were empty. We didn't have anything there. And I started to collect information where you can find at least bread, milk, something like this, some odds, because we needed something to eat. And I started to find some information about the gas station, where you can find the fuel, what kind of fuel, about the pharmacy, what can you buy in pharmacy, how long is the line in the pharmacies. And that's what we did. I did the first days of the full-scale invasion. And at the same time, my friends, my family, I can say, they're not friends anymore, they're family. And they started to collect some money and buy medicine that people need, help them with the food, help to our militaries. We tried to find, to be honest, at the first days, we tried to find for them such a simple things like socks, some clothes, something warm, because it was cold, pretty cold. It's always like this at the end of February and beginning of the March. And that's, I think, yeah, that's what we did the first days.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we saw many examples of this around the world, you know, the civilian population mobilizing, making Molotov cocktails, making, you know, all sorts of camo nets and all sorts of things. And, you know, much of it, because for obvious reasons, was women that we saw uniting together to do this. So I think that is absolutely incredible. And I just wondered if that was also your experience too. So thank you for sharing that with us. Can you elaborate a little bit more on how you came to be from that point to where you are today, and if there's anything particularly good or bad you would like to share with our listeners about that?
Actually, it's pretty nice that you said about the Molotov cocktails. I still have it on my backyard. It's pretty funny. So at the beginning of full-scale invasion, we started to provide all of this work. And I will not lie, I went to Poland like in the middle of March, because I needed to protect my son and I didn't want to risk him. We went there and I worked from there. I tried to buy something for guys. I was sending them some stuff, some life jackets, because they started to work on the right bank of Kherson. And I bought them hand warmers, food warmers. I was actually, I did like mostly paperwork, because I needed to collect all of these requests. I needed to collect information about the guys who's asking us about the help, because it's important for I don't know how you call this system, taxes system, I think. And we need to report about everything to them, and of course we need to do all of this paperwork, and I agreed to do this. And I also work with our social media, because if you want to collect the money, everybody knows you should show your work to people that they should trust you. And it was important for us, because we will not, like, we will not stop. We will do all of this stuff until I can't say be tired, but until we can, until we will be alive. And after this, after I was in Poland, like for 1 year, I couldn't stay there. It was pretty tough for me, and I cried almost every day, because it wasn't my country, it wasn't my people, it wasn't my language. I wanted to come to Ukraine. I wanted to come back. My son wanted to come back so much, so I decided to go back. When I got back, my team was so happy to see me, and I understood that I made a right decision to come back to Ukraine, because it's easier for me to be here, even if they have some rocket attacks or something like that. I don't know why. Yeah, it can sound weird for you, but this is my land, this is my country, and it's easier for me to be here and go through all of this with my people than sit somewhere. I don't judge nobody who's going abroad to protect their families and their kids, but I know that my place is here, and I should be here. At the beginning, I think June, if I'm not wrong, I started to work with military guys, like closer. I started to take photos of them, to work with their social media, because they needed some help too, to collect money and buy some equipment. And it was like my first photo shoot with the military guys. I was excited, and when I understood what I did for them, when I understood their reaction was so, I don't even know how to say this correct. They were happy. Um, at that moment, I really understood that I like to do this, and I want them to be happy. I want to see their smiling faces, and I want them I want to show them they are important, they are brave enough, they're strong enough, and I'm proud of them. And actually, I work with I worked as a photographer. I lived in the Kherson like for 4 months or 5 months, and worked with the guys all this time. And I think, yeah, when Russians blew up the dam Kakhovska, uh, I was in Kherson, and I saw all of this, and it was pretty awful, because it was, I don't know how to explain this word, because when you see people who's coming from the boats without anything, all of they have is just the passport, and that's all. They don't have houses anymore, they don't have any stuff, and all the things they collected the whole life, they don't have this anymore. And I always thought that I want to help people, I want to do something for them, I want to be useful for them. And I think it was one more moment when I understood that I'm doing the right job, and I can't stop. But I think at the beginning of September 2023, I understood that uh, this is not place for my son, and I took him to to my mom, to his grandparents, because I saw a lot for this time that I was in Ukraine. I saw a lot of kids there playing outside with the, like, next to the piece of the rockets or something like that, and I didn't want to risk him, and I took him back, and I came back to Ukraine. From that moment, I'm always in Ukraine. I'm going to the east, or I'm going to the north, or I'm in the south. I'm always in touch with the guys. I know if they know if they need something, they can call me, and I will do everything I can to help them. That's how I live, and now it's I don't know how to say this. I'm sorry, I'm telling this phrase too much because it's just how I feel. Every day I'm waking up and all that I feel, I don't know how to live this life correct because nobody knows how to go through all of this. I can't say that I was prepared. No, I wasn't prepared to war in my country, especially war like this, because it's not just words, it's not just movie, it's real life. And a lot of my friends already dead, and I can't change anything in this. I can just fight, I can just try to defend my land, I can just try to help guys, but I'm always thinking that it's not enough. And all the time I'm blaming myself every morning that I can do more. And if I have some, like, I can call this days off, but something like that, I'm always blaming myself because of this, because I can do something, but sometimes I'm so tired mentally that to be honest, I can't even get up from the bed. Something like that.
I'm so sorry that this is how you are feeling right now, and it's completely understandable. It must be extremely difficult. You're so brave, so strong, so courageous for continuing to get up every single day. I know you all do it because you have no choice. You know, you have to keep fighting, and I understand that. But the fact that you keep doing it, you should never, from the short time in speaking to you, I can already tell you should never feel like that you're not doing enough, because just in those few short insights that you've given us, I can tell that you're doing enough. And of course, I know from speaking to Princess Cannoli about some of the amazing things that you do also. So what you do is absolutely incredible. And the fact that you are finding the strength amongst all those difficult emotions and things that you're feeling and seeing every day to keep getting up and putting one foot in front of the other to help other people. This is absolutely incredible. You should be so very, very proud of yourself. Not everybody has the ability to do this, and we all help in different ways. But certainly, I do not feel that you're not doing enough. I'd like to talk about if you have support for yourself, and if you ever get chance to get some time off, maybe even just a short time to laugh or joke or to enjoy something for yourself. Your photography, I'm very interested in, because it seems from what you're saying that you found the passion for photography because of this, and I would like to talk more about that.
Yeah, so I started to work with the guys, as I already told you, at the beginning of June 2023, I think. And I always knew that I wanted to take pictures of something important, something that will tell people that we need to talk about it, we need to scream about it, everybody should know this. And when I started to work with them, I spent a lot of time in Kherson region, so I was close to them, and I every time, even now when the Russian blowed up the dam, I had an opportunity to take photos of this and videos and show to the whole world how it is to be Ukrainian, how it is to live here during the war, how it is to survive. And actually, even today when we went to these liberated villages, so my mission was to take pictures and videos of these education centers that they built here there. And I met one principal of one school the Russian destroyed, and it was it was difficult for me because I talked to them, I seen all of these kids, and their principal showed me the ruined school. I took a few pictures. If you will be interested in it, you can follow my Instagram and I will show everything there, because in my opinion we should talk about it more. A lot of people, even from Ukraine, they don't really know how it is for sure, and they don't really know what is the war, because our west regions, they're more quiet than south or east or north. And time to time they're writing me, they're commenting my photos and telling me thank you for sharing this, because For example, I didn't know this, I didn't see this before, and I think for me, I don't know, maybe for them it's not important, but it's important for me because I will not feel myself ashamed that I didn't do enough. I want to tell the whole world how it is, the war, because the war is the worst thing in the I don't know, in the whole universe. And I'm really sad because of this, because our kids, they can't, you know, have their education at school. Our kids can't go to kindergartens. Our kids can't live here. Our kids can do anything here because it's dangerous, and we're sending them abroad to protect them, and we're staying here because we can't leave our country. And all the time when I'm taking the photos, and I want to show the whole story through these photos, because this is important for me.
Thank you so much for telling us about that. So yeah, go ahead and follow Kate, everybody, if you're not already. Check out her Instagram, have a look at those photos. I would absolutely love to see some of those. It is heartbreaking about the children. This is one of the things that we talk about here, actually, because in some areas they are having to continue to build underground schools moving forward. You know, and this is the concept. This is the thing that they're facing, and not just underground shelters in schools that already exist, but actually completely underground schools as well. Princess Cannoli, please go ahead. You have a question or a comment?
Yeah, I just thought it might be good because this is a very heavy, heart-wrenching session, and it's going to continue to be as we talk more to Kate because of the gravity and importance of the work that she does. If you follow her on Instagram, she's at Kate Pon, KATEPONN. You'll see photographs really almost daily from the work that she's doing, especially if you follow her stories and the deliveries that they're making. I honestly have no idea how, where she finds the strength um, to keep doing what she does literally every day, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, especially since she's in a zone or an area of Ukraine that is constantly under attack, right? So, you know, how do you do what she does every day for a very, very long day after a sleepless night of being chased by shaheeds, right? So, but to introduce a little bit of levity to the moment, I thought might be fun to talk about how Kate and I met, and well, we can talk in more detail about my part in this another time. However, the short version of this is that I was making a delivery to a unit that she's very close to. It's an international unit. If you haven't seen Fragments of Ukraine, the Michael Nygaard documentary that was, he's a documentarian that was interviewed here on MriyaReport late last summer, right after the documentary came out. There's a series of clips and interviews in that documentary with a unit that I was making a delivery to. Michael actually traveled with me all over Ukraine for my my cycle of deliveries last summer. And we were making a delivery to Kherson on the day that they blew up the dam. Literally, our timing was impeccable. And everybody was very, very, very busy. The unit was busy. They had to move all their things in an emergency because there was a flood danger. And Kate was very close to all the members of that unit. And she was actually taking photographs of them as well, in addition to making deliveries with them, deliveries to them, deliveries around them. And the day that the journalists and I accompanied the journalists to interview the commander of that unit, who Kate knows really, really well. We'll talk about that in a minute as well. He is an American, FYI, and a very good friend of mine. But we all met in this cafe in Mykolaiv, and it was a beautiful day. You could almost not. It was hard. The contrast between our moment in Mykolaiv at this beautiful restaurant, sitting outdoors in the sunshine, and what was happening, 30 miles away, Kherson, as the water started to rush in, was something to behold. But I have to admit, I'm a very terrible person because Kate and I are sitting across from each other at this table while the journalists are conducting their interviews, and we're all having these wonderful conversations, and I'm speaking for hours exclusively in English, partly because most of the people at the table were English speaking, but partly also because I wanted to build to a moment where where after hours of speaking English, I turned around and said something to Kate in perfect Ukrainian, and 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 her reaction was, I wish someone had a camera on her at the moment. But Kate, why don't you talk about a little bit about what it was like to meet for the first time and the friendship that has ensued since? I'm such a horrible person.
Yeah, I remember this day. I was surprised because I used to work with the foreigners, and I used everybody next to me talking in English all the time. So I wasn't surprised that everybody else will talk in English. We sat there maybe like for a few hours, I think, maybe less. I don't remember for sure. And I was listening them. They were talking about the different stuff, about the front line. And at the end of all of this conversation, Ksenia turned around and like, so jak vaše správy? And I was like, what? How can you talk in Ukrainian? It's such a nice Ukrainian. Like you were talking in English, and now you're talking to me in Ukrainian, and I didn't know about it before. So I was sitting here like an idiot. I was listening to everybody in English, and you know how to talk in Ukrainian? And she said, yeah, I know how to talk in Ukrainian. Actually, I have some family in Ukraine, and that's why I know Ukrainian, because it's like this is my land. And I was like, Jesus, seriously? And we talked a lot at that day. Yeah, and actually I think that's how we became a friend.
It was a wonderful moment, and we're still carrying that moment. But I have to admit, I'm a horrible person for not revealing sooner that I'm fluent in Ukrainian as well. So, but yeah, it's just been an amazing year. Just continuing to support Kate emotionally, and every now and then I get to peel off a little gift to her. But I think, Tracy, I'm sure you have more questions for Kate. Just figured out interject a little levity into the conversation, because the one thing about Ukrainians is that we have a sense of humor, and even in the most horrific circumstances, I think our sense of humor is what is part of what keeps us going, right? We can find the funny moments even on a terrible day. But Tracy, I know you've got more questions for Kate, so I'm gonna just be quiet for a bit.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate that, Princess. Thank you. And it was a good point to share that, I think. And actually, I was just thinking as you were saying then, and you were explaining how mischievous you were there, not revealing that sooner. I was just thinking, how are you very Ukrainian of you? So I'm glad that you said that much better than I did. This is why I love this so much, and I know many people love this too. And I think this is one of the incredible things to be able to find this. We see many examples of these videos and things that Ukrainians do to keep the morale up and to keep each other going, and to find that strength to laugh and love and do all those things every single day. And that's quite remarkable. It really is. It's so inspiring. I think we should always highlight those things. Maybe we should talk more about that a little bit, I think. Can you speak more about that, Kate? We've seen many examples of Ukrainians doing a fantastic example to keep morale up. And I wonder how much support you get, and if there's somebody there keeping your morale up, other than Princess Cannoli, of course.
Yeah, you're right. We're always trying to joke about something, because if you're not joking, you're not Ukrainian. Even when we have like super tough situation, especially rebels place, when we have a lot of requests that we need to cover, and we know that we don't have, for example, enough money, or we don't have enough time for this. We're sitting, we have like a big table in our place, we're sitting there, we can drink some tea or coffee and joke about a different situation. It can be such a stupid jokes, to be honest, but if it makes us it makes us laugh, I think is good for us, because it's tough to keep your mood good all the time, especially when you have a lot of messages. Even during the week, the guys died, or they were injured, or something like that, or they lost everything, or Russians just burned everything because they used the rockets or artillery, and guys don't have anything. Even with the guys, we can joke about it. And actually, not so long time ago, guys called me, and so you gonna tell us like happy birthday or what? I said, like, what are you talking about? And he said, oh, Russians blew up our house, so we don't have anything now, like no pens, no documents, no drones, no anything. I said, okay, happy birthday. So now we need to decide this question. And uh, every day I think we can survive and go through all of this, just because we're always trying to keep our mind clear and think about something good. Yeah, time to time it doesn't work, it doesn't work in general, and time to time you can feel yourself like sad shit, but we're trying to do all of this. We know why do we do this. We know for who. We know that we're fighting for our future, for future of our kids, and we totally know that if we will, surrender, we will not help. We will not do anything special, and that's. I think that's what keeping us on a good level, so we can do our job, continue to do our job.
Thank you so much, Kate. Go ahead, Princess.
So I thought I would bring one more thing up, and then maybe we can take some questions for Kate from the audience. I see that there's at least one hand up. So Kate, why don't you, I know the answer to this question, and I always know the answers to the questions that I ask, but why don't you explain a little bit about uh, all of the opportunities that you've had the last couple of years to practice your English? Now, are there a lot of Americans around you? You know, maybe even some special Americans besides me, of course.
Yeah, actually, I don't even know how to start this topic. So, yeah, my fiance, he's American actually, and Tracy, you said something about support before, and you said that like I need to have enough support. I need to have enough a good mood to continue to do all of this. So I think it will be my answer. That my fiance, he's supporting me a lot, and he met me with his team. That's actually was the first team I started to work with, and they became my family. They were my brothers, and I was their sister. And actually, we're still in touch with some of them. I love them so much, and I spend a lot of time with them. A lot. They're really nice people, and unfortunately, some of them died not so long time ago, and it was such a big pain for me, because it's like, you're losing a part of you, of yourself, and I lost the part of my soul, and I'm thinking about them all the time, and miss this summertime that we had together. Was awesome, and I'm always telling my fiance that I miss this time, I miss summer, I miss them, and it will. I'm sorry, 1 second, and I'm I'm always telling him that I want to come back at least for one day to that time, because they were still alive and we could be together. Because I don't know, I didn't feel myself so good from the beginning of this full scale invasion. I knew they're my family, and they always protected me. They always told me, you will not sign a contract, we will not let you do this, you're gonna work with us, but no contract, we will not let you go on the front line. But I was thinking about it actually many times, because I wanted to do more for my country, and I love them a lot. And I don't know, it's such a tough question for me, because these people, they're really my family, my military family. And I really thankful for my fiance that I had this opportunity, not only train my English, actually to got the new family, military family.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Kate. We really appreciate that. Can you tell us more about your fiance, and do you get to spend time together? I guess it's really, really difficult to switch off because the need is constant 24/7. And as you say, you're always wanting to feel like you have to do more. But I hope that you are able to take some time for yourself, even if it's just a short period of time.
Yeah, actually, we're trying to spend as much time as we can together. That's why we work together. When he was able, he helped me a lot with the volunteers work. When I was able, I could help them with Ukrainian. I could help them with some other stuff. Um, we're like a team. Actually, at the beginning of our relationship, we decided first we will be team, because it's important for us, and we're going through tough times, and it's not enough to love each other. You need to be a real support. You need to be the strong wall for your partner. That's actually what we have. And uh, he's a nice guy. I love him a lot. And unfortunately, I can't say so much about him, but he knows that he's the most important person for me, and I know that I'm most important person for him. And I couldn't even, dream about the team like this, because this man, he's doing everything for me. And even during the war, we can find these moments when we're happy, when we're together, even when we're doing something like, to help people. I had some task that I needed to do. I needed to bring cats and dogs food for people that waited for me, and it was a lot. Like I don't even know, more than 100 kilograms to different people, and he agreed to help me. I still remember this moment. I have a small video of this moment when we came to Lady on a wheelchair, and she was so excited, and I knew that this moment will totally be important for me, because he was with me, he helped me. And even now, when I need to go to these liberated villages, we have this opportunity to be together. Yeah, soon he's going on the front line again, but I know that we have this moment here, and we can spend time here, even if we're not watching a movie or spending time like a couple. I know that we're doing important stuff, and we're together.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased that you have that, actually. And of course, absolutely, you must be careful about operational security. We understand that. But I'm so pleased that you have somebody to support you in this way. So, guys, this is a conversation between us all. So if you would like to join in, please come and join us. You can come up to the speaker panel. It's a fantastic opportunity. We're very privileged to be able to be joined by Kate Pont and Princess Cannoli today. So we are having this short series to highlight, badass women doing badass things, I would say, Princess Cannoli, in Ukraine. What do you think? For Women's History Month, of course, this short series. We're talking to Kate today. We will be having more guests moving forward, but please take your chance to come and ask some questions or give us your comments. We would really love it if you would join us. At the moment, I'm going to go to a very, very patient hand that we have in our speaker panel, and that is Ralph. Thank you very much for waiting, Ralph. Welcome.
Thank you. Have a good weekend, and I'm appreciate again participated Maria reports always 2 years. I consider I'm part of the Maria report family. Thank you. I want to ask that ladies. First question is, what do you think about that woman, brave woman, Ukrainian woman rule in the war? I mean, how women active in the civil society? We see that Ukrainian woman in the serving in the front line, your medical humanitarian issue. First question. Second question is, what do you think about how we can protect kids and protect of mental health of kids? Because I remember that I watched that 2 videos and always remind in my brain that first video of 6 months of war. I mean, war have a strong influence for kids. Second videos by United 24 videos. I mean, showing that how if time air silence and the Russian rocket missile, kids always little small kids. He's a crying. I mean, strong influence of mental health. How we can save children time to war. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your question. Yeah, it's something that I think we all have to do together, isn't it, to help support that mental health. And I think, you know, one of the very important things is showing Ukrainians and people in Ukraine that we here as an international community are trying to give that support as much as we can, whether that's in, you know, messages or donating or, you know, all the different ways. I think that's really, really important. And actually, Princess Cannoli, that's something that we talk about and that you actually try to do as part of your organisation. Spreading healing and joy is one of the important things because of that mental health and that morale boost. That is so very, very important.
Yeah, it is, of course. I'm just gonna, Kate, I don't know if you want to talk or speak up a little bit after I say this about protecting the children and mental health in general, or the role of women. But I will start off by saying this, which is the active participation of women, both Ukrainian women, both in Ukraine and outside of Ukraine, from the diaspora, as a result of this conflict, this horrific genocidal war, is resetting the bar for the role of women in times like this. It's you know, it's we are benefiting from the. Oh, I just lost my mic. Hold on, just 1 second. So we are benefiting from a time when there's an internet, but historically, Ukrainian women have always engaged the enemy. It's something that we've done through the millennia, but our visibility and the visibility of how we do this now, and not only will we be exploring the different angles and ways that happens this month on MriyaReport on Saturday mornings, but I can tell you that the role that women play is extremely impactful, and it's done in many ways. You know, it's tactical. There are thousands and thousands of civilian women volunteers, tens of thousands in Ukraine, that do maybe not to the extent that Kate does, but you know, some fragment of it, of collecting goods that are needed by the frontline units and delivering them to the front line so that the teams have what they need and can focus the Ukrainian army never really got a chance to organize itself as a, as a powerful defensive, fully logistics in place kind of force. They were invaded, and they had to pivot straight to expanding their forces and fighting on the front line. So the part, the role that Ukrainian women fill is they identify the gaps and they fill those gaps, because there's never been an opportunity to think about this stuff strategically. It's really just about, the military is laser focused on engaging the enemy, not necessarily following through on some of the logistical challenges. So Ukrainian women that aren't on the front line are doing that. Also, Ukrainian women, there's over 60,000 Ukrainian women on the front line, which is an extraordinary number. And that has to be said over and over again. Women are dying on the front line in Ukraine every day. And, some of our best women are gone. So that's another thing. Also, women use, all the tools and weapons in their toolkit in Ukraine to not only support the front line, but to change the perception of what Ukraine is in public. So, like Kate, for instance, her medium is her art of photography, right? And there are people around the world that have viewed her photographs, and they've had an incredible impact in their perception of who Ukrainians are and how this war is being fought. So, my answer to this question is Ukrainian women are extremely resourceful. They always have been. It's part of our legacy as a people, and they literally use everything that they can in order to hurry along the path to victory. And we can talk about the healing part another time. I think let's take one question at a time. Kate, do you want to add a little bit to that about the role of women? A lot of women volunteers. A lot of women volunteers volunteer in, as part of your Rebel Volunteers group, but also you just know a lot more women besides just Rebel Volunteers. You want to speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, of course. I can say, that all of the women of Ukraine, they're included in this war, they're doing something now. It will be a lie, but mostly, yeah, I think that all of the women that I know, they're included in this war. They're doing something. They're always trying to help as much as they can, especially girls from my team, and they're doing a lot. Like all the time, every day, they're doing something. Even during the nighttime, they're trying to find the drones. They're trying to find the vehicles. They're trying to find. We call it rep systems. I don't know how will it be in English, but it's something like special stuff from the drones that will protect our militaries. From the FPV drones, from the Mavics, and they always think about it. They always spend as much time as they can in a rebel place, and even if they're home, they're always doing something. And the godmother of my son, she's an amazing woman, and I adore her because she's doing a lot. All the time, she's doing something, and I can't even say that. She has the days off. No, Christia, Oля, Natasha, all of them, they're doing an amazing job because all of them there has like specific job. Natasha, she works with the medical supplies, so she knows what to do with everything, and she always help us if we got sick or we have some mental diseases. I can't say like mental diseases, but when you feel yourself bad, when you feel yourself sad, when you can't focus or do something, she's always helping us. Ola, she knows a lot about the FPV drones, and she's always buying a lot because her brother on the front line, and he is a drone operator, and he has a big team there. Christa, she's working with everything. Like, just ask her. I don't know where she will find it, but she will find it definitely. And I know a lot of other girls that are helping. I know a lot of girls like powerful girls who's waiting for their husbands, who's doing everything for them, who can, go to the front line just to spend a few days with them. And in my opinion, Ukrainian women, they're incredible, because nobody knows for sure how it is to live life like we have now. And nobody knows for sure how should you act. Nobody knows for sure how will it be correct to do this or this. But I know that all of them, they know how to go through all of this. Even if they don't know, they will go through all of this and they will survive. They will do everything they can to keep this country free and help our militaries to defend this land. I adore our women, and I'm really happy to be the part of it.
Thank you very much, Princess and Kate. Yeah, I think it's really important to highlight that, and thank you for that, because we've seen evidence of that. As I said in the beginning, we saw in the beginning of the full-scale invasion the evidence of the civilian population mobilizing, and much of that was women. And of course, that humanitarian need, much of that has been left for women to mobilize and to provide that, because many men have had to go and fight. But of course, there are many women serving in the armed forces of Ukraine as well, in combat roles, and we must never forget them, as you said, Princess, and some of them, unfortunately, have been lost as well, fallen warriors.
So one of the things that I do want to slip in here, given the opportunity, I will do that, is that the best way that we can prevent, a direct answer to the question posed previously, the best way that we can prevent the traumatization and re-traumatization of our children in Ukraine is to throw all of our personal and governmental resources into the front line to bring this shit to an end, right? To a happy end. Otherwise, there really is no way to protect our children. It is a brutal war zone. They are experiencing horrible things. The healing process afterwards is it's of a magnitude we can't even imagine. But if we want to shield our children from this happening, then we need to bring this war to a very quick end with a very happy ending. That is just the direct answer to that question. Tracy, you've got more hands up, and we probably have about 20 minutes max, because Kate is en route, and I've got things I have to do today too, unfortunately, even though I'd like to sit with you all day. Can we take some more of those hands, Tracy?
Absolutely. James, please go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you, Tracy. And hi, Princess. It's good to see you again. I'm having coffee and cannoli today. And Kate, well, go ahead if you want to reply to that. But otherwise, yeah, I'm back to you. Kate, I just wondered if there's anything you wanted me to pass along to our representatives in the House who are currently obstructing aid. And I guess a second question, well, a comment, I'll turn it into a comment. I admire Ukraine so much. I've learned a lot about your country. It is so worth saving. You guys are precious. And it's a brave thing you do, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you very much, James. Cheryl, welcome. Please go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was a question. The question was, is there anything that you'd like me to pass along to our representatives that are obstructing aid?
I'm just going to quick translate that. Катю, він питаєшся, чи що ж хочеш, щоб він переказав нашим президентом і сенаторам і всім тим, бо він часом з ним працює. Що ти хочеш їм сказати? Але по-англійськи.
I will ask you to tell them that I'm starting to cry because it's too important for me. We hate this war, and we want our kids to go back home. And I'm not asking about something special now. I'm just asking about to remember about us, remember about all of this shit that we have here. And it's if I would say that it's not so easy, I will lie. It's awful, it's terrible, it's horrible, and all that we want just the peace. But I can say for sure that we will not give them, I mean, Russians, even a piece of our land, because this is our home. We don't have any home, and we will defend this. And I want the whole world to talk about us, because we didn't even think about, to take a part of Russia, because we didn't think about them in general before. We have our country, we have our problems, and we have our pluses. We have our families, our jobs. At least I had it before. And for now, all of us, not all, but mostly, will lose our jobs. We can't see our families. I didn't see my son for a long time, and I can't do this because I have important stuff here in Ukraine to do. And I think the most important part that I wanted to tell you, that I want the whole world to talk about us and remember that war, it is awful, and we all that we wanted peace. And of course we need help, because we're not such a big country, especially if we're talking about Ukraine and Russia. And I'm talking like a mom now, and like a woman. Of course, I'm tired. I'm tired that I can see my kid. I'm tired I can spend time with my fiance. I'm tired that I can have a normal life, because it's important. I know that when you don't have a war, you don't appreciate it, because everything for you, like, oh, it's okay, I have it, so why should I appreciate it? No, now I appreciate even a moment with my fiance, or moments with my son where when I can see him, because that's what important in your life. Not a stuff, not a new smartphone or new car. To have a normal life, that's what important.
Thank you so much, Kate. I will pass that along as best I can to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, James, and thank you, Kate, for sharing that. I think everybody, if you're contacting your representatives, should pass that along. That's really important, I think, and it's very heartfelt. And thank you very much, James, for that question. This is one of the things that we try to do here, Kate. I hope that you will take back with you that we have a big community here. It may not seem very large looking at it right now on Twitter. We did just have a crash previously, but we have many people listen in other ways onto YouTube and other ways like that. And we also have Spotify account. So we try to emphasize this and share this information with as many people as possible. And that includes advocating, our political representatives wherever we live around the world. So I hope that you will take back with you that there are many, many people that do care and that are trying to support you in as many possible ways. I hope that you will feel that. I hope you will be able to come back and speak to us again. And if you choose to come back to us, we would be very, very happy to have you back on a regular basis. Of course, you can drop in at any time as well. You don't have to make a specific guest appearance. You can just join us at any time. So please feel free to do that. Let's go to Cheryl for a question before you all have a chance to leave. Before you have to leave.
Hi, I had seen a little clip of a mature woman. She said she was a grandmother who didn't feel strong enough to go serve in a combat role directly, but she trained as a drone operator. And I'm wondering if there are any specific recruitments to train people like her, male or female, who don't feel the physical dexterity to carry a pack and serve on the front lines, to train as drone operators and in other organizational capacities. You're saying that the women notice what needs to be done and have always been excellent with resilience and filling in the gaps that they see need to be done. I just didn't know what the level of organizational support they have to streamline their work and to recruit additional people. That's the question, I guess.
I can answer that a little bit, even though I'm not representative. Neither of us are representative of the Ukrainian military. So, to my experience, and I know many, many, many drone operators. The number is staggering. That drone operators are frontline fighters, right? So anybody who joins the Ukrainian military as a drone operator is on the front line, period. So they, regardless of age or capacity or ability, they may not be able to clear trenches, but or if someone can't do the work of clearing trenches, because it's extremely difficult frontline work, every drone operator is still a skilled, fully armed frontline offensive operative. So it's not first. That work is not. There's no selective service for it. Every unit has drone operators as part of its team, but everyone is fit to engage on the front line, to my experience. Now, people.
Yeah, I totally agree, Princess, because when you're working with the drones, you can hit the target, but it doesn't mean that they will not try to hit target back. And you need to understand that at every moment you should be able to run away from that place where you work, because it can be too dangerous for you and you can just die there. I think you should be prepared for all of the missions, even if you will work just with the drones.
Thank you very much. I have one question before you go, but Cece's joined us and I think she has a question. So welcome, Cece. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted Kate to know that it may look by the newspapers and media that America doesn't care, but we do. And everyone here right now can look at my pinned tweet for all of the phone numbers, because we've been calling and calling like thousands and thousands of letters and phone calls in from all of us. So just know that we honestly are trying to help you protect your children. And we're calling and being super active and putting off our own work deadlines and all sorts of stuff, because we know that actual lives are what matter, not work deadlines. And so this is why we're coming out of our normal days and doing everything we can to really rally. Like, we have a thing called 5 to keep people alive, where everyone's getting 5 friends and family members this list of phone numbers to call. So exponentially, we're sending out just so many voices on your behalf. So I just wanted you to know that.
Yeah, I know that America supports us a lot, and actually, Americans sitting next to me now, my fiance, and it's the biggest support for me. But the only one thing that I wanted to say, this phrase, that I want the whole world to talk about us, to yell about us. Yeah, I know that people are tired of this war, but how to say this correct? You can be tired while people are dying at the same moment, and kids are dying. And I'm not like joking or saying something. I'm not lying now. All of you knows that all of these things that happening here is it's awful, and we're losing a lot of people every day. And I know what I'm talking about. I'm here, and I just want the whole world to talk about it, because the Russians, they will not stop, and I don't want to lose the opportunity to live my life. I don't want to lose the opportunity to raise my kid in Ukraine, and I don't want this for anybody else. We have our country, we have our land, and the only one thing I ask people, I gave a few interviews before, and they always cut this part when I asked the people about to talk about us, to scream about us, because all that we want the peace. We want to live in peaceful country. We didn't touch nobody. We didn't try to, to take the piece of the Russian land. We're living our lives, and that's all that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. We will definitely not be cutting that part. It's something that we try to do here. We will be here 24/7. We're not going anywhere. That's MriyaReport's aim, is to help Ukraine and Ukrainians in any way we can. And one of those very, very important things is to keep highlighting and emphasising that wherever we can, in local media, in national media, to our representatives, to people in the street. It's something that we talk about here all the time, pushing that information out. And so thank you for saying that, because it's very, very important. People like yourself coming here to speak to us, you help us be able to do that, because we then can share these things. This will go on Spotify, on our podcast account on Spotify, and that will then be viewed. So I hope you will go and see how many times that's viewed as well. I hope you will come back and speak to us again and keep helping us to highlight these things, and keep helping us to remind the world to keep Ukraine in the news, to keep it front and centre, and to keep discussing the issues and the ways that we can help and find solutions, and help you all find solutions. Now, I have many, many more questions, so I hope you will come back when you have more time. But one of the things I would like to ask before you go is, do you have a particular photograph that's very special to you? Something that maybe is funny or amusing, or something maybe, I don't know, involving animals? You mentioned animals a little bit earlier. We've seen much evidence of the humanity that Ukrainians show towards all life, including animal life. And that's been absolutely wonderful to see, and an incredible example for us all to learn from, to be able to show that humanity amongst all the brutal, vicious things that you're having to experience and witness every day. I think is something that you all should be very proud of. But I wonder if you have a particular photograph that you would like to tell our listeners about, that's special to you in some kind of way.
I can say for sure that I have some special photo for me, because all of the photos that I took, they're special for me, and I have not all, but part of my photos on my Instagram that you can see. And from the last photo that I took, I think it is the photo of injured military guy on Maidan. He came back to this place with a lot of flags to respect their dead. How do you call it? Brothers, like military brothers. Yeah, he wanted to give them last respect. He came there, and he couldn't walk like we're walking without special supplies, and it was tough for him, and it was windy. And he came there with the flowers, and he started to dig the land to put flowers on the land next to these little flags. And it was, I was so sad at that moment, and excited to make the photo, to take the photo, to show people how it is that the guys, even after the fight, after they got injured, they're coming to this place, because it's important for them to give this last respect for their brothers. And you can see this photo on my Instagram, and you can see a lot of photos that are important for me, from Kherson, from different liberated villages, from in Mykolaiv region and Kherson region, and all of them important for me. And I know that pictures that I took of my guys and my foreigners, a lot of people are using them after their death for we call it like memorial desk or something like that. They're using these photos, and it's important for me because I took these photos. And I don't know how to explain these feelings. It's like the little part of my soul still with them, with all of these people I took photos, with all of these animals I took photos, because every moment I saved is important for me.
Thank you so much. Dan, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Kate, for being here today, and Princess Cannoli. Kate, just listening to you, I can't wait to get onto Instagram and look at your photos. I followed you back. I'll be in contact. You teach us every day, the ladies of Ukraine, how to live, love, laugh, cry, weep, and then get up again the next day and live, laugh, cry, and weep, and then move on. You live each day as if it's your last, because it may be. So you get the most out of your day you can. So you're a powerful, Ukrainian women are a powerful example of the whole human race of what we should be doing. So I thank you so much. And keep in mind that in Princess Cannoli, you have a guardian angel with you. So thank you so much for sharing today.
Thanks so much, Dan. It's always good
Thank
to
you
hear
for
you.
all of your good words.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for all of your good words. I really appreciate it, but because time to time, I need the support, of course. Everybody needs this, especially if you're going through something that we have in our country. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Always great to hear your voice, Dan. Thank you for your always heartwarming perspective. Love you a lot. Love all of our listeners a lot.
I love you too.
We kind of need to run. Need to let Kate get home. She's still halfway back from a delivery trip to a recently liberated village, and we need her to get home to safety. So, Kate, I just want to thank you again. Katya, moje serdenko i soneczko. I will see you again soon in Ukraine. Thank you so much for doing this. Thanks again to MriyaReport for hosting us and helping us center the voices of Ukrainian women that are actually working on the front lines and doing the work that they do all over Ukraine. And thank you always for supporting too. Is there, Tracy, you want to say one last thing before we duck out?
Yes, thank you so much to both of you, and thank you so much for coming, Kate. It's been an absolutely incredible experience. We're very, very lucky to have you join us today. I hope. Did you want to cut in there, Christopher?
No, I'm good. I just wanted to say Slava Ukraini.
Slava Heroyam.
Heroin Slava.
I wanted to tell you thank you that you invited me to this. I don't know how you call it. Podcast. I'm sorry. I really appreciate it. I'll be glad to see you here in Ukraine after the war. Actually, I will show you a lot of nice places, and I really thank you to everybody who asked me something, because I was worrying about all of this so much. Take care of yourself, please. I know that you're not staying on the side. You're doing something, and I appreciate it, because my country, my people deserve this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kate. It's been absolutely wonderful. Come back whenever you like, and please join in anytime, and know that Ukrainians take priority around here. So anytime you feel like you have 5 minutes that you would like to just duck in and tell us something or share anything with us, please do that. And please also know that this is your community. We are here for all Ukrainians. And so we are a community. If you feel that you need support and you can come here and talk to people, we would very, very much like to provide that if possible, whether you would like to come and share a difficult experience or just chat about something good, whatever it is, we are all here for Ukrainians. And thank you so much today. It's been wonderful, really wonderful. And thank you, Princess. I cannot thank you enough for bringing the amazing Kate to visit with us today.
Always a pleasure. These Saturday mornings are just going to get better and better and better. For me, anyway. Just mad love, mad Ukrainian love to the entire MriyaReport community and to everybody who signed in this morning to hear Kate speak. I thought it was very important to bring her on. And Kate, again, thank you. I will see you soon in Ukraine. My dear friend, my sister.
Thank you, Princess. Thank you. Thanks to all of you. I'm sorry I need to go because we're still not at home and I'm pretty tired, to be honest. So thank you again. Have a nice day. We're going back to home.
Take care, Kate. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day. We hope you have a wonderful day. Christopher?
Best to you all too.
So I was just going to. I hope she can still hear me. She's dropped down maybe to listener now, but whether she can hear me or not, I am of course sending lots of big juicy squeeze, hugs, love, all the best of luck in the world, and all the good vibes from the UK. So thank you once again, Kate. It was really, really wonderful. So now then, we have been joined by other people, and we've got Latin. You have joined us. Welcome. Please go ahead.
Hey, Tracy and Christopher. I only have a few minutes, but I'm pretty sure at some point during the day you're going to be talking about Belgorod. And just before like I said, I got to get going here, but just wanted to chime in with an observation because I've been watching it like a lot of people have since that situation in that area since earlier this week. And now, I guess in the last hour or so, there's been quite a bit of activity. I just wanted to point out that I think it's very interesting that ever since the most recent incursion by the Free Russian forces, there's been a noticeable absence, at least as far as I can see, of Russian air activity against that incursion. The last big one that I remember must have been around, somebody might correct me, but if my memory serves me correct, around May of last year. There was a significant Russian aerial response. That's what you would expect to see. We had images of aircraft bombing some of these positions. I'm not seeing any of that right now. And whether that says something about the current state of the Russian Air Force, how stretched they are in other on the front with Ukraine, I don't know. But it is a very noticeable thing and might be something to keep an eye on.
Thank you very much, Latin. Yeah, it's certainly very interesting, isn't it? And I think definitely for sure to keep an eye on. So just to finish off before what we were saying, I'm not sure if Princess is still listening, but thank you very much to you also, Princess, for joining us today. And thank you for bringing Kate. And just to finally finish off with explaining to everybody about our short series that we are going to be continuing on Saturday mornings with the amazing Princess Cannoli, who will be bringing us kick-ass women doing kick-ass things in Ukraine, really mobilizing together a civil society to do everything that they can on a continued daily basis. Well, pretty much like we do around here, 24/7. So thank you so much, Christopher. I hope you're doing okay there. And if Princess is not listening, please pass along my gratitude. It was wonderful to have you all here today. I wish we could have had longer, but of course, Kate has very valuable time and she is travelling home. So safe journey. Now then, let's continue with the rest of the day, shall we? So where are we? We are building up nicely. We've got, let's have a look, 100 and something people here. We did have a crash before, which was really, really unfortunate, actually. But I guess it was better than having a crash during our guest experience. So I hope everybody's enjoyed that. And if you've got any questions, please feel free to DM Christopher and I. We can pass those. Princess Cannoli has her DMs open, actually. You can go ahead and DM her. And you should be following Kate as well. It's at Kate Pon. If you look in the tweet, actually, that's there. And also her Instagram is there. So you can go and look on her page. Actually, I'm really, really interested to go and see lots of those photographs. So I think they can be quite impactful photos, can't they? So it's something that maybe we could all share and help raise that profile, just as she's asked us to. Ivan, welcome back.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm back to this refinery business. I've checked now. That's an important company. It's the name is SAP. It's a German IT company. They provide all kind of stuff related to maintenance, logistic, etc., etc. And Lukoil, they are using SAP. And now here is the important message. SAP has something they call a cloud for the clients, and they're closing that on 20th of March. So after 20th of March, isn't that just a few days from now, Lukoil using SAP will not be able to take out the necessary documentation for the logistic, for the maintenance, etc., spare parts, all of that will not be available for them. It will be very hard. So I guess the timing here is just perfect for shutting down this refinery and make it very difficult for the Russian to actually carry out the repair work that they need to do to come back in full production. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Yeah, I think it makes it pretty impossible, and that's good. I'm not sad about this. The more impossible things they come across like this, the better, if you ask me. And definitely, I think this multi-pronged attack is what I'm calling it. This is what I like to see, because as not just with the oil refineries being attacked by drones, but of course there's all sorts of other things going on, as you say, in terms of sanctions. Microsoft shutting things down, shutting down access to certain things, as you said. Lots of different things going on in terms of sanctions. All these different directions that are coming, that Russia's coming under attack from, and that's good. I think it's definitely good. Don't you, Ivan? I'm not sad to see this.
I'm very happy. Yeah. As we have discussed earlier, they will have difficulties to actually manage all these repairs because there are so many at the same time. It's overcapacity, and it's very good. I hope they really suffer for this. Yeah.
And there's been lots of cyber attacks recently as well on various different ministries, Russian ministries, various different systems, shutting down all sorts of access, or restricting all sorts of access, just all sorts of general chaos going on as well, really, and restricting access to certain things. I know the GUR have reported on some cyber attacks that they've done on the Ministry of Social Policy in Russia, and the Ministry of Murder, as I like to call them, and lots of data was also blocked and taken. So all these things make it more and more difficult for them. Ivan?
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that the Russians had over 2 years to transfer from SAP to other systems because they should have known, or maybe they knew that sooner or later they will not get this access to SAP, and but I don't know how fast they work over there. So maybe they haven't done it, or they have believed that they could do it themselves, or that it wouldn't happen, or whatever. So we will have to wait and see what the consequences will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Possibly, I don't know, you may be right, they could have foreseen that this was going to happen eventually. You would think that they would see that it was inevitable, but I'm kind of wondering if because this didn't happen sooner, because it really, like Microsoft, what they've done, that should have happened, 2 years ago at least, but better late than never, as we were saying yesterday. But it's interesting to know whether that meant that Russia thought, oh, well, we're going to get away with it, and they're not actually going to go ahead and do anything. And therefore, I would hope that because of that they were complacent and didn't save that data. But we shall see. Yanis?
Yeah, on same topic. So the point that and it's according to my knowledge, it's general situation with those services and different interconnections in Russia. So basically, no, at least in financial sector and in fintech, they are starting to prepare at least 10 years ago, and basically using their like not equal positioned policies for companies like, for example, Visa, Mastercard, and also Oracle and Microsoft. Basically, what they are doing, they created lot of so-called proxy services which are located in Russia. So basically, if we operate some financial service outside out of Europe, we work directly with a service provider. But in case of Russia, you have like some local instance running, yeah, and at least 10 years. I do not know how they managed to push those companies to establish such service, but it was the case for very big players. To those who were not willing to work in such operation mode, basically there was no protection of intellectual property in Russia. So we know that very big state-owned and private-owned companies used pirated, well, not pirated software, but software without proper licensing, etc., etc. So my point was that there were a lot of time for them to prepare. They were actively preparing in different sectors with different speed, and those problems what we are seeing right now in some sectors are more related to corruption and guys just not doing what was issued as a policy from Kremlin. Yeah, but yeah, a lot of services are still working under different names. Same apply to companies who are providing services. We know this crazy story about Siemens, CNC machines, and different other different war toolings officially not working in Russia, but services are still provided. Software updates are recent, and Oracle updates recent, etc. etc. I can name lot of known brands, software brand service names who are formally not working, but actually are pretty available in Russia. So do not count on this. Yeah, do not count. It will not make huge difference. So they are prepared. At least, I do not know exactly for Sofia, but yeah. Shortly after the first invasion, Crimea was occupied. There was a lot of executive orders from Kremlin, different sectors of the Russian economy to stop investing in foreign platforms and pulling the services local to Russia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yanis. Yeah, we wait and see, but we definitely need to see all this continuing from all these different directions. Like I say, Microsoft should have done what they did a long time ago, but better late than never, I guess. I noticed that they only gave them 5 days notice, but it's still notice, isn't it? So it remains to be seen what exactly they can do. But I know certainly in terms of some of these cyber attacks that have happened, that have been reported by Ukrainian officials, some of the data is reportedly completely lost. So let's hope that more data gets completely lost. Embargo everything. This is what I say, Yanis.
Yeah. Sorry. May I add about this refinery situation? So I have a question. Okay. Well, okay. So services is one part of operation, but what about the hardware which was damaged? Because uh, I remember these discussions like a couple of months ago here in space, and there was some guy knowledgeable on this topic, and he mentioned those. No exactly the names, those columns and manifolds which are run under the storages, etc., etc., and they are not produced in Russia. Like not in Russia with foreign machinery, but in general, it's not produced locally. Yeah, I was wondering what are plans for Russia? What can they do? Because as I understood that this manifold is like interconnection of all these pipes, etc., etc. If it's damaged, it's game over for this factory. Should we expect some big increase in orders of those equipments to Armenia or Kazakhstan or China or what? Has anyone seen something like that? Because it's not like piece of chip. It's a huge thing, custom made.
Yannis, I'm really struggling to hear you. Your background noise is a little bad. I'm wondering if you can clear up your audio. I don't think I got half of what you were saying then. I'm not sure if anybody else did. You were talking about some towers, or did you mean the Boyka towers? Or are you referring to something in Russia?
Oh, sorry. I will try to speak louder. Yeah. No, I am about this oil refineries and the damaged hardware. Because there was like a guy here on space who are knowledgeable on this topic, and he mentioned that those devices which are like damaged during these drone attacks, they are custom made. They are not available in Russia. It's usually produced outside the country, and now obviously it's not available anymore. And the question was, what are options for Russia in this case? Should we see some spike of demand for such devices in Armenia, in Kazakhstan, in China, etc., etc.? Has anyone seen at least some of those very, very specialized equipment orders? Because, yeah, without them, the factory is just not working. Thank you. I'm sorry for audio.
No, that's okay. I understand what you mean now. Apologies. Yeah, I think that possibly, I don't know who that was actually, but we have a couple of people that are quite knowledgeable about these things. It could have been Will Teal. He's very knowledgeable about these things. And you're absolutely right. It's specialist things, isn't it? So they can't get them. I mean, even down to ball bearings, people have mentioned that on this space many, many times. They can't even get these. They don't have the precision machinery, the precision things that they need. They can't do that kind of work. So the more that we can cut down and stop them getting that, I would expect, I can only answer in a general sense, so I'm probably not very helpful because, yes, I would expect them to try and increase to get those things from other places, as they have, for months now with various different components for missiles and all sorts of things. The rise in breast pumps, for example, which was kind of random, but it sort of made sense to me, the rise of breast pumps through Kazakhstan, because, of course, some things will have more detailed sensors within the software, within the chips, within everything else. So all these things, and while they may not be missile standard, of course, if they can be cannibalized and used, that's what Russia's been doing with all these things. So I would expect to see them try to attempt to increase that. It would be interesting to get that answer from people that are more knowledgeable. If anybody does have information about that, please feel free to come up and give us that information. We'd be very happy to hear that. And yeah, it's definitely something that we need to keep an eye on, because obviously we need to stop any rise in that or any rise in, them trying to do that. And that is, of course, with sanctions and with restrictions in other kinds of ways. But it comes back to my question, my thing previously, is just embargo everything. And then they won't be able to get anything through any other country, will they? Dan, thank you. Does that answer your question a little bit, Yanis? It's probably not very helpful. I apologise. Thank you so much. Again, if anybody has more knowledge, please feel free to come and add. Go ahead, Dan.
Can you hear me? I understand.
Loud and clear.
What Janice was saying, and I kind of agree with him. And Will was saying some of those things I don't know the process of the refineries, but he was saying some of those things will take over a year to get. I mean, there's specialty parts that have to be made. And yes, we need to watch the trail into Russia, north, south, east, or west. They need to keep an eye on that. And I was happy to hear about Microsoft yesterday, as I told you. A little too much too late, but so what? Microsoft is there now. They're late for the prom. They were more than nice, though. They gave them 5 days warning. I don't know if that was a contractual thing or whatever. I wouldn't have given them a warning at all. I would have just pulled the plug. In Ernestine's words, she would have said, oops. I would have pulled the plug on them, and hopefully the stockholders or board members of those companies can put pressure on Microsoft to put pressure on the other corporations that are also providing internet service or anything like that into Russia. Shut them down. Shut the door, shut off their electricity, shut off their internet, everything. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. And they need to watch that stuff coming in. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I absolutely agree. You can come across to my camp, embargo camp it is. I like this idea. Oyvind?
Yeah, about this refinery. The distillation tower, they are very purpose made for each refinery. It's not just a copy and you can cannibalize from another. They are purpose made. And they are very complex. There is it's inside. There is a lot of trays up in the tower, and some of these are filled with specialty items, catalyst, etc., etc. It's first take very long time to actually repair it, but if the whole column is destroyed, it's also made of specialty material. If they're going to weld on it, they need special equipment to weld, and actually special people to do the job to weld. So there is a lot of I will not say it is rocket science. That is not true, but it is a little bit special to do the repair, and it will take time. And when they don't have the capacity, because there are so many repairs to be done at the same time, they just don't have the people to handle it. Just like for each of these repairs, I would say you have a team of about 100 engineers and logistic people, etc., to just make up the work package for the fitters and the welders and the instrument people, so they can start assembling and start to do the work on the ground. So it will not be easy for them. I think the Ukrainian have targeted something that they knew they will suffer, and they knew that they will actually have to extract resources from other parts that they are going to use in the war. Take instruments, people. It is a scarce resource. Instrument people are used in the weapon industry, and they are probably have hijacked instrument people from the other industry, including the oil and gas industry, to work on their factory of weapons. So, yeah, that's what I say. I have to say I don't have all the details. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. I mean, no, you're absolutely right. It's all very, very specialist equipment and, you know, specialist people, as you said. You know, I was reminded actually when you were saying that then of, you know, the first winter when Russia first started to attack the energy infrastructure in a large way and tried to really destroy the energy infrastructure in Ukraine. And of course, all the great difficulty that they had then with all the partners around the world trying to help them to be able to replace exactly the same thing, like you say, very, very specialist things that actually in many occasions, these things take years and years to be manufactured, and in some cases are actually ordered several years ahead of when they're needed because of these things. You know, so, and then obviously there's restrictions in place as well. So I think Ukraine has been very, very clever with their strategic targets here, and let's long may that continue, is what I say. In terms of that strategic targets, it seems it's all going off, continue to go off in Belgorod. So the Freedom Legion of Russia and the all the, well, I'm just going to call them the Free Russians because there are so many of them now. There's the Siberian Battalion, of course, and the RDK. And they said that there would be a massive attack on Belgorod and called on everybody at 5 p.m. tonight and called on everybody to leave. So those that have not managed to leave yet, they're calling on them to leave. So I'm seeing the videos coming out now, lots and lots of videos of various different explosions going off. So it seems like that's continuing to go off in Belgorod. Something else I'm not sad about, no tiny violins for Russian. Yes, so RDK, a Siberian Battalion. So lots and lots of videos, which I will have to share for you all. Very exciting. Christopher, how are you going over there? Are you traveling again now and able to speak, or are you talking to us at the moment?
It's a little noisy here. The band has sat down next to me, so I will be vacating. Cannoli had to go to work, so I'll be back with you in just a moment. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, and thank you, everybody, for the comments you made with Kate. It was pretty special. It's a little hard to listen to, but I think that's a necessary hard thing to listen to. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Christopher. Yeah, it can be difficult to listen to these things, but you know, we should be just all thankful that for the fact that we just have to sit and listen, that we don't actually have to experience these things on a day-to-day basis, like Kate and many other people in Ukraine, of course. And much of that, as we said, is women, and that's why I think it's very special for us to have that opportunity to highlight women doing things. You know, like I said at the beginning, we saw the civilian population mobilise, and much of that was left to women because, of course, many of the men went into the armed forces and went to the front lines. And so those are some of the images that I will never forget, actually. Those inspiring images of seeing people making those Molotov cocktails, and even now it's still happening now. We see pictures and videos coming out of various groups, local groups on the ground, you know, charities, NGOs, groups of mothers, groups of babushias, all these different things, feeding troops, making these camo nets, all the incredible things that they do. And as I said, much of that is left to women, you know. So it's pretty inspiring, really, and it is difficult to listen to, but we have a responsibility to do that, don't we, really? And like I said, it's a privilege that we can sit here where we are and just only have to listen and not have to experience that every single day. Now then, let's see what else is going on today. So we've had coffee with cannoli. As I said, we are highlighting women for Women's History Month. Next week, we will be joined by another lovely guest on Saturday morning. So this is going to be a regular short series running throughout the whole month of March. So do not miss us. Now, we will talk more to Princess Cannoli about the work that she does and the healing and joy that she tries to accelerate, because I think that's, you know, I'd always talk about that. It's an extra advantage, that morale boost. It's really important. It gives people another tool. It gives people the strength to get up and keep fighting every day. I hope that, as difficult as it may have been for Kate to tell us some of those things today, that she in some kind of way gets a little bit of strength from coming here, Christopher, and realizing that there is a community here hoping to do everything that they can to support people like her. So I hope that she takes a little bit of solace and strength in that away with her. And I hope that, and she's obviously got a very good fiance there who I'm sure will spoil her the rest of the day. So Christopher will be joining us when he can. Now, what else has been going on apart from all the things in Belgorod? So I was looking at this about the German. I don't know what's going on. It's a shame Axel isn't about to tell us. So maybe if anybody else is that can tell us, because the German ruling coalition supported the transfer of Taurus, but wasn't it just yesterday that they voted to say that that wasn't going to happen? I'm sure that that's the case. I could be wrong. Please come and correct me if you know differently. I'm trying to look at more information whilst I talk to you at the same time, see if I can get more detail on that. Because at the moment, I'm just seeing which is really essentially, I guess, the headlines. But there's too much other information coming out. Ooh, look at those videos of lots of destroyed things. Now then, that's a shame. Destroyed things in Russia. Destroyed things in temporarily occupied territories. I like this. Destroyed Russian things, of course, we're talking about. Actually, and as we talk about that, maybe we should go over the numbers and the details of the day, because we haven't gone over those today. But first, I'm trying to catch up with what Atesh is doing. So, what have they spotted today? Agents continue to identify Crimeans who are actively involved in organising and conducting pseudo-elections. We already have lists of names with contact details of all those involved in the organisation of polling stations in Simferopol. Some of them are proactive and have already contacted us to protect themselves. Oh, that's good to know, is it? That's interesting. Fancy that they contact them. Very clever indeed. Atesh also closely monitors the movements of the occupiers in Crimea. So what have they spotted today? The movement of transfers of personnel of the occupation forces. We managed to find out that yesterday's provocation in Kakhovka by the Russian authorities, and they are now preparing new provocations. This is to demonstrate concern for the lives and health of traitors who have expressed a desire to take part in staged elections. They are actively moving many air defence missile systems across the peninsula, including the Pantsir S-1. We record all movements, and at the right moment, strikes will be made against Russian military equipment. Once again, we urge the local population to refrain from visiting polling stations. The Russian authorities will create a classic TV picture with a large number of civilian casualties. Well, that's not surprising that they say that, is it? Because unfortunately, this is what happens and this is what they do. But let's hope for seeing more polling stations go boom, because I think this is quite amusing indeed. So what is this? The Prime Minister of Poland addressed the Speaker of the House of Representatives regarding the situation in Odessa. Look at Odessa. How many more arguments do you need to make a decision? Well, what do you think about that, CC? I don't know if CC can speak right now, but I hope she's listening to me. I think that's a very, well, more things should be said like this. Yes, Speaker of the House, look at Odessa. How many more arguments do you need to make a decision?
Oh, sorry, I was just coming in from the porch. What about Odessa?
So Donald Tusk, the Prime Minister of Poland, has addressed the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and his statement, his quote is, "Look at Odessa. How many more arguments do you need to make a decision?"
So that's really the thing, right? Is that him, the Speaker of the House, Johnson, saying that maybe because all these headlines are hitting saying Johnson says he's going to finally do something. This is a lie. This is delay and distract. Tusk is exactly right. And that's why Tusk is on message here saying, look at Odessa, look what's happening. Aren't you going to do something? Even though Tusk has undoubtedly seen that Johnson says, remember right when he got elected, how he said, yes, Putin. Well, at first he wouldn't, then he got pressured. And then he finally came out and said, yes, Putin bad, some platitude generality. So now, to undermine the discharge petition that's happening right now is why he's saying like, oh, we're going to do some Lend-Lease thing, which takes a whole lot of time, a whole lot of verbiage, a whole lot of writing, a whole lot of, even if he was sincere. So yeah, this is Tusk. This is why Tusk is going to town, because he knows that Johnson is full of shit when he says, we all want to be relieved, right? When we say, yeah, Johnson's going to take action, or Johnson's finally going to move on Ukraine, but he's not. This is Operation Delay and Distract. Like, Johnson's not going to come out and say, no, I'm not going to do something for Ukraine. He's just not, right? That would be bad politics. That would be suicide for him. So this is how he's running the game. We're not going to fall for it just because we're desperate for Ukraine to get aid. We're not going to believe him when he says now he's going to do Lend-Lease. Because A, that doesn't work for a million reasons, and B, he doesn't mean it. So, yeah, even Tusk knows that.
Thank you, Cece. You make a very good point, and I thought you might like that. But like you say, better late than never anyway. So I was just looking at some information from the Ministry of Reintegration. Well, I will when it decides to stop messing about with the translation. So I was looking at how many states there's a report of, they're giving some information about how many states and places have condemned the election, but it's not translating for me. More than 50 UN countries have condemned the Russian election. More than 50 states of the United Nations have made a joint statement. Condemning's not really enough, though, is it? And of course, we all have hang-ups about the UN for good reasons. But the statement, the quote is, "We strongly condemn the illegitimate attempts of the Russian Federation to organize the elections of the president of Russia in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine within the internationally recognized territory of Ukraine. Holding elections on the territory of another UN member state without its consent is a blatant disregard for the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity." Such elections have no legal force under international law, the statement said. And then, of course, there's a list of all the different countries. Oh, it's not enough, though, is it, really? I don't want to really get on a rant about that, I think, and all the things that we need to change about the UN. But certainly, it's good to see these places being condemned. I'm interested to see what happens moving forward, whether countries getting together and not recognising him after he's re-elected, because as we know, he's going to be re-elected because it's all fake. So once he gets re-elected, we spoke about this a little bit yesterday, I would be really interested to see if the international community has any more power, or if they give them any more tools, because if everybody just refuses to recognise him and recognise the election, does that make a difference because they were already recognised? I don't know enough about these international laws and things to decipher that. Maybe somebody could come and tell us if they do. I think that's an interesting thing to consider. I guess all we can do for now is just keep an eye on what the international community does and see if they take that avenue. But we shall see. So, Prime Minister, what's he been saying? So he's been talking about the confiscation of Russian assets and the European integration. For the third time since the full-scale invasion, pensions have been indexed. The growth occurred by 8%. The average pension is now 5,800 hryvnias. So this is almost 2,000 more than the beginning of 2022. We are working on confiscation of Russian frozen assets. The International Register of Losses has been created. I was looking at actually some information about that the other day, Christopher, the International Register of Losses. I was trying to dig into some detail into that because, well, I just think it's very interesting. So the further process to establish the International Compensation Commission and the Compensation Fund is important to confiscate not only sovereign assets, said the Prime Minister, but also the assets of the Russian oligarchs. That's, of course, the frozen Russian assets. The need for reconstruction, according to the World Bank, is $486 billion. And we have about 300 billion in frozen Russian assets. Therefore, we are discussing the possibility of introducing additional taxation of Russian goods that the Russian Federation sells on international markets and directing this tax towards Ukraine. Well, that's a very interesting consideration. And I don't know whose idea that was, but it's a very good idea if you ask me. All EU member states do support Ukraine's accession, and the European Commission has prepared the negotiating framework. We will do all our homework over the next 2 years, and we will be technically ready for the admission. Well, I absolutely believe that as well. They've made great strides in the last few months. Then, of course, the decision lies with the side of the European partners. They understand the benefits of Ukraine's accession to the EU, increased defence capabilities, food security, powerful energy, our experience in digitalisation and cyber defence, and prospects for the location of factories. So just some of the things coming from the government there. You know, I was looking as well, actually, at something in Kharkiv earlier about compensation being given to people there for homes and rebuilding. And I was absolutely, where's the number gone now? Just let me look. Because these are staggering numbers, but at the same time, these are just like interim, you know, and on a short scale, on a small scale, should I say, on a local scale. Let's have a look. So this is talking about mandatory evacuation here. Actually, there's some updated information here about mandatory evacuation. They've got 3,000 more places, Christopher, for mandatory evacuations for people to go to now. So that's internally displaced people, isn't it? But let me just first go to what I was talking about the housing certificates and situations, because this is something that also happens through the Dia app. The certificates can be submitted through there, and it's done on what they call it, an e-certificate. Do they call it an e-certificate, I think? Or I'll have to remember the correct name for it now. So international organizations plan to help more than 740,000 residents of Kharkiv region restore their housing. So this has been reported by Oleg Senegubov. Of course, if you don't know, he's the head of the military administration there. And they've been talking with representatives of the Cluster on Housing and NPT. So this goes on with the United Nations as well. Last year, the Housing and NPT, so non-food products cluster, provided assistance to more than 60,000 residents of the Kharkiv region. This goes to some of what we were speaking about with Kate and the sheer need of things on a daily basis, and that constant need. And I'm just going to sneeze, so I'm going to mute because apologies, I did not want to sneeze at you all there. So where did I get to? Yeah, the scale of the need that goes on.
Bless you,
Thank you.
Bless you. It's much quieter where I am now. So There's a passing of Ukrainian, actually a Ukrainian church. It says pray for Ukraine in a banner. There's apparently a lot of Ukrainians in this part of central Jersey that I did not know about until arriving here and meeting Princess Cannoli. And it's interesting because I always swore that I would never come back to New Jersey. When I left when I was 17, I was like, I am never coming back because this place, I had the opinion. As a 17-year-old, I knew everything. And as you can probably imagine, I think some others might imagine themselves in the same position. I know everything. And of course, what I knew is what I didn't know far outstripped what I knew. So it still does. It just I'm a little bit better admitting the fact that I'm not knowledgeable. But it's I'm looking forward. There's plenty of little tiny things to try to find here. Hopefully, we have an active diaspora that we could use. I think of it from the food standpoint. So, as you might know, that's something that I've done in a previous occupation. I was a cook and a restaurant chef for quite some time. So it will be very good for our food segment. Anyway, back to you, Tracy. Thank you for carrying on. You've done so well. You had amazing questions. And, it was, like I said, it was a necessary hard. I think I said something to that effect to Princess. She just smiled and bobbed her head a lot and was off. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Yeah, that would be interesting, actually. I'm really fascinated to hear about the diaspora in that area more. And of course, we want to cover these things, Ukrainians in Ukraine and around the world as well, and from their experiences. So that would be very interesting if you could possibly make some of those connections. You do so much already. But as you live in this area anyway, it kind of seems to make sense, doesn't it? Doesn't the universe just throw these things at you sometimes by chance?
Goodness. Yeah, I know. I was thinking the same thing. And I talked to this when Dan and I were traveling back and forth to DC. We sort of also talked about this. Just that there are no coincidences in the universe, and you just have to you kind of have to just be in tune and accepting that of stuff that comes rolling through your way. And every once in a while you're going to get a detour, but it probably has a purpose that you just don't understand or can't see at the time. And hopefully I make the right decision and take the road less traveled, so to speak. Back to you.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think there's no coincidences. I've always believed this. And, I think it is just a case of whether you choose to take notice of those signs. Unfortunately, in life, we don't always choose to be accepting of them. And this is just my personal belief, obviously. Of course, you're all open to be disagreeing, and that's absolutely fine. But I just think that if you choose to be accepting of these good omens, I call them, throughout life, and pay attention to them, generally life is better if you follow that direction. But that could just be my own personal experience, of course. It's funny, isn't it, and interesting, but I absolutely believe no coincidences. It was meant to be. And yeah, it was a little difficult, but I'm glad that we will be able to be here for that, because we have to be here for the realities of it. And much of what we do to support Ukraine and Ukrainians is because they are going through such terribly difficult times and dealing with such brutal hordes of invaders. So everything that we can do, whether that's a morale or whether it's supporting them, talking to them. I really hope that Kate was able to feel like she has a community here, that she can feel like this is her community. I hope it made it a little bit easier for her to be able to speak about those things today. Sometimes when we talk about these things and we're able to vent these things to each other, it makes a difference, doesn't it? And I just wanted to make sure that she knew to take away from this that we are all thinking about her and other people like her, and hopefully she will remember that in difficult times, and that will be a small help to her. She's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. I got another. It says, "Don't shamrock out. Keep your eyes up. Put your phone down." So all of these helpful Irish themed public service announcements on my electronic billboards as I drive through. Very, very nice.
Very nice indeed. And thank you so much, Christopher, for traveling and doing all the things that I am not able to do so that we can bring these things to people. So yes, it's been lovely. I'm looking forward to next week. It went very, very quickly. So yeah, it did. It's a shame that we had a crash, isn't it, just before, because we did have quite a decent sized listenership before that. So that's a shame, I think, because many people were looking forward to that. But of course, this is why we have Spotify. And seeing as we talk about that, maybe we should have a public service announcement, I think, about our drone fundraiser. Right, let's help get drones for the 13th Battalion of the 95th Air Assault Brigade. Because this is another way that you can all help. This is another way that you do all help. This is another way that we all help together. And we're looking to raise money to buy 3 thermal drones. Now, all you amazing, wonderful people, I know all the incredible work and sacrifices that you make. So let's keep doing that, is what I say. If Kate and people like her can go through these experiences every single day, then we can keep doing what we do. And sending these drones makes a big difference. I forget who it was that was saying the other day, Christopher, probably Chuck Farrer or somebody like him, about that you need at least 4 of these drones at one time to be able to make the reconnaissance really useful and, you know, get all the view that you need. So to get 3, I guess, well, it's better than not having 4. Maybe it depends on the area that you cover. I don't know. But certainly these things don't just do the reconnaissance and put those eyes in the sky. And they also can do other things because they're thermal drones as well. So they can detect mines. That's one of the things that we learned last year that they do. And they do that because, of course, the mines, much of them made out of metal, they heat up, they retain the heat for longer. And then that can be detected because there's a heat difference between that and the ground that's around them, or, you know, whatever. I don't know, they're not always on the ground, are they? But you get my point. These can be detected and these can be seen when hidden by ground, soil, bushes, I don't know, whatever things that Russians try to hide these things behind. So let's get them as many drones as we can. That's what I say. So chuck across your spare cash. You know where it goes by now, to MriyaReport.org. I paid my £10 donation because that's what I could afford this week. So I paid that. So if you can match that, please feel free to go ahead and match that. Actually, did I pay £10 or $10? I would say £10 because, of course, I live in the UK. But sometimes I think it's automatically done in dollars, and I didn't pay attention to that. Anyway, either way, it was a denomination of 10 with an extra 1 for the cost, for the charge, so that Maria Report does not have to pay that. But you don't have to do that. You can just choose to donate whatever you can afford. And if you have lots of money, please consider being very, very generous because our friends in Ukraine need all the help that they can get. So let's continue to do that. And don't forget to retweet, reshare, all those lovely things. And whilst you're at it, you can go ahead and retweet the space as well, because we don't have quite enough listeners here. I would like to get more of the lovely listeners that we had back previously, when we had nearly 300 people here before. That was very good. So I was really sad that we had that little bit of a crash, but never mind, we plod along. So let me see what else is interesting that I've been looking at. I've got lots of things in my file that I don't get a chance to talk about, so we can have a look at some of those. But first, let me go over the numbers and the Air Force data and the demining figures for today. Then we can catch up with some regional news, if that's what you would all like to hear about. If there's anything that you want to talk about in particular, please come up and ask or raise the topic or DM Christopher and I. And if you're new around here, it's really easy to do. Just press that microphone button and be brave. Be brave like people like Kate, and put one foot in front of the other every day, and keep doing what they do and come up and talk to us. So I'm just seeing alerts of threats of, let's have a look, ballistics in Zaporizhia. So air alarms have been going off. We've got threat of ballistic missiles on Zaporizhia region. So I will obviously keep you all up to date on what's going on there. It's kind of early in the day, but these things go on all throughout the day. Let me see. The mayor of Odessa has made a update on the liquidation of the consequences of the attack in Odessa there, together with the Minister of Internal Affairs and the head of the National Police. They've visited the site of the attack. The liquidation of the consequences is underway, and relevant services are still working at the site. They also had an operational meeting for the situation. And the latest update, unfortunately, about the latest victim of that attack was the number of victims was at 21. 39-year-old lifeguard Vitaly Alimov died in hospital. Sincere condolences to the family and eternal memory of the hero without weapons is what the military administration said there. That's I'm sorry, I'm just blanking on his name. Ole Kiper, yeah, from the Odessa military administration. Apologies, his name just slipped out of my head for a moment there. So I got a bit distracted then by that that sad news. So we can look at the general staff report as well. What else was that? I was just talking about something else a moment then before. Sorry, I got really distracted by that sad news about that lifeguard then. It just popped across my screen, so it's not good, is it? So let's have a look at more intercepted calls from Defence Intelligence. Civilians are discussing the evacuation in the border areas of the Belgorod region. So this is continuing. Everyone who can leave massively has to go. They choose to highlight this in capitals, so I take it that these people are shouting in these intercepted calls. What should I go to vote for because people die every day? That's the message that I read to you earlier. So we've got more and more of these coming out now, which I absolutely have no sympathy for these people. You can all call me mean if you want, and you can all say that I'm horrible, but I absolutely have no sympathy for them. I'm not delighting in what they're having to go through, because there's no delight in any of this, and there's no delighting in people suffering. But at the same time, I don't have a great deal of sympathy for them either. I'm sorry, I have to be honest about that. So let's see what General Tanavsky has had to say, shall we, about the Tavria direction. We will get you up to date on what's going on there. We saw some reports coming out yesterday, and various different reports actually from the Centre for Countering Disinformation and the Centre for Strategic Communications about warnings not to believe nonsense things that Russians are coming out with, because they're all the propaganda that they push that we see all the time. But of course, the news stories about taking over new areas and things like that. So try and stick to official reports. That's what I do. So actually, we don't have a report from General Tanavsky today. I'm not sure if that's good or bad, Christopher. Maybe one will come later on in the day. I don't know. It's interesting. We can not really know what that means until we see what else information that we get. But
Yeah.
3rd Assault Brigade.
Hello. Yes, I'm responding. I think he's usually pretty prompt, right? So, and then every once in a while, the weekends kind of gets a little, it's kind of like it maybe people get a rest. That's what I want to think. So back to you.
I mean, I hope so. Yes, like you say, it's difficult to know, isn't it, until you get a report. from when I've seen this happen before, it's always turned out to be good, because then the report that comes the day or the day after that, it's always like there's either been some good news or some advancement, or they've defended really well some attack or something. So there's usually, you know, some reason for it that you get to find out later on. But that's just only my experience of following his reports from, I don't know, I think I've been following him for about a year now. So we shall see what happens. Wojta, please go ahead.
Hi, Tracy. How's my audio today?
That's better.
Alrighty. Yeah, I'm outside and with different headphones. Well, I haven't been following the news much in recent days, so I'm wondering, you know, you have mentioned, you know, the people who are trying to get evacuated from the Belgorod Oblast. So I'm wondering, uh, is it like how, or what's the, let's say, use case of this evacuation? Yeah, so those people who are getting evacuated. So those are people from the villages which has been captured by our friends from who, or are they like leaving already from the Belgorod because it has been shelled, or can you give me a little bit more information about the development of events in Belgorod Oblast, please?
Yeah, sure. I think the short answer is both. So because of the Russian Volunteer Corps and the Siberian Battalion and the Free Russian Legion with military activity and combat actions there, so many people are fleeing and choosing to leave themselves. Then yesterday there were also some people that were captured, but they made announcements to say that they were absolutely willing to hand these people over. So, they're doing everything. They made, actually, I have to check the announcement where I have to find the official announcement and go back to it. Maybe it's on Facebook. I can probably find it there and check exactly what it said for you. But they did put out various statements saying that they will swap over the prisoners of war, any prisoners of war that they've taken, that they will hand over. But of course, no officials will meet with them anyway. This is the thing, because of course they're not going to trust them, are they? Because they're going to expect them to do what Russians would do to them, and that's, well, fire upon them. I believe that Russians were doing this as well, attacking some people that were trying to leave. I saw some reports of that. But it's been going on for a few days now, and then the increased activity today. There's been various different, the FSB building was, I'm remembering all these things off the top of my head. The FSB building was blown up and attacked. There's various different destructions of, in fact, let me just go through the list now. I will read them to you of some of the ones that I have, because there's all sorts of things. If you've been missed the last few days, there's quite a lot going on. But basically, the Free Russian Legion. So what they said is at 5 o'clock, a massive attack will be made on military facilities and positions of the Russian armed forces in Belgorod. That was announced by the Legion Freedom of Russia, and they call on everyone who has not already managed to leave the region to either immediately go to shelters or leave if they are able to. Then there's various videos been coming out all day long of all sorts of different buildings being blown up, various different drone attacks. Let me look at this one here. So shopping centres and educational institutions are closed, said the local authorities. Oh, well, oh dear, what a shame. There's more drone videos coming out of explosions at polling stations as well. There's all different polling stations being set on fire, blown up, all sorts of different things. Sadly, I'm also seeing lots of videos of Russians shooting themselves in the head rather than being captured, which is quite shocking, but it's something that we have heard of before. Apparently, there's at least a dozen of those, but this is in the Mariinka direction. At least a dozen such cases. But does that help for now, whilst I hunt down the rest of the information, Wojta, and we'll go to Bull Terrier? Go ahead, Bull Terrier.
Yeah, hi Tracy. All the news seems to be coming out of Belgorod, but I understand that one of those groups, the Freedom of Russian Legion or the Russian Volunteer Group, they were also active in Kursk. So do we have any information about what happened in Kursk in the last few days, or is there still things going on in Kursk?
I've not seen any updates from Kursk today, actually, Bull Terrier, so that's an interesting question. We'll have to have a look. But the last time I saw anything from Kursk was yesterday. So the short answer is I don't know at this stage, but I can certainly try and find out for you. I think from what I'm seeing, everything's going on in Belgorod today. There's lots of videos coming out from there. I haven't seen anything actually all morning. I don't remember seeing anything from Kursk, but something may have happened early on this morning. There's drones hitting two Russian refineries in the Samara region. So that's happened also today. Last night, the last time I saw anything about Kursk was last night. And there was definitely alarms and what seemed like to be UAVs. I saw some videos. It seemed like CCTV videos from car parks and things like that. You know, you see these videos with it, you hear the explosion and the camera shakes. So I saw several of those, but that was about tea time yesterday, I think. Something like that, maybe early hours of this morning, something came out, but nothing since then, Bull Terrier. Wojta?
Yeah, I was far away from the phone before. Yeah, I'm just it is pretty humiliating, to the Russians. Can you remember like a couple of days ago, when there was this struck of a couple of Ukrainian helicopters, and it felt really humiliating and really bad, and like this shouldn't be happening and stuff. And this is basically happening 10 times more significantly on the Russian side. And yeah, they have like no control over it and they cannot stop it. And it must be so brutal. The psyop against the Russian, it's so brutal. Yeah. But
Yes, they are. I've been having to.
Sorry, go on, Tracy, please.
Sorry, I was just going to say, yes, they are actually having to admit that they are not superhuman for once. Dear me, what a shame. Of course, this is something that they never could ever believe in their wildest imagination, that something like this would happen. I was just looking back at some of the things yesterday because such a lot's gone on, hasn't it? I think we're up to 9 oil refineries now. But yeah, they started at mass media, started writing about explosions yesterday in Belgorod, and then that was continuing all day. And there were so many different explosions that had happened. The list of them is quite staggering, but I haven't seen anything about Kursk since then, so I don't know. Hopefully they're not getting a rest. I don't want them to be able to be getting a rest anyway. Maybe they're just, I don't know, having a break for now whilst they concentrate on there. But so the commander of the Russian Volunteer Corps has appealed to Putin, offering the Russian dictator to stop this circus and contact them in a convenient way. So there's a video out there that they've released. So that's quite interesting, isn't it? Speaking directly to Putin. I think that's quite funny. Sorry, did you want to carry on there, Wojta? I caught him out far away from the screen again.
Exactly.
That's no good,
Yeah.
is it?
I'm cutting the young sticks of um, innovative salads. This tree which has you can make the basket out of those sticks. And I'm I'm on the tree and cutting those sticks and trying to talk with you and grab the phone from my pocket. Uh, yeah, but yeah, I think I will continue on this note a little bit later. You can continue.
Sorry, everybody, coughing. Yeah, continue. Thank you. Sorry about that, Voita. You must chop these sticks, do this gardening, as we say, and make a basket. I like these things. Nature must be looked after, of course. So let's look at what else is going on then, shall we? Now, it's interesting what we're saying about General Tarnowski. We will wait and see. Sometimes he does drop a report later in the evening, but I was looking at what the 3rd Assault Brigade had posted earlier. Now, where did that go? Just let me see. Because they had posted something. I was looking at, they've made several videos, and this is talking about what to do about recruiting. But anyway, let's come to this video. So there's a video here where an attack drone during the movement takes over. So I've got to post this for everybody to have a look at, because it sort of goes over and then past and then comes back again. And I think it's incredible the skill that these people are using. So 3 more positions were hit. Thank you to this 3rd Assault Brigade. And they flew into the building where the enemy was hiding as well. 3 300s and 1 200. The effective streak of the 3rd Assault Troops from the Unmanned Systems Battalion in the Avdiivka direction. So lots of interesting videos coming out from them. They take all those videos, don't they? Because was it Ukraine War Update or Flickr fella? I forget. One of them was telling us, I think it was Ukraine War Update, was explaining, if you don't know, the 3rd Assault Brigade were formed from what was left of the Azov Brigade. So many of them are from previously in the Azov Brigade. And these guys, they take lots of videos for the after action reports so that they can then have a look at them, and then they can examine the things that they've done, look at what's good, look at what's bad, and basically learn from that. And I think that's absolutely fantastic. I was really, really interested to learn that. Actually, I don't know how he knows this, but I think it's very interesting anyway. I would guess they all do this in some kind of a way. They're aligning with NATO standards. They've had to professionalize this citizen army, that began in the beginning of the full-scale invasion, and that's continuing to go on all the time. The UK said that they would train another 10,000 they committed to, but I don't know why they have to give this in numbers, actually. I don't know if this is something that's ever occurred to you, Christopher. I don't know why they don't just say we're going to keep training them on an ongoing basis, constantly rotating this many through per month or per, I don't know, quarter or whatever. That's what I would like to hear. Why do we have to keep hearing about these blocks of? Because it almost makes me feel like, well, I've got to wait for the next one then, and I've got to make sure that that's going to happen. Maybe that's just my perception of it. I don't know. Obviously, I'm not in the military, so I don't know how these things work, or if that's even considered, if it's something that they do in sections like that. But I would like to see that they just turn around and say, well, we're just going to keep continuing to train as many as possible, as fast as possible, for, well, I don't like as long as possible. That's not a phrase I want to hear on the end. But I don't know. Am I making sense, Christopher? Maybe not. Anyway, let's continue, shall we? So the Minister of Defence has been meeting with the General Director of the State Rear Operator. Now, this is interesting because this is a new operator, the state RIA operator, and he's been meeting with Arsen. Now, this is a name that I will have to practice. Zumadkov, maybe Zumadkov, I think. I don't know. I will have to practice that. Arsenis Zumadlov, I think. So they've been having a meeting with the companies that supply food for the armed forces. They've discussed the issues of organisation of the supply process and the product quality control. Our goal is for the Ukrainian military to have uninterrupted and best food, he pointed out. So let me just go to the main government website and then the Ministry of Defence. I can maybe give you more details about this. So this is something that they've been doing. The procurement process has been changing. They've been making lots of changes to it for various different reasons. One, because they're just having a complete systematic change of many of these things, changing from the old Soviet systems to new, more modern systems. A lot of it is because they're aligning with the EU and in particular in the Ministry of Defence with NATO standards. A lot of it is to cut out corruption. Many of the systems are being joined on, added on to the DIA app day by day. So there's all sorts of things that are being developed in this way. Some of the things that they've done when they've looked at where corruption cases have happened and where they've stopped corruption in the Ministry of Defence, for example, has allowed them to be able to then look at ways to implement tighter rules, better rules. I'm thinking of specifically in the military medical commissars here, when they mentioned that they were able to use things that they'd learnt to tighten things up, to make those rules less ambiguous, and therefore that gives less wiggle room, I call it, for people to be able to commit corruption. And this state RIA, let me get this right now, because this is a new thing, state RIA operator, this is part of that programme. So they've taken responsibility for lots of the different things that happen in the RIA to support the armed forces, such as, procurement and food and all those different types of things. Supplies for the Ukrainian military is one of them. So let's have a look if we've got more detail here. Our goal is for the Ukrainian military to have uninterrupted best food, as he said already, and strive for modern standards of supply chains, management, and introduction of new technologies. Recently, within the framework of the reform of the transfer of product purchases from the Ministry of Defence to the operator, they made this state RIA operator. So they concluded the first contracts for the supply of food for the armed forces, and this is for 13 sectors covering the whole of Ukraine. The average price was set at 101.49 hryvnias. I wonder where they get to that figure. There must be obviously things that there's a format that they use to work these things out, I guess, as with all these things. This is the first step in reforming the system of providing food to the armed forces, and all contracted companies are Ukrainian businesses with their own production facilities as well. So this gives reason for well-founded optimism regarding the capabilities of the new suppliers to be able to fulfill their obligations systematically, said Arsen Zumadilov. So this is a new name that we also have to get used to, Christopher, a state RIA operator and a new head of the state RIA operator. Wojta, please go ahead.
Yeah, about the food supply, our friend Chef Zhenya, he was a huge critic of the system of food supply. I guess he is a kind of perfectionist, but from what he said, there is a pretty substantive space for improvement. So it's good that there is a light and air port to this area of supply. It's a good disinfection always. And about the about the training, yeah, it makes perfect sense, because what I really hate is that uh, our Western states, we uh, we are announcing the supply of delivery of training or some new artillery system or anything, and it is like, yeah, like we put this token of support to Ukraine at this point of time and give us break. And it shouldn't be like that. It should be like, uh, it is our national interest to have Ukraine successful, and we are putting in place this logistic chain that will provide like 20,000 of trained soldiers in a year or something, But it shouldn't be like random gift, or how to call it. It should be like systematical approach, how to. Can you hear me now? My kid has pulled away the headphone from my ear, so I'm sorry for the noise. Yeah, and what I wanted to say also is you know, about the training in the Ukraine. It is total nonsense and waste of resources of Ukraine, uh, uh, and uh, and of ours. That those people are uh, are traveling to UK, Germany, or wherever. It shouldn't be like tens of thousands of Ukrainians are traveling somewhere. It should be like hundreds of our soldiers should travel there and do the training there, and it will be like site specific, because we will not have to like simulate the environment which is on Ukraine. It will be like in the real thing, and our own soldiers will also increase their capabilities, uh, and they will learn from the Ukrainians how they are working, under the constant surveillance of the drones, etc. So, 100%. I think it was like 8 months ago when somebody, I think it was some guy with the saber in his name, who claimed that the trainers should be sent to Ukraine, not other way around. And finally, Mr. Pavel and other are discussing this topic. So I'm happy about that. So that's all from me, Tracy. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Vita. Yeah, coming back to the food of the armed forces, I would agree with you with that, and I think that's the thing that I like about that I see from Ukraine, is that incredible ability to be so transparent about with their own failings as well, and that's difficult for some people in life. You come across people in life that this is difficult for, so to see, and of course we can't generalize. Not every Ukrainian is the same, and not everybody in Ukraine or everybody that's Ukrainian is the same. So of course we always have to be careful not to generalize, but I'm just speaking from the experience of what we've seen, and they're very, very honest about their failings. Certainly that's what I see in my journey, researching the corruption journey that they're on, to clear out the corruption, the anti-corruption journey, etc. And of course, I'm not saying that they don't ever make mistakes, or that there aren't people doing wrong things, and that maybe there might not be some people that choose to cover this up and try to hide these things. Of course, there's going to be those people. That's absolutely why, these services are needed. And there's always going to be those people, because you cannot ever get corruption out completely. It's just unrealistic to try and think that you can have no corruption. That would be like trying to say you never have bad people in society or in life ever again, and that's just not going, it's not realistic, it's not going to happen. But in general, that's why I like to highlight things when the armed forces choose to report on these things, because I think it's important information for people to know that they are looking at where things are not working very well, such as in the food sector, and where corruption was able to happen. And they've not only cut out corruption, they've stopped premeditated corruption, and they've also put new frameworks in place now so that that cannot happen again. And in terms of the food, and of course then as well the increase in the quality of the food. It's not just about the corruption, it's about making sure that the armed forces get good quality food at the same time as well. So I think you're right. I think it was not doing so well, shall we say, in a polite way, that system. But it seems to me that they are making big steps to change that, and that's obviously needed. Reuter?
Yeah. When there was in Slovakia, we Czechs and Slovaks, we are kind of close to each other. And, when there was a previous term, it was that Fico was prime minister, and he was voted out. And then quite a lot of corruption has been discovered, and quite a lot of people has been arrested, included like police director, etc., etc. And we were watching it from Czech Republic, and we was like, the level of corruption is not that higher in Slovakia than in our country, but this level of unrooting, pulling out the corruption with the roots, it didn't happen in Czech Republic, and we were like watching the Slovaks, and we were like, how to say, like envy of that they are dealing with the corruption in such a radical manner. Unfortunately, Fico is back, and he's doing everything to bring back all structures, which is unfortunate. However, yeah, I wanted to mention that that if we see the cases of corruption on the Ukraine which are reported, it's always a good thing, to see that things are changing. So the people who are committing the corruption, they couldn't be sure it wouldn't be them who will be arrested next time. So back to you, Tracy.
Thank you. Yeah, it's absolutely always good to see that change happening, and it's nice to be able to follow that journey. And they choose to report to us what they want us to know, of course. But like I say, from my experience following the SBU and the other letter agencies, and all the anti-corruption, whenever I've seen them find anything, they've always highlighted it, including when they found it in the SBU as well. So it's not something that they choose to cover up. So I think that's definitely something that we can point to look at. That's very useful information. So apparently the mayor of Kyiv has handed over drones to the 47th Separate Mechanized Brigade. So that's interesting, isn't it? So of course we like to see the guys and girls in the field get more drones, FPV drones as well. So that's good. 100 FPV drones for the 47th. So that's interesting news. It's just kind of came across that piece of random interesting news there. So where are we going now? Let me see what is the, this is what I've been looking for. I wanted to see what was happening with this today, with the General Staff Report, because we've had lots of different reports of Russian propaganda nonsense coming out and all sorts of different things going on. So this is what I've been waiting for, and I'm pleased to say this is quite a detailed report from Stratcom. So Here we go. The main conclusions. So they are giving an overview of what's been happening, the situation at the front, hotspots on the battlefield and weapons of victory. The tanker turned into scrap metal by the Air Force. They're giving an overview of the things that have happened in the week. So I was just looking into that for more detail. The increase in arms exports to Ukraine reached 6.633% compared to 2014 to 2018. That's an interesting date comparison to give. And then they're reporting on, of course, what we said about like I said, the Freedom of Russia Legion. So the RDK and the Siberian Battalion. So we still wait to hear about Kursk, although it does say here about excursions into Belgorod and Kursk, but I've not seen any updates from Kursk since yesterday. So I'm waiting for those. Anyway, we'll see what happens. But shall we look at some things to talk about in more detail, Christopher? Or maybe I think we should go over the numbers.
Sure. Now I have a question. You ready?
Go ahead.
So what happens when I drink a Lucasade?
You get energy, of course. It's Lucasade energy.
Okay. I will be waiting. I have had one, the first one. Thank you very much. It was actually pretty tasty. But I will wait to see what happens. Back to you.
In case you have no idea what we're talking about and why would you, I sent Christopher some Lucasade because this is something that we have in the UK that's a very unique drink. It's not like anything else. You cannot describe it like anything else. It doesn't taste like anything else. It's just one of those things. And he had asked me about it when I'd mentioned it randomly in conversation, forgetting, of course, that he doesn't know what Lucasade is. So I had to send him some. So that's what Christopher's talking about. Sorry, I can't help laughing. Anyway, it's an energy drink. Lucasade energy drink. Do you like it? Anyway, it's got a very unique flavour, hasn't it, Christopher?
No, well, I suppose it's sort of like, I don't know. It's we used to have my grandmother used to like to shop at this grocery store called Pathmark, and Pathmark would have the knockoffs of all of everything, like the can. If anybody remembers the Pathmark can commercial, just let me know. But because Grandma wouldn't buy she didn't want to see, she's going to buy the soda because we asked for it, because it was a treat for us kids, that we were going to get something similar, but not the real thing. So anyway, it kind of tastes like that. But yeah, it's nice. It's a little bit lemony, and it's got a really mouthfeel. It's a little bit thicker because it does have a bunch of glucose in it. So, but which is fine. I think that's a good thing. But I don't know. It's not as it doesn't taste like any of the energy drinks like the Red Bull and the other nasty stuff that we have here. With the toluene, is that the stuff? And then with that really sort of chemically nastiness. Anyway, it's very pleasant. Thank you.
What's it, taurine or something? Taurine or what? I know what you mean.
That's it. Yeah. That's the stuff. That's like, it feels like it's going to strip the inside, the lining off of your esophagus. Back to you.
Yes, like paint stripper. I don't like these things. So the reason I drink Lucasade randomly enough is because it doesn't taste very sweet. And I don't like, we call it pop in the UK, what you call soda. So that's what we call it, because it goes pop, 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 with all the bubbles. Anyway, pop. This is the slang name that we have for it. And yeah, I like it, Lucasade, because it doesn't taste very sweet, but only that flavour that you have there. They now do it in various different flavours: orange, cherry, strawberry, etc. All of these flavours are too sweet. That one that you have there, as you said, is glucose and caffeine. basically. So it's kind of sugar, but not sugar. But it really is sugar. Of course, I'm just being silly now. But yes, so this is why I like this. But enough about Lucozade. Otherwise, we shall be losing people because they're not here to find out about Lucozade. They are here to find out about the fact that these fires that have broken out in these other 2 refineries are on fire at once. This is in the Samara region. The first drone hit the refinery in the Sirzan, which is part of Rosneft oil refineries. Currently, that burning area is 500 meters squared. Other drones attacked, as I said earlier, I tried to pronounce that name, Novo Kubashiv refinery. Where's Will when you need him? A fire also started there. It seems to have been extinguished, but we shall see. We wait to find out. All these beautiful pictures of all these lovely colours, and it's not even bonfire night, Christopher. I'm sorry, I cannot help
Sorry,
being
that was that.
sarcastic.
I was talking. No, my bad. I was talking to a muted mic. That's not. Thank you.
It's not, no. Okay, let's look at that. I was waiting for the general staff report to come, and I'm completely forgetting what time of day it is. I'm thinking it's much later because obviously we are usually here much later in the day. So I'm all discombobulated, but never mind. We carry on. So what do you want to talk about, Christopher? Do you have something that you would like to cover, or should I pick something? Or maybe you would like to pick something, all you lovely listeners. You can pick a topic or raise some comments if you would like to. We should look at the regional news, shouldn't we, and catch up with what's happening there, because we were doing that earlier. So let's go to the regional news, and we will start at the top and work our way down. So let's start with Kherson. What's happening in Kherson? There was explosive items dropped from a drone earlier on in the Bereslav district. So one more person has been injured from that. There's an update from that. One more person was injured. A 27-year-old resident went to hospital. She's diagnosed with a minor explosive injury, a shoulder injury, and a contusion. Also, it looks like they've been receiving lots of donations in Kherson. More drones. Again, 4 dozen drones with a diameter of 7 to 10 inches were received. And these have been received and given to the 57th Separate Motorised Infantry Brigade. So that's the 47th and the 57th randomly. So they're all receiving new drones, as well as tactical shoes, warm blankets and powerful batteries. And this is thanks to the support of various different NGOs. Again, coming back to the constant need, which is why, we have to keep doing everything that we can keep doing. Since the beginning of the year, more than 32,000 residents of Kherson region have received various types of state assistance worth 93 million. That's hryvnias, of course. So coming back to earlier on, it was, Bereslav, where they dropped an explosive object with a drone. I was just giving you the update there. And the previous injury that happened in the morning from that was a 71-year-old man. He was diagnosed with a leg injury and taken to a medical hospital. And in the evening, the occupiers dropped 6 explosives from drones on the Tayagin community. But fortunately, nothing more serious from that there. More aid for Kherson. Pyrotechnics received charitable assistance, 2 multi-purpose tents, gloves, knee pads, lights, multi-tools, marking tapes. You don't think of all these things, do you, when you look at all these lists, that all the different types of things? And sometimes when we're talking about these things, like when we have Princess Canola here, for example, and other guests, we talk about almost brainstorm things. Sometimes things come up that people haven't thought of or haven't suggested. So I always think it's interesting to look down these lists. Just at the a huge amount of different things that they need, I guess, really, and just the continued need of it. So Dnipropetrovsk, let's have a look here. They were attacked overnight 8 times in the day with drones and artillery, and the community is continuing to suffer. A 75 and 75-year-old man, and a 77-year-old woman were injured. 3 dozen private houses were damaged, 2 farm buildings, garages, cars, forklift trucks, greenhouses. There's lots of destruction on the territory. Power lines and gas pipelines were also affected, but thankfully nothing more than those 2 people that received injuries there. And that was the latest report from at 4:30, so 10 minutes ago, from Dnipropetrovsk. I'll just see if there's anything else going on in that area. Nope, that's it for Dnipropetrovsk today. So we spoke about Donetsk earlier a little bit, didn't we? Let's look at Kharkiv and see what's happened there today. Unfortunately, we had the sad update from Odessa earlier about another victim, a lifeguard, because of course Russia doing what they like to do with their vicious double taps on rescue workers. This is why they need ATACMS. So write to your representatives wherever you live and tell them they need ATACMS or whatever it is that they can provide. I want to see all these things from, is it from Czech Republic? I want to see all that ammunition turning up there sometime soon. They did say that it wouldn't be too long. The last report that I heard, Christopher, was maybe a couple of weeks or something like that. So let's hope that maybe it's happened already and they're just saying that, who knows. So Kharkiv, let's have a look. 20 settlements of Kharkiv region were hit by enemy artillery and mortar attacks across various different communities. Sharheads, critical infrastructure was damaged. Farms, lots of fires, lots of destruction. 2 men aged 48 and 35 were injured as a result of a UAV attack. More private houses damaged. Another hospital premises also damaged. A dormitory building, 4 ambulances and 4 cars were also destroyed, but fortunately no casualties at that location. And despite lots of destruction in lots and lots of different areas. I'm looking at about at least 20 different areas, 20 different settlements targeted here. No more casualties or injuries other than that, thankfully. So thankful for small mercies in Kharkiv. 26 children and families were evacuated during the day, and today 129 children have been evacuated across 2 communities. So that's 33 from Vilovatska and 96 from Velikobolitskia. So that's continuing there. Let's see if we have any. Carry on, Christopher.
Oh, hello. So sorry. I'm looking at my messages in the background in my DMs. And Rebecca may try to join us a little later. Back to you.
Well, that would be fantastic if she is able to do that. That would be let's hope that she can do that. So for listeners that don't know who Rebecca is, Christopher, would you like to explain? Although I don't know who would not know who she is by now. But of course we do get new people all the time.
Yes, it's true. No, she's a combat medic. She's very, very straightforward in her mannerisms. She's a very strong woman, very lovely individual all the way around. Had some really interesting stories when she comes. The mice, I think the mice story was probably one of my favorites. But because mice are basically overrunning everything, running away with. Mice and rats, big problem at the front. Well, this is why, Ukrainians do a good job with their animals, like they're people, animals. Animals are people, people are animals. The cats apparently are very helpful in this regard, but as well as I'm sure that is Bull Terrier up here? There he is. I'm sure Bull Terriers would also be very helpful in this regard. But yeah, so yeah, she's a little Spitfire, I think, is probably the best way to describe her. You can check her out. She's at BEKA Mac MacLorowski. That's her handle. Becca Makrowski. Yeah, but check her out. She has a lot of stuff on her Twitter feed. She's very active and promoting. She takes very good care of her soldiers. She's one of those individuals that just has a heart that's you couldn't contain it. Couldn't contain it. Anyway, thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much. And yeah, wasn't she in Avdiivka, or is she still in Avdiivka? Do you know, Christopher? Well, she's not still there right now. Well, actually, she could be, because it's not like all of Avdiivka was taken by the Russians, is it? So, or is she having chance
I'm
to
not
have some
sure.
rest now, or?
I don't know. I'm not sure on her latest whereabouts, and I'm sure that if she was able to tell us, she will. But I obviously, we both know. Anyway, I will. I haven't looked at her timeline in a while. But she just DM'd me in the background. But anyway, back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. No, I was going off something that Cece had said several times, and I just wondered if she'd communicated that to you at all. But we wait to find out. If she can tell us, of course, due to operational security. But let's hope that we have the privilege of being able to be joined by Rebecca, because, as Christopher said, I like the way she speaks. She tells it like it is, as we say, and this is what we need to hear sometimes here. Well, all the time, really. I think I like that direct, blunt way of putting things. Of course, it's not for some, and you're all open to disagreeing, but nevertheless, she is pretty incredible. So, have you seen Alexander Kamishin's hashtag, Christopher? It's very amusing.
No, is it trending? Can we get it to trend? Should we get it to trend?
Well, I hope we can get it to trend. It says, burn down crazy gas station.
Does he mean like the single gas station? Like, I have a couple of Lukoil gas stations over here that I would like somebody to come and burn them down. But does he mean the whole country, as because John McCain would say, as McCain said, it's basically a mafia-run gas station. Is that the one? Back to you.
Well, yes, that's what I was taking it to mean, yeah. But I suppose I should read the whole tweet, to be fair. He who controls the spies controls the universe, says Vladimir Hakerman. He who can destroy a thing controls a thing, says Paul Atreides. Burning down Russian refineries, we destroy Russian spice, oil, in other words, to protect the victory of Ukraine. We have to hashtag burn down crazy gas station. Well, I found it quite amusing. Okay,
Boom.
maybe it's only me.
Well, I don't know, but boom. Burn down the gas station. I haven't seen I haven't tried to, I'm just trying to, sorry. Noodling in the background. Sorry, back to you.
That's quite all right. So nobody is coming to talk to me today, so I will just continue to waffle on, telling you all about things that I find. So let's keep going on around the regions. We have no more updates from Odessa, so it's just the latest information that I read to you all earlier on. I was going to go and look and see if, sorry, I'm just looking at things at the same time as talking to you all. I got distracted with myself then. I'm very distractible today, Christopher. I'm very easily distracted today. So I spent all my time concentrating for our very important guest experience earlier. And now I'm all concentrated out. No, I'm only joking. It's just, I'm just messing about with you all. So let me look in my files for other things that I wanted to talk about before. Yes, this is something that I wanted to tell you all about because this is fantastic. So, ukryzaliznicja, when I translate it to English.
It's easy for you to say.
Ukryzaliznicja. I'm showing off now. Sorry.
Meanie.
Oh, it's only because I'm about a year ahead of you in the practice because I chose this name for some reason and had to practice saying it. I'm sure you are much further ahead of me in the conversational Ukrainian. But anyway, shall we talk about ukryzaliznicja and what they are doing to involve veterans in the protection of infrastructure with the help of drones? So I thought this was absolutely wonderful. So they are creating a unit that will use drones to monitor and protect the railway infrastructure. And veteran railwaymen who were injured and returned from the front will work as part of this special unit. The initiative will help ensure the protection of the railway facilities, as well as provide an opportunity for veterans to apply their military experience and skills in civilian work. So, so far, Ukryzaliznicja has signed a memorandum with Kruk UAV Operator Training Centre. The training in particular will be conducted using an online platform to start with. And this is for veterans, and it's been specifically created by Kruk together with the Renaissance Foundation. So the centre's instructions will retain veteran railway workers. They will train employees piloting copters, as well as teaching engineering, and including assembling and maintaining of drones. So these will also be used. One of the things that they're going to be used for is to combat the theft of ukryzaliznicja property at stations and tracks, and record violations and detect theft of fuel from locomotives. They will be able to inspect infrastructure and during martial law, and also participate in the investigation of transport accidents. So this first step to create the test unit is planned to create a network then that will then continue to ensure the efficiency of the railway. So, you know, I mean, talk about innovative. And again, one of the ways that we see that Ukraine is trying to find things that veterans feel like they will be able to, I don't know, what's the word? They'll be able to be part of a functioning part of society again once that they've completed their rehabilitation, because we all need to feel like a useful part of society. It's not good for anybody's mental health or psychology if you don't feel a useful part of society, and especially when you talk about men that have served in the military or maybe worked on the railway all their lives, you know, veteran railwaymen, for example. I think this is a fantastic idea. Have you heard about this before, Christopher? And this, of course, is just the first step.
No, I did not hear about the choo-choo news.
Well, but you know what else I think of as well, though, because I think young people will find it easier to do this transition with the drones because many of them have played games, haven't they? But I wonder how difficult it will be for older people to be able to make that transition. I guess they'll have to work a little bit harder at it, but they would do that, I would expect. I don't know why I wouldn't expect any different, given what we've seen, but I think it's absolutely fantastic news. Talk about innovative ideas. And this is why Alexander Kamyshin is doing so well as the Minister of Strategic Industries. So, shall we see if Mikhailo Fedorov has got anything to tell us, talking about dynamic individuals. He is, of course, the Minister for Digital Transformation. and he's always reporting interesting things about new drones and things like that. Actually, he's been having a meeting. I was looking at this yesterday, actually. So he was having a meeting, a military meeting. So he listened to, oh, wait a minute. No, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing there. So do you remember when we were talking about this code being the open code thing that you were saying that was so good before, Christopher? They were giving some more update on that yesterday. The action unlocks the code. From now on, countries that are interested in the Ukrainian digitalization experience will be able to understand the logic of action, import the code, and launch their own state services. So specialists will be able to create an analogue of the DIA or other applications that they use in Ukraine, and it will be necessary to join the public license. So you can find open source code and join the license on the separate website. So they reported about this before. They said that they were going to do this and made the announcement about it. And it's quite exciting news. Christopher, I think maybe you exploded there. Did you temporarily disassemble somewhere along the way? Yes, it looks like you did.
Yes, I did. I did, and I'm asking, I'm seeing if the tractor beam can be re-engaged and energized, and I can beam up. Yeah, the interesting thing about the open source stuff is, I think I spoke a little bit about it the other day, is that people are in several. There are basically two camps, right? There's the camp of closed systems and closed proprietary software. Microsoft is one of those. Like the Microsoft operating system, for example, is for the most part, not open to the general public, right? Whereas something like Linux, which is what some of the Russian systems are based. The Russian systems are based on Linux. Many things are based on Linux. Many things are based on Unix, which is Linux is sort of a derivative of Unix, and Unix is a very old. It's not old or long in the tooth. It's just been around for a very, very long time, and it underpins most of what we have as far as infrastructure goes for the internet. But that's a kind of aside. Open source just lets you, as a developer, explore what the code is and then be able to try to make some changes if it fits you or suits you. And those changes could be added into the base code. If, for example, in a Linux variant like Ubuntu or Red Hat or something like that, there are hundreds. Hundreds is wrong. There are tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands maybe of people that work on these things all the time, and they're just working on it to improve it, in the sense of it's sort of like a big collective collaborative that helps out to make things and to fix bugs and to improve the systems, and generally open source stuff for the most part there's no real cost associated with it, just your computer and your time. This is why people are of two sort of, the camps are divided. One is that says that, well, how am I going to make money on something that everybody has access to? And then the other one is, the other side of the camp is, oh yeah, well, our model is you come to us to make any changes, so we can control how that software is run, and we can control the purse strings behind it, kind of thing. So, but opening it up allows for iterative programming and iterative improvements that cannot come because of the size of the individuals in that are looking and working on these kinds of things. Listen, computer guys and girls, gals and guys are super curious people in general, and then they also really want to be helpful. And some of them are introverts, but some of them are not. And I think I'd fall into the not category, but they just spend a lot of time trying to ensure and trying to fix something, trying to run a problem down. They're very inquisitive and like that. I'm making a giant general overization, but That's the way I see it. So this whole open source thing will only let this get better, I think, and possibly because there is money to be made in this, but it may not be so much in the distribution of it, because the distribution of the code is free, but more in the implementation of the code, right? So if you have the ability and you know how the thing works as a program or as an operating system, you can certainly sell yourself out as a consultant or be part of a larger company that implements these things within systems, all over the place. Anyway, I think it's a bit of a ramble. I'm sorry. Back to you.
Oh, that's okay. It was a very interesting ramble. Thank you, Christopher. I absolutely agree. It's very exciting. I leave all the technical explanations to you, but I do understand it. It's like the military thing. I understand it better than I can articulate it, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Anyway, never mind. On we move, shall we? So what about some interesting information from the General Prosecutor then? So this, again, is something that I was looking at the other day that I've not had chance to bring to you all. So it's an opportunity on our extended play and on slower news days as they are on a weekend. And as we don't have any latest updates regarding things going exploding in Russia, or for now, anyway, we shall see. I shall talk about this, which is important to me, and I would like to highlight it to all of you because I think you will agree. So Andrew Costin, the General Prosecutor, was saying he's been talking about new investigations and new indictments, and there's going to be more this year. So there will be more during the year, he announced, more investigation and indictments for Russian war crimes in Ukraine. There are 530 criminal proceedings for war crimes against Ukrainian citizens, and Ukrainian courts have already handed down 82 verdicts in these cases. Not only in Ukraine and the International Court, but also in third countries, which was the part that I found interesting. So prosecuting Russian war crimes is obviously going to be something that's going to have to go on for a long time. It's going to be a huge, huge scale. I mean, we see now in the SBU, even some of the cases that we deal then, they are even some of the cases that they deal with then are going back to like 2014, that type of thing. So they cover a very long period of time in some cases. So even during the war, the prosecutions are still ongoing, as we see from the SBU cases and those numbers that the General Prosecutor gave us there. But what he's emphasising is the importance of third countries joining the prosecution of the war criminals. It's an important direction, not only because Ukraine brings war criminals to justice, but because the International Criminal Court, but also because of third countries. As I've said, for many of you may know, you may have heard me say all the way along that countries, partners are giving them lots of support. They're getting lots of support from various different judges around the world. They're going to The Hague, making lots of visits there. Even police officers, even people from the National Police have gone and visited The Hague. And all this is about learning best practices and giving them the skills to be able to prosecute these crimes as well as other countries doing it. So last December, United States became the first country to indict 4 potential war criminals for torturing an American citizen who was temporarily occupied in the Kherson region at the beginning of the full-scale invasion. And in February, the first suspicion was also announced by the General Prosecutor's Office of Lithuania. So this was about a case committed in Mariupol regarding the torture and murder of a well-known director of the Citizen of Lithuania. Actually, I don't know if it's still in the nest, but whilst we start talking about these things, I did put it in the nest earlier. Yes, it is there. So this the last tweet in the nest, if you would like to, if you need to have a look, there are some resources there. Thanks to Nancy M for that amazing thread that she does there. This is something that they use in the Understanding Genocide segments on a Friday night in Ukraine. Understanding Genocide in Ukraine, should I say, on a Friday night here at MriyaReport. And that's with Nancy M and also with Prince Heather and Gina Christian. And they talk about understanding genocide in Ukraine and the wider topic of understanding genocide, some of the legislative reports that are done for the UN and that type of thing. And they cover all these things. So thank you to them. There are some wonderful resources there. Now, if you need to use those resources and you're struggling with your mental health and anything that I'm going to mention now does cause a trigger for you, please do use them resources. You know, these people volunteer in many cases for these services. All these services are run by governments. If you need them, that's what they're there for, and there's absolutely no shame in needing that support. However you reach out, please do, because we all need support at some point in life, whether that's, you know, just a leg up in some kind of a way or just a chat sometimes. That's all it takes. So if there's anything we talk about that triggers you, please do use those resources. So coming back to this, because it's involving these war crimes, that's what I just wanted to give that. Then I should have probably done that a little bit earlier. So apologies for that, everybody. So Ukraine has created joint investigative teams that investigate war crimes. In addition to Ukraine, this includes Lithuania, Poland, Latvia, Estonia, Slovakia, and Romania, amongst other places. The United States, of course, and the United States Department of Justice has a memorandum of understanding with the Joint Investigation Team, as, of course, does the International Criminal Court. So we are creating a network of countries, said Andriy Kostin. More than 20 countries are already investigating war crimes committed by Russia on Ukrainian soil, and there will be more such suspicions. International cooperation helps Ukraine to investigate crimes with the help of new technologies and new approaches, even when investigators do not have access to the place of the events, said the official. This is very important because it helps not just until we liberate our land, but then to obviously document everything. And of course, a lot of the evidence that has been lost. We know how Russia is trying to destroy evidence, he said, of war crimes, in particular, including in Mariupol. So it's very important that we prosecute now during the war. This is a completely new practice for the world, and all our partners recognise this. They are the ones who are helping us to do it. Which, you know, it's kind of nice to hear that they're getting that support. Of course, it's not nice the reason why, but I am really pleased to get a little bit more detail, because all we've had up to now is that they're getting the support, that they're having these relevant meetings with the various partner countries, you know, various judges and people that are experienced in this. But we don't get to dig into the detail very often, I don't feel, Christopher. Do you? So I think it's nice that he's giving us some more of these details about the, you know, the support that they're getting. And I didn't know 20 countries were involved in that
Man, my
partnership either.
microphone is so sorry. Problems with the microphone. Yeah, no, damn. You like you like to dig in. I do too. I just it's all right. I don't want to be conspiratorial, so I'll just keep quiet. But the one thing I will say is that it's curious that it's coming out now. Back to you.
What? Why not be conspiratorial? That's how we sound nowadays, anyway. But no, joking aside, what do you mean you're curious why it's coming out now? Well, there's always a reason why they choose to report these things at a particular time, isn't there? For a start, whether it's just genuine fact or propaganda.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No doubt. But what would be the impetus to put it out now? Is there a counter? Is there something that is coming? Is it because it's prophylactic in some way? I don't know. I haven't put my noodle to it at all. So I'm just wild. I'm just spinning yarn from the clouds. Back to you.
Well, I mean, like I say, there's always a reason, isn't there? Whether it's genuine information that someone's giving you, or and whether they have a good intention or not. There's always a reason. So, I guess the short answer is I don't really know. Just lots of things are happening in that regard, I think, aren't there? I mean, there's various countries doing things around the world. There's various war crimes cases going on. In Finland, there was the extradition. They're trying to extradite someone from there for war crimes that were committed in 2014, I believe, if I remember rightly, in the east of Ukraine. So all these things have been going on the whole time. I don't know if the timing's intentional or it's just that information's coming out and it's time to release it. Who knows? I can't answer that question, I guess, is the short answer. But I think it's fantastic. And I didn't know that 20 countries were involved in that anyway. So I find it definitely very interesting. So, seeing as we are talking about that, let's see what the SBU have been up to. And I will tell you all about that, because I've not even talked about the SBU today. Oh, actually, I did a little bit earlier, didn't I? I talked about the cyber security department and that case there. So, and of course, the cotton that they are arranging. Yes, that's what I talked about as well. But what else can I tell you about with the cases today? Well, of course, we'll be going over all the week's cases, maybe not every single one of them. We might not get to all of them in the SBU segment, and that will be tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. And of course, that's 3 a.m. UK. No, wait, that's going to be 9 p.m. now. Oh, I'm all confused now with the time with the hour thing. I've just got myself all mixed up. Will that be at 9? Well, that you went forward, didn't you? So does that mean 11? It's 11 p.m. Eastern now?
Well, no. Well,
Backwards. I'm confused.
if you want to keep it in your mind that it's 11 p.m. Eastern, it's not. It's still the same time Eastern, except you. It pushes you. You know what I mean?
Oh, I don't know. I'm all confused. I hate time zones anyway. Never mind with this nonsense. I just cannot wait until we catch up to you.
Well, you get to do it an hour earlier. It's 2 a.m. instead of 3 a.m.
Okay, so it's still the same time for you. It's me that changed. Well, I didn't really change. You changed. But well, I think we should stop there and go back to the SBU. Let's not let Tracy talk about times anymore. I don't know. So what else have the SBU been up to this week? Let me see which is the most interesting case that I can tell you about, because there've been quite a few. What about gunsmiths who sold trophy weapons and explosives? What about that? We haven't had one of those for a while, have we? So let's talk about that. So this, of course, involves people doing very naughty things, and the SBU are catching them out. So 4 gunsmiths who sold trophy weapons, the SBU and the National Police prevented the sale of weapons and ammunition to the representatives of criminal circles in 3 regions of Ukraine. So this involved more than 60 kilograms of explosives, sniper weapons, large caliber machine guns, and the latest Russian-made assault rifles. These were all seized from the perpetrators, thankfully. So let's break down the regions, shall we? In Kharkiv, the local businessman who tried to sell an entire arsenal of combat weapons was arrested red-handed. I wonder if these weapons will go to the armed forces of Ukraine. The attacker kept the weapons in an underground cache, which he arranged in a forest plantation, in the deoccupied Izium district. Well, at least he didn't put them under his house like all the others have done previously.
Well, wait a second. So plantation? Like, so he was growing marijuana in the forest kind of thing? Back to you.
I don't know what it means by that. I don't know if it's just a translation thing, that it just basically means like a forest, like a local forest or something, or whether it actually means like a nature.
Yeah, but that's where before dope was quasi legalized. There's still a fight going on about that too. For people who don't know, it's still classified. Marijuana in the United States is still classified as a Schedule 1, which puts it in the same class as heroin, which is stupid. I mean, I don't partake, but whatever. It's such a bad thing. Anyway, so yeah, but people would grow the stuff in the forest or grow the stuff in the, in the woods. So maybe that's what he was doing too. Anyway, back to you.
Well, either way, he got caught red-handed, so it didn't do him any good, silly beggar. So what else did he have? During the inspection of the hiding place, they found several boxes with TNT, a Druganov sniper rifle, ammunition for grenade launchers, anti-tank missile complexes, and more than 13,000 cartridges of various calibers. According to the investigation, the identified weapon samples were brought to the cache from the former bases of the Russian troops. And that was in the battle for Kharkiv. Now, near Kyiv, several more hidden arsenals of weapons were discovered, which were left behind by the occupiers while fleeing the capital. The first hiding place was in an abandoned garage in one of the liberated areas of the Buchan district. And when inspecting the premises, the Russian BRDM with a large caliber machine gun was discovered. In addition, there were more than 150 rounds of grenade launchers and 15 Russian-made combat grenades in an underground cache nearby. And then finally in Dnipropetrovsk.
So wait, I gotta tell you, that machine gun, you can't put that in your back pocket. Back to you.
Well, yes, indeed. So Dnipropetrovsk, what did they have in Dnipropetrovsk, Christopher? Let's have a look, shall we? A local resident tried to secretly sell a Kalashnikov submachine gun and was detained. The figure was looking for potential clients among the representatives of criminal circles with whom he maintained connections. At the same time, the attacker was not going to limit himself to the sale of only one machine gun. During the search of his apartment and minivan, the following were found: 2 AK-74 rifles, 4 combat grenades, and more than 1,300 cartridges of various calibers. At present, all involved parties have been notified under suspicions of Article 263 of the Criminal Code of Ukraine, and they face up to 7 years in prison. Well, I don't know. I'm actually not going to say they deserve life. This is becoming a habit around here. Do you think I'm feeling okay, Christopher? This is twice I've said this now.
I don't know if I don't know if it deserves life necessarily, but certainly gotta take away his access to his toys. You can't have any more toys. No more toys for you. Santa will not be coming to visit. Back to you.
No, and I have to admit, he definitely does not deserve life. But I don't know. Let's see what else we can talk about today. What else have the SBU been doing? Oh, what about a Russian agent that wanted to blow up a railway in Kharkiv? He wanted to damage Ukrzaliznytsia. I just like saying this word. Of course, you've noticed this by now. Counterintelligence of the SBU prevented Russian sabotage at Ukrzaliznytsia facilities in the Kharkiv region. As a result of the special operation, an enemy saboteur who tried to detonate power lines of the railway tracks and rolling stocks near the junction station was detained. The attacker turned out to be a local resident who worked for the main directorate of the General Staff of the Russian Armed Forces, known as GAME. So he planned to use an improvised explosive device to carry out a series of explosions. So a series of, not just one. He received instructions for the manufacture of it, the manufacture in home conditions remotely from the military intelligence of the Russian Federation. Like, what is this? Zoom call on how to make an explosive device? In the event of sabotage, the occupiers hope to disrupt the logistics of supplying fuel and ammunition to the defence forces in the Liman direction. However, the aggressor did not succeed, and the SBU exposed the enemy henchmen in advance. They established the identities of the Russian curators and their criminal intentions, and then they documented the intelligence and subversive activities of the saboteur. Step by step, they followed him along and detained him at the stage of preparation of the explosives. So I wonder if he was bent down trying to prepare the explosives and he didn't see them coming over his shoulder. That would have been funny. And they just all of a sudden grabbed him. I bet they jumped out on him just to give him a fright on purpose. That's kind of mischievous of me, isn't it? But this is the way I think about these people that do these things. So let's have a look. To do this, in addition, he tried to get evidence of locations of the armed forces in the Kharkiv, Pavlograd, Dnipropetrovsk regions. So to do this, he travelled around both regions in the dark and secretly recorded the locations of the Ukrainian troops. And according to the investigation, the suspect remotely coordinated his actions with an acquaintance who is also a member of the Russian game. Of course, they discussed all this in anonymous chats and instant messengers because that's the way that they usually do these things. And during the searches, the detainee's apartment, they found a mobile phone with material of evidence of criminal activity. So what are they charged with? Let's have a look. Oh, yes, I'm pleased to see Part 2 of Article 114 of the Criminal Code of Ukraine, unauthorized dissemination of information about the transfer or deployment of the armed forces. So I would expect to see, it just says he faces prison terms. I would expect to see another charge added to that case, Christopher, for two reasons. One, because I don't think that one there that they've charged him with covers all the crimes that he's committed. And two, because it says he faces prison terms, but it doesn't specify. And if it was just that one thing, that one article of the criminal code that he'd been charged with, then they would specify faces up to X amount of years. Does that make sense? What do you think?
You think something else is coming?
I do.
Do you think he was cooperating, and therefore the thing that's coming may not be with such a big sting, or was he going to be dimed out by somebody?
Well, hopefully he's getting more charges and cooperating. So we shall see. But I don't know. Yeah, looking at that, I mean, the thing is, they did catch him red-handed. So, of course, that makes a difference because it depends if there's any grave loss of life, as it in the criminal code. If there's grave loss of life, then it's a more serious charge. So I wait and see. It's interesting. It's hard to say at this stage, but like I say, because there's no grave loss of life, it could just be that he gets charged with that. But it's not just what they've charged him with. It's just dissemination of information about the deployments of the armed forces, and that doesn't cover everything that he's done. Trying to blow up strategic things like that, strategic critical infrastructure. That's not that doesn't come anywhere into that charge of the criminal code. So that charge there relates to him giving away the locations of the armed forces of Ukraine. So it doesn't even cover but all the crimes that he's committed.
Oh yeah, no, you make that pretty clear. So does the charging. So does the current charging document, which doesn't seem like it's missing a page. Maybe when they sent it over, they kept a page back or something. Some got lost. Maybe Ernestine had a moment and the page got shredded. Back to you.
Sorry, coughing. It usually happens when we see more charges coming, or like I say, sometimes, like you point out, if they're giving evidence on other people that are involved. So we shall wait and see. Well, nobody's coming to talk to us today, Christopher. So they must want to continue to hear all about the SBU, which is fine by me.
Well, no, Dan is here. Dan.
Yeah.
Oh,
is here.
sorry, Dan.
Ernestine's in a box today. She drove me crazy last night. And yeah, Angry Ant was on last night, so I was going at it with him. Yeah, that was pretty good panel last night. I stayed up late. Anyways, Tracy, I meant to tell you, I know not all of this is funny, it's serious stuff, these charges and stuff. But I gotta say, that first last one with the marijuana, I'm telling you, some of this stuff is it reads like a dumb criminals reality show. I wish we could produce some of this stuff and run it on a station somewhere. If I had a lot of money, I would do that, and then use all the proceeds, give it to Ukraine. I'm telling you, some of this stuff is absolutely nuts, and we got some of those here right in the States. Anyways, I'll drop.
What are you trying to say about me, Dan? Sorry,
Nothing, but
joking.
some of these cases, you got to admit, they're crazy. I mean, it's not, if you're gonna pull something like, collaborate or something, at least do it in a way to, don't get caught. But all these guys get caught. I mean, and some of them get caught because they're just did something dumb in their process. It's funny, some of it. So, but it's not funny, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Some of it's funny, and we have to take every opportunity to laugh at them. Those funny moments, and have those little bits of levity wherever we can, because we do have to look at difficult information. And as you said, a lot of the cases that we talk about are not very funny. In fact, in last week's SBU segment, we talked about the war crimes cases, didn't we? And the International Criminal Court warrants for those other two generals. So. Admirals, generals, whatever they are. Anyway, one of them's not here anymore, is he? What happened to him, Dan? Something happened to him. I'm talking about the Admiral of the Black Sea Fleet, of course.
Oh, he's lobster food.
Mary, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Morning. Well, afternoon, I guess. Okay, two things. One, equivalency. I just have a plea to MriyaReport and other people. The way we explain why to vote may not reach any of the hearts that have no interest in our Congress. And we know why. But there are people out there still waiting to learn, which appalls me, but it's true that they've been sitting back. And one of the things I wish would happen more is the absolute blasting and crushing of equivalency in war, in the need to get this done. It's not Afghanistan, it's not Vietnam. I'm talking about United States participation and advocacy. It's not those things. It's not those types of interventions. Not only that, it's all of the things that should get said all the time. I don't hear them a lot. Burgeoning democracy, anti-corruption work they're doing. What you're saying this morning, intelligence work. All of those things just don't get mentioned enough, in my view. And yes, it should be obvious to people why we support, but I don't know that it's still. I don't know that it is still. So I want to mention an information presentation that I saw by Edward Tufte. Don't laugh. Some visualization peoples will laugh when I say that, but he's a very important professor of statistics at Princeton who retired and does workshops on visualization of information, both technical and otherwise. And one of the examples he uses in a book is a case, a mafia case, I think it was, in which a jury was presented with evidence by the prosecution about why a mafioso should be convicted. And he put up a chart, and in the chart, and Tufte uses this in his book as an example of good presentation, which it is, the chart showed all of the offenses for which this guy was charged. And there were things like, I can't remember any of them except the one that made the difference. So forgive me, but examples might be something like, have been something like drug running and gun use and shooting somebody and killing somebody's family or something like that. And right in the middle of the chart was the line that said, pistol whipped a nun. Let me repeat that. One of the pieces of evidence used against the criminal was pistol whipped a nun of the church. Well, the jury, prosecuted the criminal on that line. That's the line that won the case for prosecution. So over the years, I've noted that the only line I remember is that line. And there is a key sweet spot in our arguments in favor of Ukraine, which we shouldn't even have to make. It's so obvious that we should be supporting Ukraine. I want people to find that sweet spot. And I can't do much anymore, depending on everyone else, but I'm doing what I can. And I feel as though data management, not data management, but visualizing this has not reached enough people on the obvious things like children being killed, children being kidnapped, children being forced into conscription to fight against their very own family and countries eventually, which they probably will be. You know, this is the kind of thing we need, are distinctions that anyone can hear, including people who aren't quite sure of the member they serve. And I'm sensing there is doubt among some staff, and I hope that's true. Because anyone you talk to in a shop, anyone who overhears you, anyone who is, if you're at the DMV in line and you're talking to a friend about Ukraine, every conversation you have is overheard by somebody, and this can be a turning point in their lives. And I know it's, again, that may sound obvious, but it's this, I want you to remember the pistol whipped a nun that won the case. You know, this is the modern world. We're not dealing with armies that follow Geneva Convention, but saying that isn't really clear to people. People think war and they think World War II. That model is still in people's heads. For some generations, it's the Vietnam War. For some, it's Afghanistan. But this is not that. And I just think that needs to be made clear more often to people who may not get it. The people listening to MriyaReport are so many highly educated people who don't know about Ukraine. It's a real mix. And thank God. I mean, I'm so glad. But given the reach MriyaReport has, I hope we can get someone on here who talks about, jury selection experts, data visualization people. Getting the message out may come from policy people, but we're talking about reaching a really broad spectrum of people. And even if we get 10 people, it matters. I don't know. I hope I don't sound deflating. I don't mean that, Christopher James. I mean to be more positive. I heard you. But I think it is a positive thing to get more scientific about the language and more specific and more often, and realizing that we get overheard. I've talked to a lot of people about things I love, for instance, birds, or I'll pick anything I love, but that comes across because of authenticity. So you have to pick the thing that you're authentic about. For me, it's this data visualization, information picture that we present to people. Presenting war conjures all kinds of background and baggage people have about war. And the United States is pretty far away from World War II and Vietnam now, unfortunately. And we have very shallow history teaching in this country. So, and I think others might agree at the lower levels of schooling. So anyway, did any of that hit the target there?
Yes, thank you, Mary. Of course, absolutely. Something that you said that I thought very interesting. Well, you said lots of things that were very interesting, but one thing that jumped out at me specifically, what you just said then, was about the birds, about you love the birds and the authenticity with which you speak when you care about something so genuinely. And I actually think that makes a big difference. And maybe that's something that we can use to speak to people, as you're saying, to keep that conversation going, because maybe don't come in directly with talking about Ukraine, maybe start with, as your example, for talking about birds, and then that can be related back to Ukraine because of the eco side, for example, and all the things that Russians are doing to cause, damage in Ukraine to wildlife, to the environment. I just think that occurred to me then as you were explaining that, Mary. So maybe that's something that we can all use. It's another one of those tools that we say target the people with the things that they connect with. And maybe that goes along with that type of thing. I think start on that conversation that people do care about or that you care about. And then very often that can be related back to Ukraine anyway, because it has such a huge impact upon European security, upon, world security, upon peace and security, upon all these other things. Dan, did you have something you wanted to add there? You popped your hand up.
Yeah. I understand what Mary's saying, and I do that too, because the echo side of it is very disturbing to me. On top of the genocide, but last night we were talking on genocide segment. When we were ending the show, nobody knows what the Holocaust is. They think, a couple thousand Hebrews got killed, or minorities in Germany got killed that were undesirables for that regime during World War II and before. And then the Holodomor. That's funny. A lot of people, not funny, people don't even know it ever existed. We put a nice stamp on it back in the day and called it Stalin's famine. Well, yeah, it was his famine. He created it. But anyways, the way they labeled it was totally misrepresented. But what I wanted to say is, I do find on a daily basis the way I do it, and I'm not no PhD, but it doesn't take a rocket science to figure it out. When you got a 27-year-old that comes in with a different drama every day at work, when you're dealing with other people that you're supposed to be working for, and the staff is coming in with their dramas, and then they're sitting there all day at work, not interacting with the people that they work for. They're sitting looking at their Facebook or TikTok. That's a big one. Listen to that drama all night, and then they go, "Oh, look at this person on TikTok. Look at this person." So when they do that to me, I look at it and go, "Oh, yeah, that's funny. That's interesting." And they're doing something weird or something on TikTok. They're showing me a blurb or something, and I go, I wonder how that affects the people in Ukraine. And then I slip it in that way somehow. And then I get on a whole different subject. So, and how that social media is owned or developed by Chinese, and it's nothing but a bot machine for somebody to extract data from. So, as like all social media, but not all, but it wasn't created by anybody here in the United States. And then they go, "Oh, somebody in the United States wants to buy TikTok." I go, "Well, that's just trading one problem for another." So, anyways, yeah, I do that on a daily basis. I bump into people. My alarm might go off in the store. I have to be a little bit more subtle with it now because I don't want to get it thrown out of the store because everybody looks, I go when the seniors do their shopping, usually early in the morning or late at night when we slip out of our house. So we don't get trampled by, because we got a lot of students in my area. I don't want to get trampled in the store. I like to be the one running through the store doing the trampling. But anyways, with my cart, and I have that thing on the back of my phone on the back of the thing, and I forget my earphones a lot, which is convenient. And the alarm on my phone goes off. I have that air alert. And whether I have it turned down or not, it comes on and it's loud.
You want to see people running for cover behind the ketchup bottles and soap. But and anyways, when they go, what's up, what's up? So a couple of times I've explained to people very calmly, it's people getting genocided, and I explain further, but I try to do it in a calm manner. And then said, I'm sorry, I forgot to shut off my alarm. And I shut it off before the manager comes in and over and throws me out. Other times in the store, I have gone off on somebody because the person standing in line blamed the price of bread or gas or something. It's all because of those Ukrainians. It's all because of those Israelis. Oh, not good, because that really set me off. I couldn't help but react, and I did. I said a couple short and sweet and assertive sentences, and guess what? The lady looked at me in horror that made the remark. I was in the self-check, and 2 aisles over in the cashier's aisle, I saw 2 older people raise their hand and clap loudly. They clapped loudly, and that's when the manager stopped coming over to see if I was a security risk or not. But yeah, I do that on a daily basis, and that's how we all can do. I have a MriyaReport card in my car window. Hopefully nobody will kick my car in, but I don't care if they do. Well, I do. I'll know who it is. I got cameras all over the place. But anyways, I carry a Mariah card in my window, and I soon will be getting some pins. And I'm gonna wear them all the time because people can ask what that is and whatnot. But yeah, I get your meaning, Mary. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Go ahead, Christopher.
So yeah, Mary, thanks for sharing that. I had a call today from my Cubado, and a Cubata. It could be either, or it could be both, but they are sponsors for your wedding in the Greek Orthodox Church. They are the people that stand up, just like somebody stands up when you're baptized in the Greek Orthodox Church and stands up for you. And generally, it's a older family friend. And in the sort of village times, it was somebody who had a little bit more means than you did, just in case you expired before your child could take care of you. You expired and the child needed to be taken care of, that it would go to the godparent, and the godparent would be able to take care of the child. It isn't somewhat that way with the wedding, but anyway. So just explaining my Cubata. I haven't spoken to him in a very long time, probably months. And he generally asked what I was doing. And I was actually co-hosting at the time, and today I got the call, and it's probably one of the times I got yeeted out of the space. But he asked what I was doing, and I explained to him. I said, I have this, I explained what I did at MriyaReport and what I'm doing. And he just said, okay, okay, and, talked about the kind of topics that we were doing this month and the reasons why, and who we were having on. And that was it. He just wanted to know how I was doing, genuinely, I think. And I didn't do any other explanations except to just explain. And it was very matter of a fact. And I didn't feel, I think what was kind of remarkable about it was that I didn't, maybe it was because of our relationship, current, like our and past relationship, because I've known him for a couple of 20 years plus. So maybe it's that, but I just didn't feel like I needed to explain anything more. And he didn't really ask. He sort of asked me a little bit more follow-on kind of questions, but he didn't really get into it. And he's a smart guy. He knows. I'm sure he knows what's going on over there. And so I don't know. Maybe if we get together at some point in time, in the near future, we'll talk more about it. But in the sense that it was really surprising, I guess, when Mary, it sort of triggered me to think about this. What you were saying, it surprised me for myself that I didn't try to jump further in a conversation or try to give
additional color commentary or information about it. I just was very matter of fact with what's going on in my life, because that's what he wanted to know about, and that was it. There are no other explanations, and so it was kind of, so it's been making me thoughtful a little bit about it, and your comments just increased my willingness to continue to think on that as far as a method of communication. So thanks for your comments. Back to you, Trace.
Thank you very much, everybody. Yeah, I love that, Dan. An update with the alarm. Thank you very much for that. That's definitely a way that you can, well, I don't know, start those conversations. And I'm pleased to hear some of the good responses that you got. I carry that alarm around as well. I just don't care if people don't like to hear it. And I'd like to see them try and throw me out of the shop, quite frankly, for carrying around something like that anyway. But we shall see. Talking about the MriyaReport card, I'm thinking of decorating, you're going to laugh at this, Dan. I'm thinking of decorating my scooter this way, in blue and yellow MriyaReport things, so people ask me about it when I go. I was thinking about trying to make some stickers and trying to stick them all over my scooter, but I was thinking of trying to do like a whole body job. What do you think?
I think it would be
We shall see how it goes. Well, it depends if I'm able.
Can't be any worse, Tracy, than me wearing those yellow pants to Washington.
Hey, there was nothing wrong with that. I think that's fantastic. It's really good that you were wearing those. I think you really stand out to people, and people can see what you really care about, and that's important on that particular day, Dan. So I loved it that you wore those yellow and blue clothes. Was it yellow pants and blue top? Was it that the way
yellow
around?
pants. I had navy blue top, a navy blue turtleneck because it was a little chilly. But then I had my Great Scots Ukrainian plaid scarf on. I got a lot of comments, and people were chasing me around. A couple people with cameras. They look like the cameras that the newspaper people carry. Girl says, "Can I take your picture?" And I said, "What's it for?" Because I really don't. I don't. I'm camera shy. I really don't like cameras. But anyways, when she said, "Oh, just for myself," I said, "That's fine." But I went back and said something to Chris, and he goes, "Well," I says, "I guess I asked for it." He goes, "Yeah, you did. You dressed that way." But anyways, somebody made a comment once. I do wear some bright clothes once in a while, and somebody made a comment about I had bright pink pants. I got pink too, and somebody made a comment about them. I said, "You know what? At least I got pants on." Because they said, "Oh, you're too old to wear the pants that color." And I said, "Guess what? I'm lucky I got pants on at my age."
Yeah, always a good
Well,
comeback.
I will say this, Dan, about the scarf. You had at least two people, maybe three, while I was there, we were together, that actually their husband had the scarf, or they came up and they had their own scarf, the same scarf. So you know, you weren't you're just a garden variety there, son. You're just a garden variety. Back to you.
There you go. Nothing special about that after all. No, joking aside though. So what's Budanov been saying? He's been speaking on the air of the telethon, by the look of it. So the raids of the Russian volunteers will not end in the near future, he said, and they have strength. He added that Russian volunteers have been helping us from the very beginning, and now we will try to help them. Well, I will have to see if I can find more detail about what he's been saying there, because, of course, I don't just want those couple of comments. I want to find out all the rest of it. But I shall have to wait until there's a clip that I will then be able to add some subtitles to. So what else? Finland admits to the possibility of sending troops to Ukraine. Finnish foreign minister has said that the West should not completely reject the idea of sending troops to Ukraine if the situation gets any worse. Well, I think to me what she's saying is if we're forced to, which of course I absolutely agree with her, but I think they should have been there anyway, but that's a different story. It is important that we don't put things aside for the long term because you never know how serious the situation could become. Well, that's absolutely true. However, Finland's position is clear. We are not sending troops at the moment and do not want to discuss it, she said. So that's a very forceful comment indeed. Get them told, that's what I say. So some information coming out of the Finnish comment there. Right, now I noticed the General Staff report came in a little earlier. Go on, Christopher. Dan, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to add, yeah, I love how the Finns do stuff because I think they do stuff and don't tell anybody, usually. That's their way of saying, none of your business, and they just go about their business. And yeah, I love how they're doing stuff for the Ukrainians.
Yeah, just send the stuff and don't talk about it. I like that approach too.
They also
Get on with it.
True. Just to recap too. Think about the relationship Finland has with Russia and has had over the last couple of centuries. So yeah, there you go. I think if she's looking to get under Putin's skin, it might work. Back to you.
Thank you very much. So let's have a look. So Belgorod is still under attack, it seems like, and despite the fact that it's been under fire all day long, the authorities have still not yet announced an evacuation. So the only people that have announced an evacuation are the people that are attacking. That's just one of those juxtapositions of this war, I think, because these things keep adding up and adding up. So, shall we look at the General Staff report, Christopher? Would you like to see what they have to say today?
That would be lovely. Thank you very much. Oh, by the way, my 60-cup container of coffee is ready. It's actually not bad. I haven't made coffee in this catering coffee pot in a long time because I haven't had need to. And but now since I'm co-hosting with Tracy, I got to be prepared. Back to you.
What are you trying to say? Just because I've not slept all night, Christopher.
Well, listen, you're much younger than I am, so you can carry that. You carry that much better than I could. Back to you.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm just used to it. These things are sent to try us, and we all find ways to deal with our challenges in life. But yes, at 60-cup container, I think you are going to be even beating me there when it comes to coffee, Christopher. Now, you know what? You make me just decide that I have to need another cup of coffee now. Sorry.
No, not at all. I mean, I've got my ice cube trays ready. I'm gonna do the Dan the Man ice cube, iced coffee, ice cubes, ice coffee in ice cubes, so it doesn't dilute it. Back to you.
I mean, I don't understand iced coffee in winter. I do like iced coffee, but it only makes sense to me in summer. However, that's just me. Now, what am I doing? I'm looking for things that I've lost. There it is. Thank you very much. So let's go on to the General Staff report whilst my coffee machine makes my coffee. So today we have had 50 combat clashes took place during the day. 1 missile and 43 airstrikes were carried out, including 58 attacks from rocket salvo systems. The enemy did not conduct offensive assault actions in Kupiansk direction, and only 1 enemy attack in the Limansky direction, which of course was repelled. Bakhmut, soldiers repulsed 4 enemy attacks in the areas of Ivanovsky, Klishkivka, and east of Chaziv Yar. In the Avdiivsk direction, defenders repelled more than 10 enemy attacks. On the Novopavlivsky direction, the defense forces continue to hold back the enemy in the areas of Krasnorivka, Georgiivka, and Novomikhailivka. and with the support of aviation, the enemy tried 19 times to break through the defence troops in this direction. In the Kyiv direction, the enemy attacked the positions of defenders 4 times, specifically in the areas of Robotny, northwest of Lvov, in Zaporizhia region, and in the Kherson direction. During the day, the enemy carried out, notifications, 2 attacks on the positions of troops on the left bank of the Dnipro. During the day, the aviation of the Defence Forces struck 4 areas where the enemy personnel, weapons and military equipment are concentrated, and units of missile forces damaged a command post, 2 personnel concentration areas, and 1 enemy air defence system. So more air defence systems taken out there. Now, let's go over the numbers of the day, shall we? Because I've not read them out for, I don't know, quite a few hours now. So I should do that for you all. So let's go first with the Air Force report. So we just had this morning, I think it was 2, if I remember rightly, 2 Shaheds. Yes, 2 Shaheds were destroyed in the Kharkiv region by the Air Forces last night. It doesn't mention how, no mention of electronic warfare or anything else like that. So let's look at the enemy losses for today. So enemy losses as reported by the General Staff this morning were 1,160 eliminated invaders, 21 tanks, 24 APCs, 26 artillery systems, 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems, 14 UAVs, 2 cruise missiles, 31 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 1 special equipment. And then on to the demining figures for today from the State Special Transport Service, when I just scroll back far enough to find them. So demining for today, the last 24 hours, is 248.97 hectares of land cleared and examined, and 543 explosive items removed. So still staying really high in the category of the explosive items, which is absolutely fantastic news. I hope it doesn't mean that's just because there's more coming and that's why the increase. I'm looking on the side of it's because, one, people like ourselves in this community here are doing everything that we can to help purchase things like mine detecting devices, which is the fundraising campaign that we had not long ago. And thanks to all you incredible people here, we did really, really well with that. And we were able to cut, I think it was 17, if I remember rightly. I'm pretty sure it was 17 mine detecting devices that we were able to purchase, and then they got sent to Ukraine, along with the help of Wardogo and Gaz, who delivered them there, and all these horizontal connections. And Gaz, of course, is another one who does this as well, in terms of not only delivering mine detecting devices, but also going out there and training people. And Gaz has been here to speak to us, actually, with Wardogo, and I'm so sorry, I forget the name of the other engineer, sapper, that was there when Gaz was speaking. So I'm really, really sorry to that person. I apologise. That's really bad of me to forget that person's name. But we were speaking to them and they were explaining just how incredibly useful these devices are. And that actually, in one occasion, they were able to detect an explosive item like 2 meters away from the person that's using this device, which is obviously fantastic because that gives you much more chance to be able to, I don't know what they do with these things, diffuse these things or blow these things up, or lots of different ways that they choose to, or that they have available to them to expose of them. In fact, including blowing them up sometimes in situ. So we see that very often as well. And I think I've seen that twice this week, actually, explosive items removed. And one was one of those 500-pound bombs, Christopher, that had fallen on somebody's house and not exploded. So, and then finally in demining today, the European Union have handed over 10 demining systems to the State Special Transport Service. So these are DOK-INGMV. Okay, that's a great acronym. That's just just to make it more confusing. These are demining systems. Let's have a look. Currently, it already works remotely and neutralizes anti-personnel and anti-tank mines, as well as other munitions in the Mykolaiv region. This is the most powerful system in the world in its category, and it's designed for work in large areas. Thanks to the remote control, it's particularly safe to use. And the head of the administration of the Transport Service, Major General Bodan, was convinced of the effectiveness of the work and hopes that it will improve the capabilities of the Ukrainian troops and allow the sappers to demine deoccupied territories faster and safer, which of course is the most important thing, isn't it? Faster and safer. So the fact that they're going to get another 10 of these is pretty cool. Don't you think, Christopher? I love to see when demining machines and demining things are given.
I just like the big toy. More toys, please. Back to you.
Yes, more toys indeed. That's always very good. So let me see what else we can tell you from the State Special Transport Service. Nothing. I was just looking to see if there were any more updates on anything else interesting there. So now then, let's have a look. What is Colonel Yuri Ignat saying? So this is, of course, the spokesman for the Air Force. Victory on earth is forged in heaven, he said. I say this every time, thanking our defenders of the sky, pilots, anti-aircraft fighters, everyone who is watching over the airspace, and everyone who ensures this result. Since the full-scale invasion, I've personally thanked this person only twice a year on a birthday and a professional holiday. So he's saying that he wants to thank Colonel Yuri Ignat for the 5th time for the productive work for the head of the Public Relations Service of the Air Force Command. So, like I said, he's the spokesman for the Air Force, so that's why they're talking about the Public Relations Service of the Air Force Command. He doesn't say much very often, this guy, but I always find when he does say things, they're always very interesting. It's like when all this talk was going on about the F-16s all the time, and I noticed all the way along he kept saying the same thing. And I don't know if other people noticed it the way that I did, but it seemed to me that everybody was catching on to everything else and not really paying attention to what he was saying, because although he didn't spell it out specifically in great detail, from what he said, I read enough between the lines to see that he was saying it's more than just about the actual being donation of the planes. And he was pointing out about the infrastructure and all the things that go along with that all the way along. And I just don't know if that was picked up. I think it was kind of glossed over a little bit, or maybe people just didn't want to pay attention to that part of what he was saying. I don't know. That could be just the way I see things, but anyway, never mind. What is going on now? I will tell you what is going on now. You are all going to do us a solid and retweet the space, if you wouldn't mind, please. I'm asking you nicely. Thank you very much. Why? Because this is what we ask you to do around here. This is how you all can help and play an active role. If you're not able to play an active role in other ways, retweeting and resharing is definitely a way that you can do that. Dan dropped down and is coming back up to join us. So everybody seems to be popping up and down today. And the other reason we ask you to retweet is because we had a crash not long ago, and we have only populated to 163 people. Now, of course, other people could be doing other things. It is Saturday, and they could be calling their representatives, which they should be doing, Christopher, and we would allow them to, of course, take time away from the space to be contacting their representatives. Sorry,
No,
coughing. I apologise.
You can multitask. You don't have to come up and speak while you're doing your multitasking, but you can multitask. Back to you.
This is very true. Just be careful, because if you have a phone like mine that continues to play the space whilst you're on a phone call, you just want to make sure that the space is off. Anyway, I do this all the time. Do you do that, Christopher? I do
Well,
this because
I always check the mic before I leave to go to the privy, and then I check the mic while I'm in, and then I check the mic again, just to make sure that the mic hasn't decided to do something on its own, because that would be embarrassing. Back to you.
well, I just keep looking at the mic. Don't stop looking at it. Sorry, not that you all needed to know that. Now then, sorry, I was making a cup of coffee and my computer closed down. So let's see what's been going on in Sumi, I think, today. Shall we catch up with that? Because we had some not so good news from Sumi overnight, and I want to see on what's the latest information on that. So we've had a little bit of levity, and we've had some very good experiences. Let's get back to some seriousness, shall we? This is the information that you can tell your representatives. These are the things that happen every day in Ukraine. This does not stop. And these are the things that we must continue to inform many more people about, because, you know, I keep pondering this. I don't suppose it matters really. I suppose what matters is that we just keep sharing that information. And, you know, but this question occurs to me all the time about, I'm not going to go into the various reasons of why people go around in their various bubbles, or why they're not engaged, or why they don't know what's going on. But I think when you try to push this information towards them, just some of the things that Dan was saying, that people come back with, the ridiculous things that they still believe at this stage, how much of that is just they're not informed enough for whatever the reasons or why they don't have that information, and how much of it is versus people that just no matter what you tell them, they're not going to listen, and you're not going to be able to change their mind or reach them in any kind of a way, even if you do that on a slow scale and plant that seed. Of course, we cannot know that, it's just speculation, but I hope one day we see a break in this, is I guess what I'm saying, and that one day we all see that basically those things that get said to us become less and less. That's the only way that we're going to know that we've succeeded in informing as many people as possible, because we have to keep doing it. We have to keep pushing that information out there, as tedious as it may seem, you know, as repetitive as it may seem. We have to keep sharing that. We have to keep informing more people, because whilst ever there are people that are uninformed, then that is an enemy to democracy and an enemy to Ukraine, because even if they are not actively working against Ukraine, by default, if they are not helping, as far as I'm concerned, they're working against Ukraine. Dan?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick my neck out on a limb here and say most of it's people just do not want to know. Because when I say something, this is going on, and or something, because they make a remark about something stupid on Facebook or the TV. I hardly watch the TV anymore because the news is terrible here. I used to have German friends come in from Germany back in the 80s, and the mother and daughter used to sit there and laugh watching the news here, because we repetitively would say something for a week, still on the same, you know, subject. Anyways, so yeah, I'm gonna stick my neck out and say most people just, they're news lazy. They've gotten sick of the same feed, getting it all the time. They want to be entertained. Sometimes they can get entertained with news. I no longer watch news to be entertained. I want to hear the news. I want to hear it objectively. And sometimes I can't even do that on PBS as much as I like PBS, because that has a money trail too. Yeah, I think people just don't care anymore. They don't care. They're more caught up in their day-to-day lives, and they think they're the center of the world. And you know, we all have busy lives, but I just can't I don't know. I myself as an individual, I'm an older guy. I'm not comfortable just sitting around doing nothing. I need to learn new things, either about myself or the space around me or what's going on in the world. Yeah, I think basically people are lazy. You know, if this stuff was on TikTok or Facebook, I mean, the actual stupid ads they put on there, if they put some ads on there of Ukraine going at it and people getting, you know, the MriyaReport, the theater, if they put that on TikTok, you know, the visual, and, you know, I wonder if that would change their minds, because it certainly did when the Israelis were going in after Hamas, and they were screaming about Palestinians getting killed in hospitals before they knew the news, the actual facts. So I'm sorry, I'm ranting.
Well, I mean, you're right. The last point that you make, they did do that, absolutely. And this is, you know, it's something that we have to fight to change in parallel with helping Ukraine, along with everything else. Otherwise, we just continue to end up in this perpetual cycle, don't we, of misinformation and disinformation and people having the power to be able to manipulate. It's funny, actually, we never got to talk to John, is it? I forget his surname now, John Kilmat, I think, from Valikar yesterday, because he ended up not being able to come, which I won't go into the details why, because that's his business. But unfortunately, he had to let us down, which was very sad indeed. But he's going to come back and speak to us next week. Now, it's one of the things that I was going to cover, actually, Christopher, talking about that in the AI and the way that he was using that technology, because it's not new, is it? In some form, it's been around for a while, and in some ways is used in certain organisations. And I just find it really interesting, because I'm kind of really very torn on the benefits as opposed to the negative sides of things, the pros and cons, I guess, because there's this, what I would call the sinister side that people are able to use that for. And I'm thinking specifically in terms of advertising, although in some way it's no different from advertising and sales techniques that people have used in advertising for a long time. It's just the digital capabilities and the way that it's delivered to people, I guess. And I don't know. What do you think about that? But this is the question I was coming up with, because, you know, you can do, like I was reading in, I think it was the report from Harvard, and they were talking in there about, and I thought that's a really an interesting example that they give. Is being able to use this software, this technology, to read people's micro expressions. They were talking about in this example that they gave, for example, in a public place like a train station, and then if everybody's, I don't know, in a really depressed mood, and there seems to be a depressed mood, maybe put out advertising that cheers them up or things like this. And I was reading that thinking that's a really sinister application of the product, but of course people will think in those terms, and in some cases do, and you know, it's used, as I said, with some companies surprisingly many more than people would think, actually, when you read through the list of companies and the ways that they use it, and in some cases in healthcare companies. But of course they're not reading your facial expressions in that part unless you've given previous permission to do that. Go ahead, Dan, whilst Christopher comes back to the mic.
Yeah. I'll quickly say, yeah, I agree with what you said about advertising, and that's what people basically want. They want a zombie quick, I call it a zombie quick pill, because the advertising today is created for zombies. They just want a quick pill and go, that's nice. It's not going to change anybody's view on what they buy or not. I very much doubt that. The advertising and marketing today is, sorry. But anyways, you don't want me to go into that area. But anyways, yeah, they want a quick pill.
Anyway, there's so many different applications for customer service management systems and things like that. And I can see that it's got loads of really good uses, like that. And so it's like anything, isn't it, that I was saying previously, that you have to just hopefully focus on the benefits. And there's always going to be downsides and negatives of any industry and any new product, and these are the things that we just have to look at, I guess.
Well, yeah, sure. When we're looking at that particular use of the technology of being able to, of the facial recognition kind of technology, there were two sort of camps that came up, and one was the camp of how does this emotional or emotive artificial intelligence get you, meaning the person who's consuming this, to be a more empathetic individual, right? So it seemed that it was a sort of personal coaching for executives that can't really understand or get in touch with their lower level employees' actual issues, right? So that's how I thought about that one. And the other one is kind of what you've been speaking about. The other camp seems to be the one that says, how can I utilize this to understand the mood of a crowd, or understand the mood of a set of individuals, or but how can I, but to use that for a purpose that isn't exactly straightforward, and more likely leans towards being nefarious rather than not. And then that is so in other words, being able to, the lie detector situation is one of those. Is the person lying, or is the person telling the truth? I mean, and then being able to play that out over, maybe it's a learning model that starts off with stuff that's already happened, where we know because it's happened in the past. So in other words, a person comes up to a microphone in front of a podium and makes some sort of speech or some sort of press. It's a presser of some kind, and they're talking, and then they get some questions, whatever, and then they go away. And you're not quite sure if they're telling you the full truth or all the truth or any of the truth, right? And then you train it with that because it's happened in the past, and now in the present, you understand whatever it is, maybe 6 months down the road, maybe 6 years down the road, you go, wait a second, so and so, when they said that about this, was lying. And it comes out, and you find out that it was lying. And then the model gets trained to see that affirmation of the facial tics, if you will, as lies. And this, I guess, would have, I was hoping we would have a discussion slightly about would it be possible to pick out the Putins, right? Was the model trained enough to pick out so that you could have enough data in there that you could pick out the Putins? And then can you pick them out in real? The other thing I wanted to know a little bit was, can you do this? How well can you do this in real time? So there's one thing to be able to go back and review a tape that has existed, that has had some time to mature or marinate or whatever you want to say about it, that 2, 3, 5 days down the road, a week down the road, a year down the road, but that's an event that already occurred. Now, how much can that be transferred to current ongoing live events? And so if you had a profiling, now, what was the movie? I think it was with Schwarzenegger, where the police predicted your future crimes. Anyway, so this is the kind of thing. If you had the ability to watch a crowd, for example, and hone in on individuals that had the appearance of being nefarious, would that be a success if you stopped something, or would it be a profiling incident? I don't know. Back to you.
Well, it's interesting you end on that comment, Christopher, because that was one of my thoughts as well. No matter how intelligent it gets, and surely there are, I don't know, I was thinking of medical conditions. That was the first thing that sprung to my mind. Surely there must be some medical conditions that cause you to have these certain responses in your face that the software then may pick up or read as being something completely different. So that was one of my first things, and I guess profiling sort of goes along with that same type of thing.
Yeah.
Go
Oh,
ahead,
sorry.
Dan. Sorry, go on, Christopher.
No, I was going to say we have Dan. Back to you.
I was just gonna say, yeah, Christopher, I'd be arrested on the spot. I wouldn't get through a turnstile at a subway or through a airport with my expressions. Yeah, because I may be making a different expression, and it means nothing about what I'm actually thinking. Yeah, yeah. But I hear what you said. Yeah, it might be good for those things.
Well, so this technology that he's talking about is using heat in some way as well as reading other things. So it's interesting, isn't it? Will things like Botox affect that? Can things be read through things like that? There's got to be certain signs that can be read through things like that, and then other things that are reduced because of things like that. But yeah, medical conditions, all of those things. And when Chris Windley first mentioned this to us, that was my first thought, actually, Christopher. Can you tell which Putin you were analysing and how many different Putins are there?
Oh, I think it's fascinating. Even if your percentage of a surety is only 60 or 70%, it's still just a really kind of, because we have pretty good, we meaning the OSINT, the bigger OSINT, we have a pretty good idea that there are more than one Putin. Back to you.
So yes, we remain to see what happens with the developments of this, and I've got a big A4 page of questions to ask, so I put them to one side. Oh, only I have to write them out again because I knocked coffee on them earlier on. So, but fortunately, I can still read them. So, not that you needed to know that, but I'm telling you all anyway. So, where are we to go now, Christopher? We do not have very long left. I think we should talk about our drone fundraiser again and ask people to chuck their spare cash across to MriyaReport.org. And whilst you are there, check out MriyaReport.org/educate. This is a really good page. It shows you lots of the different fundraising campaigns that we've had, the amounts of money that we've been able to use to buy things to donate to the various units that we've helped. So go check that out because, well, if you've donated, if you've spoken about this, if you've retweeted, if you've shared in any kind of way, any of the things that you've done, then you have been part of that. So go and check out all the good on the website there and have a look because it really is heartwarming. Now, I was talking about Summit earlier on, so let's see what's happened in Summit, see if we have an updated report from the attack. Let me see. So we have, there's 6 o'clock and we have an updated report 5 minutes later. So the work at the site of the 5-storey building has now been completed by the emergency services. This is, of course, where on March the 13th, entrances 1 and 2 of the 5-storey apartment building were destroyed. So there were lots of apartments, as you can imagine, destroyed there. 15 residents of Sumy were injured and 3 people died. 12 of those that were injured are still in medical facilities, and unfortunately, 1 person is still considered missing. All the damaged windows around in the areas have now been restored. Water, gas, heat, and electricity supply has been restored, with the exception, of course, of the destroyed entrances. Residents of the affected apartments who expressed a desire to relocate have now been temporarily relocated. So we'll just see if there's an update from the state emergency services. Sometimes they give a little bit more of a detailed update about the amounts of units that were involved and things like that. So let's have a look. Just have to try and find Sumi, but they do give an update on. Let's have a look. Yeah, here we go. Sumi, 4 days of working in the Sumi region. Dismantling of the destroyed building and structures and clearing, and the debris was carried out. In total, 345 cubic meters of destroyed buildings, I guess, was rubble, garbage was removed. The point of invincibility has been deployed, and 308 citizens did receive advisory assistance in solving household and other problems, and 60 people received psychological assistance as well. And then an update from Dnipropetrovsk. So that's continuing to go on there. 90 square meters was damaged by fire. Fires have now also been extinguished. So that's the latest reports from the Sumi region and the state emergency services. I was just checking all the rest of the military administrations, because very often in an evening they'll put reports out and we get to see. And let's see if General Tanavsky's got anything. Still no report from him today, Christopher. I hope that means good news. No news is good news. This is what I choose to believe for now anyway. Until I am told otherwise, that is, of course. And let's hope that does not happen. So let's see what the Energy Minister has got to say today, shall we? And we'll see what's going on there, because there's been lots of shelling and things going on. I want to catch up to date. We did see earlier on that lots of customers were restored. So 7,000 customers were restored. Yeah, in Nikopol, hostilities and ventilation ducts were damaged. 10 subscribers were disconnected from gas supply in Dnipropetrovsk. 42,000 consumers in 76 settlements remain without electricity in Donetsk, but gas supply was restored to 26 families in that region. In Zaporizhia region, energy companies restored electricity supply to more than 200 consumers. As a result of hostilities, more than 3,700 metering points in 50 settlements still remain without electricity. In Mykolaiv region, 10,700 consumers lost power, but within an hour, everybody was restored. Odessa region, energy workers healed 535 consumers who had been left without electricity after the rocket attack there. In Sumi region, due to the hostilities of which I just mentioned, then 7,400 metering points in 79 settlements still remain without electricity, and 50 households were also disconnected from gas supply. So let me see. A couple of more regions to cover.
I always like the way it translates, and it says they've been healed. Back to you.
Yeah, I like that too. Yeah, sorry, I kind of forgot that I read that out, because I'm like you, I like that too, so I like to leave it in. So I've gotten so used to saying it up to now, I've forgotten about that part, so thank you for highlighting that, Christopher. You just made me smile then. Ternopil region, due to the damage to the underground distribution gas pipeline in Chorvitsky, gas supply to 13 household consumers was stopped. In the city of Zoriv, gas supply to 42 residential buildings was stopped due to damage to a gas pipeline. In the Kharkiv region, 17,500 metering points in 63 settlements still remain without electricity. As a result of hostilities, gas supply to 630 consumers was cut off, while gas supply was then eventually restored to 326 households. In Kherson region, 3,000 consumers were disconnected. 45 settlements, which covers 25,800 metering points, were cut off in the region. And finally, Chernihiv, as a result of hostilities, 2,800 metering points across 32 settlements are without electricity. In the city of Chernihiv, there was also a gas leak in an apartment of a multi-story building, and due to that, gas supply to five subscribers was stopped. But that's, of course, until they just take care of that, and then that will be resupplied to the rest of those consumers where there was not a leak. So there is the energy report for today. Christopher, I feel like I've railroaded all the time today. Is there anything that you would like to talk about?
Well, no, not today so much. I started out with a bit of complications with my day, and it has gotten a little bit better, but hasn't gotten significantly better. So I'm here. I'm being supportive. I just don't think I can. I just don't have anything that I've lined up and gotten put up. But I'm working on my 60 cups of coffee. How's that? That's you.
You are doing fantastically, Christopher. You are doing all the hard work, all the travelling about, our roving reporter, so we can bring these wonderful experiences to people and get to be able to speak to people like Kate. So if you weren't here earlier, well, you missed a wonderful experience. It was difficult to hear in some ways, but it's things that we have to hear because we need to hear the realities of what's going on the ground. And, you know, incredible women like Kate doing all the amazing things that they're doing. She volunteers with Rebel Volunteers in Mykolaiv, and they deliver aid all across different areas. She was talking about some of the really difficult areas that she'd been to. I think maybe she saw some children recently and that affected her particularly badly, which of course you would understand. And she's even had to sacrifice being separated from her own son to be able to do what she's doing as well, Christopher. That was something else that she told us.
Yeah, and she explained why she had put him out of harm's way, and made her own way back, and then now is also, getting some strength from her partner who is working alongside her. So it's kind of like a bittersweet thing. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Clyde, welcome. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I apologize. I'm sure you guys you've been over this many times, but and as far as the impact, the quantitative impact to their refining capacity, but with all the refinery strikes, I think you said 9 refineries or whatever it's been so far. Just a brief. I'm asking just for any brief comments on just how people feel. If anybody knows the total refining capacity that's been damaged, that is offline, at least for now, in Russia, and how and when does that cascade into fuel for their army?
Well, I think I can. I think I can address a little bit about what Will Thiel has said. He's really the individual that has probably the best handle on it out of the folks here. You got a hot mic there, buddy.
Sorry.
That's okay. I got you. Where are you? There you go. So what he was speaking about is that the interesting thing about what they're doing is that they're hitting pieces of the infrastructure of the refining facilities that are not easily replaceable, that require a huge amount of skill, and Oyvind talked about this too a little earlier today. But you need all of these very specialized individuals who have welding skills, and it's not just welding, pig iron or cheap steel together, but these various alloys that are deployed inside these vacuum, and I'm speaking of a vacuum column, and I'm doing this kind of from my memory of hearing him a couple of times, that the sort of separator plates that are in there are all specific in terms of where they're placed, but they're also specific in terms of their kind of their metallurgical content, to help separate the various things that you can get out of oil, gasoline being one of them. I think what you're seeing is a systematic takedown of these pieces of the infrastructure that will, in some cases, it might, make a big dent in what the place is able to refine. That's a question for him, not so much that I know about that, but also it doesn't, I don't think it, according to what I remember Oyvind saying, is that it doesn't necessarily knock the place offline, but it would reduce its capacity to bring things to market after the oil comes in. And the other thing that Will noted, and it's probably a good one, is that what do they don't really have they meaning Russia doesn't have the ability to shut down the wells because they might not get them restarted. So the oil wells are pumping and the oil is being moved via pipe to either storage facilities or to directly into a refining facility. And if you stop the ability to, as that oil comes in, if you've ever watched, sorry, this just came to mind. If you've ever watched I Love Lucy from the old 50s American TV sitcom, there's one where she's in a factory and she has to box up chocolates and she gets behind her and she just can't, and she's stuffing chocolates in her bra. Right, so it's that kind of thing there. What are they going to do with the oil, right? And so they could then dump it on the market, and if they dump it on the market, Will was saying, well, that'll kind of piss off the Saudis and the Emirates and that OPEC conglomeration of individuals that they've made a pact with in terms of to try to keep the oil price stable. And of course, dumping it on the market hurts. Well, it'll hurt us too, because at a certain point, the oil that we can extract costs a certain amount of money per barrel. And if the whole price then goes down, then that's problematic. So I think Will was saying that we have, I think, 6 or 7 of these, maybe it's more, but he was saying another 10 of these oil refinery places in rapid succession would really bring the entire industry to, basically to a halt, because you couldn't do the repairs fast enough, and there would be a cascading sort of set of catastrophes on down the food chain, the oil, as the products kind of thing. So when does it hit the government? I mean, when does it hit military? I don't know. I mean, I think I would be looking to see if people can no longer buy gasoline for themselves, at a gas station. I'm sorry, nope, very sorry, you're not a military vehicle. You can't buy gas. I mean, maybe that will have. I would look for some of those indicators. But yeah, I hope that helps. But that's basically from my memory of recapping. I'm not anywhere near an expert in this category. I just I enjoy listening.
So, well, follow up here, if I could. How much do you know how much refining capacity they have east of the Urals, like out, clear out there, heck and gone?
I don't, but Oyvind might. Oyvind, go ahead, please.
I don't know much about capacity, but what Beefeater said was that they are the largest of any with the refinery capacity in Europe, if you include if you include them in Europe. But what the number is, I don't know. I have no clue. But I want to add. I think Christopher explained it very well. If you, what I want to add is, okay, if you destroy 2 of these vacuum towers in different places, you might have the capacity of engineers, and maybe some of the welders, etc. And you might get some from India or whatever. They can import people to do welding. You might be able to handle 2, and then it will take maybe at least 6 months, maybe a year to do these 2. But when you hit 9, you are nowhere in the capacity of with people, because you need maybe a team of 100 engineers and logistic people and etc. To handle one of these repair project. But you don't have 900 of these people. You don't. And then I will add one additional. I mentioned it earlier today, but I can repeat it. They have Lukoil used the German maintenance and logistic system called SAP. SAP is used all over the world. They are probably the biggest one in maintenance, spare parts, logistic systems. Economy is there and planning is there as well. Now, on the 20th of March, that's a few days from now, SAP will close the clothes they have in Russia for Russians. So any Russian company who previously had a contract with them are not able to do the stuff. They can't get everything that is in SAP. They can't see it. They can't get it. They can't transfer it. So unless they have transferred it to another system, they are in trouble. They probably have to rely on a paper system telling you the number of the item number of every equipment, etc., and details, etc. And that will require much more people. I don't know if they have actually transferred to another system, because they got the warning 2 years ago from SAP. There was a lot of pressure on SAP to stop the business in Russia, and they said that, yeah, we need some time, and I don't know what happened. But if the Russians have believed that now it's just they are just threatening us, it will not happen, then they haven't transferred. Then they are in really big trouble. Now, that's what all the details I have. I can tell you more about vacuum columns, etc., if you want that, but I don't think that is the point.
Let me just amplify what you had said earlier. That you had mentioned you were talking about looking at the destruction which would have happened, and you mentioned some very important things. You mentioned the communications cables and the way that the electronics work to make everything, the valves and all that, the regulators, everything that happens. That you mentioned that, and it would have to go, because that's not spare parts that they keep around. And that being a really big pain in the butt if you have to go manual. So I thought that was a really good point that you had made earlier. Back to you.
Yeah. My experience, I've been in the oil and gas business for over 30 years. My experience is that instrument people, they are a little bit precious. They first they have to have a in-depth knowledge about the equipment they are working on, not necessarily on the specific plant, but the type of equipment. If it is of one branch or made by somebody else, they are different. But these people, they are also used in the arms manufacturing. So I will guess they have been hijacked all over Russia to speed up the arms production. So they have taken it from everyone, and including the oil and gas and the energy sector. So they are not easy to get. And then if somebody in Russia say, okay, we have to prioritize to get this refinery back in business, and then then ask around, where do we find instrument technicians? Where do we find instrument engineers, automation engineers? Where do we find them? And then they have to nick them back from the arms production. So and also these guys, some of them, the automation engineers, there were probably those who escaped the country after 24th February 2022, because they are the guys that easily get a job abroad as well. Thank you.
Oh, amazing. All wonderful points. Thank you so much for popping back up and helping clarify that. I hope that Clyde, that is good enough for now until we find Will.
Did you have a follow-up there, Clyde?
Yes, thank you very much for all that discussion. I'll step down.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your question. So, Christopher, we do not have long left to go now. It's been a long day, but it hasn't seemed like a long day because we were joined by such a wonderful guest. So that leaves us maybe just time to speak about more wonderful guests that we are going to be joined by. And who is this, I hear you ask? Well, I shall tell you, because you shall all be very pleased to know, and I would like you all to please share this, because this is very important, for we are having a conversation. Well, I won't be, because I won't be doing the co-hosting, but Chuck Farrer will be doing the co-hosting, and he will be speaking to the SBU Alpha Unit, the Special Operations Unit of the SBU.
Yes, yeah,
They will be.
but I think you probably will have a question or two. So I don't think that you should discount yourself. Maybe if you're not in the chair, that's okay. But this is your specialty, and it would be nice to have a little tidbit to be able to bring to the show this evening, though. Wouldn't that be cool? Something, a little nugget that no one has any, maybe there's something to glean from this. But anyway, I say that because I see Chuck has snuck in through the side door. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Well, would me have a question or two for the SBU and, well, the Special Operations Alpha Unit? What would on earth make you think such a thing, Christopher? I do not know.
Well, I don't
Maybe
know,
it's because
because you have a shrine. Back to you.
Now that's going a bit far, even for me, Christopher. I know I have a bit of a soft spot for the SBU in general, and of course for the Alpha Unit, where I got a wonderful patch, which you can all see the flag as well.
Soft spot. You're like a 10-day-old pavlova in the fridge that's disintegrated into a bubbly, gooey, yummy mess. Anyway, I'm sorry. I tease you because I know how much you really love these guys. Okay, and you really respect them. Back to you.
Respect where respect is due. This is what I say. Credit where credit's due. I do not give credit to people that do not deserve it, Christopher. You know this about me by now. And me, I'm too tough to have a soft spot. I do not know what you're talking about. But joking aside, no. You must all come and join us, because we are very lucky to be joined by special guest Leon from Alpha Special Operations Unit of the SBU, and he's going to be speaking to, of course, our very own MriyaReport's very own Navy SEAL Team 6 squadron leader, or former squadron leader, Chuck Farrer. So this is going to be a really interesting conversation. Now, whilst I may have a question or two, of course, Chuck Farrer will do a much better job at leading the conversation and having that interview with our very special guest. So please join us for that. And that's in the nest for you all to retweet and reshare. These guys, I mean, it's one thing to be joined by anybody that chooses to spend their downtime, their spare time with us, given everything that these guys and girls have to do in the field every single day. But for Special Operations Forces, it's not any more meaningful than anyone else. Of course, everybody's just as equally important. But what I mean is, the jobs that these guys do are so specialist, aren't they? And as Chuck Farrer has explained to us as well, the special forces community in some ways is very small, and many people know each other. So of course, you know, it's a certain community, and they do spooky boo things that we cannot always get to talk about, and they do things on the ground which hugely make a difference in changing things strategically. Look at some of the operations that we have been able to hear about. The Boyka Towers, for example, there's that one. Was the operation to liberate Zmieni Island. That was, I got to ask Alexander from SBU Alpha about that. That was the question I asked him. I don't know if you heard that previously, Christopher. That was something I was interested in. And one thing that he explained then was that it was much more difficult because obviously this was a much more fortified am I saying the right word now? I can't get my words out at the end of the day. I'm so sorry. Fortified location. That's what I'm trying to say. And of course, that makes it a lot more difficult. But you can watch the SBU documentaries if you don't know what I'm talking about. They are all there available for you to watch. There is one about the Crimean Bridge operation, called the Crimean Bridge, of course. There is one about Bakhmut, which is called The Road to Life. This one's about the special operations snipers of the Alpha unit. So go and listen to that, go watch that. And that gives you an idea of some of the things that these guys do that they can't talk about. But anyway, join us for this guest experience because you will be able to speak to Leon yourself. Maybe you will be able to ask some questions. Maybe you will be able to think of better questions than I can. But I've got, I don't know, about 1 million questions to ask. I'm really interested in this interoperability that we've been talking about, that you and I, Christopher, a little bit. It's something that they spoke about in one of the SBU documentaries, actually in the one about Kyiv, when they talked about, they explained about destroying the command and control post of the Russians in the rear in the battle for Kyiv, and the way that the SBU worked together with different operations for the artillery in ways that they'd never worked before, and the ways that they all operated together was something very unique that Vasil Maliuk explained in that documentary. And I thought that was really, really interesting because I'm keen to know how much they can tell us about how much of this has continued, and well, I would assume that that's increased. And I'm also really, really interested to find out how much, if any, support, and if there's anything they can tell us about the support that they get from partners across the world and other special operations communities, for example. I'm not sure how much of this they're able to tell us. It's difficult to know, isn't it? I always just think that they can't tell us anything.
Well, I would be interested too, and to see what the lessons learned are. Right, so that might be something that would be a little bit less in terms of, because it's not specific necessarily. So I'd be curious about that. It is something that they're really leaning on this as being somewhat of their as a high point in their successes that they've had with the challenges that have been given to them by the invading genocidal forces, and also some of the challenges that they've been presented by their alleged, sorry, I shouldn't editorialize, with the commitments that the free world has made to them. There's some challenges with having those come to fruition. So yeah, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Christopher. You're right. And, you know, the other thing as well is I want to know, do they see any signs of partners learning best practices from them as well? Because they have a lot of experiences that ours don't have. I mean, for example, you know, you didn't think that we would ever be fighting trench wars again in this day and age. So it's not something that NATO has a lot of experience with either in that sense, in terms of ever fighting a war like that or ever really training on a huge level for something on this scale. Of course, they would do some type of basic training in this sense, I would guess, you know, especially if you're talking about urban situations and things like that. But yeah, I would like to see if they see any examples of partners that are teaching them best practices of those partners, learning things from them as well, because it's an equal partnership, isn't it? It has to go both ways, and both sides have a lot to learn from each other, I feel, anyway, but that's just me. Flickerfella, welcome.
Thank you, True.
Pickled
Yeah, that's
Flickerfella.
right. You got pickled. No, I just really wanted to quickly pop up on the speaker panel and tell you, Christopher and Tracy, thank you so much. I was diligently listening to conversations you guys had. I did have my hands a little bit, busy doing other stuff, but I know it's getting closer to where you guys probably going to be rotating out. I just wanted to personally thank you for really interesting topics that you guys discussed and everything that you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pickled Flickerfella. I'm glad you are here, because if you are not following Pickled Flickerfella, you should go and do so. Check out his pinned profile, because there you will see a link to NAFO club.tv, I think. It's pinned on his profile anyway, and this is where you can see these SBU documentaries that I just mentioned. Also some documentaries from the GUR of various different operations that have happened. Of course, the Boyka Towers again, because again, this interoperability, this is what I'm really liking to see of the limited reporting that we've been able to be exposed to, and that they've given us, and the, well, I don't know, the units working together, those special operations forces from Budanov, and of course, Vasil Maliuk, the different units coming together to work together. Flickerfella?
Oh, Tracy, I just wanted to come up again, and I couldn't. I was gonna not say anything because you already said so much about it. But those SBU series, they're just amazing. You introduced them to me, and I mean, I loved it. My favorite one is the Battle for Kiev. When they really talk in detail about how they planned this very intricate, very sophisticated attack on Russian command center that was deploying basically, and if it was going to be fully deployed, it was going to provide a lot of command and control and coordination for the Russians, and the whole outcome of this war could have been very different today. But the interesting thing, I remember, I was really amazed when I listened to them, the way they were explaining that they used basically artillerymen, right, in a very different function. Those were like heavy artillery guys, right? And they basically used in essentially like special operations units, right? They used in small groups. They ended up moving way closer, way forward to where artillery likes to operate in order to conduct this very stealthy, very precise barrage, essentially on the key military Russian infrastructure that was unfolding. But it was just so many different elements, working together. Yeah, and that level of interoperability was just amazing, right? Because you can predict what your opponent might do if your opponent is going to be working within the framework of doctrinal, I'm doing air quotes, right, expectations. Artillery is sitting way back. Special forces might be doing this, all of that, but you don't expect an artillery all of a sudden moves up forward and acts in direct fight forward of all the positions, and also able to launch strikes deep behind your lines, right? So that level of application is really interesting, and I think that's what Ukrainians did exceptionally well. They really kind of make sure that everyone is is a jack of all trade, right? Because they're not just expected to do very specific job that they traditionally do or doctrinally do, but they expected to do many other things at the same time, and they just need ammo, right? So yeah, anyway, just wanted to say that those SBU series, they always keep me on the edge of the seat, and I watch them every so often. They're really amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Flickerfella. I'm glad it's not just me that enjoyed them. See, it's not just me. I'm not biased after all, Christopher.
No, it's not. You're not. No, you're just a fangirl. Back to you.
Me? Such a thing? I have no idea what you're talking about. I keep telling you, credit where credit is due. No, I'm joking aside now, of course. So Christopher and I are going to be changing over very shortly because, of course, we will be having new people come up and join us. New people will be taking the co-host seats. So who is going to be taking you away next, I hear you ask? Well, of course, it's going to be Chuck Farrer and the lovely Yana, because we are going to be having a guest join us as well. We are going to be joined by Volodymyr from the Special Forces Group. Is that correct? Yes. So he's joining us from the Omega Group, I think. Is that correct, Wardogo? Welcome. Hello. Privet.
Hi, Privet. Right, absolutely. Second assault group of Omega Special Force of the National Guard of Ukraine. Volodymyr has been already once up with us when there was the marathon dedicated to beginning of the war, 24th of February. And yeah, a lot of interesting things been happening since those time, and we are waiting for Volodymyr to come up. I see also our dear friend Chuck Farrer is up. Good evening, good afternoon, Chuck. Hope everything's doing fine and you're doing well.
It is, War Doggo. It's always good to hear you. Thank you once again for helping us translate. It is a real honor for me to speak to guys at the front, as you know, and I greatly appreciate that. I couldn't do it given the language barrier, so I am very delighted to hear from you because I like you too, and thank you for making all of this possible.
Thank you in return. With all of the help that MriyaReport listeners been doing in the past, with all of the amazing and incredible job that MriyaReport overall does and making Ukrainian topic vocal, all of the good things that within MriyaReport community been done in the past, it lines up with the whole good history of good things being done in the past. And there is even MriyaReport kind of thread on that. Thread, I mean, with several different messages, just lining it up in the good history of helping different units, different local organizations in Ukraine, like for instance, Kherson administration with the solar power generators and many other things to civilians and to military. And yeah, certain things work in very good manner because as we've been discussing earlier, and it's not a big secret that in the current situation of war that Ukraine is in, many units, many specific guys in Ukraine, there lack of many things, and it's a little bit of a job to connect together those who are in need and those who can help. But when this thing matches, a lot of interesting can come up. What do you think?
Yeah, it is. It is the reason we do the MriyaReport. Of course, combating Russian disinformation, that's vital to what we do. But I like to think that the most important thing we do is help people in Ukraine, and I am always so happy to be able to talk to guys on the front, find out what they need, what they want, but more importantly, to give our listeners this sort of unfiltered view from the front. We're going to try to get as many audience members as we can to ask questions today, so we'll get that moving. And we'd like you to hear directly from the front what's going on. It's not going to go through editors and media filters. You can hear it right from the front. So, and again, it is just absolutely an honor for me to speak to these guys. And these units, folks, they have an international reputation. They are in the first tier, tier one of special operations forces in the world. The tactics that they are using, the changing 21st century battlefield, they are likely among the most experienced and most cutting edge special operations forces in the world. And they are doing things on that changing battlefield, on the absolute cutting edge of tactics and what an evolving battlefield looks like. And frankly, there are, you have a lot of experience in American special operations forces as well. They are really quite good. But this is a unique battlefield, the war in Ukraine. Things have changed from back when I was an operator. It's like a generational change. The threats are different. The sensors are different. The tactics of the enemy are different. The electronic warfare environment is different. And these forces, the Alpha Force, Alpha Unit, and their counterparts in the National Guard, the Omega units, like I said, world-class reputation, world-class capability, and 700, well, actually, combat experience since 2014, and 760 days here working on this war, too, the war of Ukrainian liberation. So please come with your questions today. We're going to be delighted to take them, and we do want to thank War Doggo again for being our translator.
About the technologies and about the how the things change, how the war changes. I've got an interesting story for you. We are all in all of this electronic warfare, jammers, specific devices, electronic countermeasures. A couple of days ago, I got the guy. He's telling me, "Hey, look what I've got," and he's showing me a specific adapter, which is you will laugh, which is actually a kind of the musket, and this adapter is like plugged instead of 40 millimeter grenade to M433, and like actually is just the metal tube done from the same metal as the mortars being done, and is you will laugh. On one side, it is like using as the propellant the 12 gauge shell.
You're kidding.
No, I tell you, on the other side is filled with the projectile. All of this rolls from the bulb bearings. It is closed with the Coca-Cola or any other water plastic cap. And actually, what it does like it does the significant amount of this buckshot spread, like around 50 meters, and is like 7 12 gauge magnum shots at once. The recoil is like 50 BMG, and we are like discussing all of this, all of this electronic warfare jammers, and here's the guy saying, "Hey, look what I've got." You just simply shot one, you just like an empty shell of the 40 millimeter grenade. You just take it off, you stick another one, and you shoot another one if you need. And that's how we try to hunt the drones. And then another guy in the discussion is like entering, "Hey, you know what? But can we use it from a drone? Like, let's imagine I put a paracord to it. I put some kind of trigger that works when it is dropped. And can you imagine launching this from the top to the bottom, like from the 50 meters? That's gonna be kind of handmade HIMARS if you want." And these brains are like working together, making the things making Russians not really happy.
It would be, yes. So you have a flying Claymore mine. That's That is amazing. And while I have a moment, I would just want to tell everyone I'm joined here today, hosting by Jana. Thank you so much. She'll be helping me wrangle some questions up as well. And War Doggo, you talk about those field expedient modifications that guys in the field come up with. It sounds like you've come up with an equivalent round that I in fact used to carry. It was the one I kept in the tube, and it was full of flechettes, which are flying nails. It had like 500 nails in it. Keep one in the tube because if I got contacted and I didn't know about it, I figured I was already in big trouble. So this was a great way to make an impression. So it's amazing to me to hear, what everybody does in the field. And, our superiors would probably be astounded.
Good evening, Jack. Good evening, Word Ago. Let me just interject tonight, and so happy and honored to co-host with you, Jack. Really excited about this, and Word Ago always prove the ingenuity of Ukrainian people. But to be very honest, it also reminds me a little bit of my late grandpa, who, if he didn't have a piece of tech, he would just invent and build a piece of tech. So yeah, I can I can really feel this in my heart. So thank you for sharing this. And back,
War Doggo, I'm sorry.
back to you.
We were always so happy to have War Doggo up here, John and you too. This is the first time I think we've worked together. I'm so happy. Welcome. And I feel in good hands because I am not the most adept co-host. So
Yeah, thank you, Jack. Yeah, indeed, this is our very first time together. I think I usually confuse myself, but I'm sure we will do very well together. So let's carry on about the cool tech, right?
yes, absolutely. War Doggo, what other breaking developments can we frame today's guest with?
Well, I believe Volodymyr is already trying to get up to the speakers panel, and I think that there are a lot of interesting things that been happening in the recent days, including Russians fighting Russians in Russia and all of that. Maybe Volodymyr knows something about it. Maybe he will be capable within the allowed frames to discuss anything anything from that perspective. Would be interesting. In any case, our beautiful listeners community can prepare the questions and we can go through all together, knowing that we've got the guy who is actually from the front lines, from the special force unit, and that's how the things work. In one click away from the guy who is on the ground.
Absolutely, and we are right now trying to lift him up to speaker. So Vladimir, if you are listening, we're trying to make that happen right now.
Володимире, ми зараз намагаємося вас підняти до панелі спікерів, і як тільки приєднаєтеся, одразу можете говорити.
I see Vladimir is still trying to fly up.
Yeah, I've tried Jana to bring him up. Maybe I should stop and you should try. But we're being patient, folks. This is live international radio without a studio, without the satellite link ups, without all volunteers and all of us full of heart. And we're going to make this.
No, actually, in Ukraine, we're connected via Starlink, so there is Starlink connection. There is satellite.
Wonderful, and that works better than the satellite uplink I have when I'm up north, and the show frequently suffers from it. So I'm glad the Starlinks are working better.
But it seems that I have lost Vladimir.
Okay, let's see. So Vladimir, if you want to recycle and come up, while we're watching carefully, we'll bring you up just as soon as possible here. Let's see. Yep, we lost him again. Poor doggo. So again, right from the front, little hiccups are to be expected. There we go. And let me see.
Yeah, we see him again.
Okay, he's come up. I've added him. I hope that works. We're waiting to see the connection. All of this in real time, folks. You get the blow by blow, and he is aboard. Thank you so much, Vladimir. Would you, Bordogo, would you welcome him aboard for us and tell him what an absolute privilege it is to share some time with him? And we've been looking forward to this for quite a while.
Привіт, Володимире, добрий вечір. Дуже раді вас бачити сьогодні, і дуже є щасливі, що ви змогли приділити трохи часу для нас. Величезною радістю є змога говорити з вами. І трохи часу минуло, багато чого змінилося. Добрий вечір.
Доброго вечора. Так, часу минуло, скажімо так, не так от вже і багато. Але судячи з новин, які відбувались на Харківському напрямку, ви вже, мабуть, чули.
Yeah, good evening. It's a great pleasure to hear all of you. Yeah, a little bit of time, not that long, but time flies. And considering the recent news in specifically Kharkiv direction, you've probably heard something of that, right?
We certainly have heard of the wonderful goings on around Kharkiv, to the west of Kharkiv, and most importantly to the north of Kharkiv. And thank you so much. It is, it's a real pleasure to have you, and we're really looking forward. We respect your time. Thank you, honestly, for taking a few minutes out from the fight to come talk to us, and we'd like to get as many questions as we can into the time you have. So thank you again.
Дякую дуже ще раз. Для нас просто це якесь щось неймовірне, що людина з вашою зайнятістю, з вашою спеціалізацією змогла приділити трохи часу. Так, ми чули. Ми дуже пристально слідкуємо за подіями, котрі розвиваються навколо того напрямку, в тому числі. Тому можете бути певні, в нас є величезна кількість питань, на частину з котрих, можливо, ви зможете відповісти.
Так, ви можете питати, якщо питання буде. Якщо я матиму, скажімо так, змогу на нього відповісти, то я вам на нього відповім. Також ми з хлопцями хочемо окремо подякувати MriyaReport та всім тим, хто долучився на збір та придбання автівки.
Yeah, all the questions are welcome. Those that we will not be able to answer, we will honestly mention that. From the very beginning, we would like to thank you, everybody who've been helping, participating, and taking part in the fundraiser for the trucks, and specifically one of them is working for us. That's a big thank you to all of you. That's from the start. Thank you so much.
Well, you are very, very welcome, and we're going to do more, and we're going to do everything we can to help. And we just before Vladimir came on, we were speaking about how the battlefield is changing and how special forces on that new battlefield, how their role is changing. And we don't want Vladimir to get into tactics so much, but I wonder if he could comment a little bit on how the war has changed his role as a special forces commander.
Величезне, будь ласка, і буде ще більше. Ми будемо раді допомогти. З таких перших питань ми якраз перед тим, як ви доєдналися, обмінювалися думками стосовно як змінюється поле бою і роль на полі бою сил спеціальних операцій. Як на вашу думку, те, що ви безпосередньо спостерігаєте, як на ваших очах змінюється війна, і як ви це спостерігаєте, будучи одним з військових, хто командує підрозділом?
Дивіться, війна змінюється в такому, як би так сказати, ну, інтенсивність бойових дій не вчухає, тому що якби противник суне з усіх сторін, і дякувати, як то кажуть, нашим Збройним силам, які тримають цю навалу. Зі свого боку, ми працюємо на Харківському напрямку, і судячи з новин, ви вже могли зрозуміти, що дещо проходить дуже вдало.
Yeah, the war changes. The intensivity of the fight is not decreasing. The enemy constantly assaults, and great thanks to Ukrainian armed forces who are holding this enemy waves. And our job is specific. We are working on the Kharkiv direction, and from what you could already hear in open media, there are a lot of successful things happening in that direction that you already could hear, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and very impressive indeed. We heard previously about a very interesting operation where special forces were used to infiltrate standoff weapons, and in this case, artillery pieces, getting them closer to the front in hiding them and being able to conduct a deep strike and then help the artillery unit withdraw. And that's an example to me. That's a mission I never did myself, but I can see the real utility in doing it, and especially to hit a Russian target. And I don't think that was done for no reason. So it certainly was an important Russian target. Are you often getting the intelligence you need to conduct your operations? And again, you don't have to get too specific. You can tell me to go think about it myself if I want to. But thank you.
Так, ці речі насправді вражають. Ми дуже близько слідкуємо за цим. Нещодавно спостерігали одну цікаву річ, як сили спеціальних операцій інфільтрувалися ближче до лінії розмежування, і несподівано для ворога підвезли засоби враження, в частності артилерію, і завдавали несподіваних атак ворогові з дуже близьких позицій до лінії фронту. І це було дуже несподівано. І зрозуміло, що це було зроблено усвідомлюючи ризик, але виходячи з того, що ціль була, мабуть, дуже важлива. І виходячи з цього, є питання, як часто є, наскільки вдалою в вашому випадку є такі розвіддані для таких операцій. Звісно, не потрібно йти в деталі, нічого більш конкретного розповідати, так, загальних рисах, якщо можна.
Насправді всі, скажімо так, спецпідрозділи, вся військова розвідка, ми всі працюємо, скажімо так, хто в тилу ворога, хто на його території. І тому, як би так сказати, правильно, спокою їм не буде ніде. Бо в нас дуже гарна підготовка усіх підрозділів. І дуже правильне та чітке командування.
All right. Overall, the specifics of the special force units, the whole military intelligence, we all work or behind the enemy lines or deeply at the enemy's territory. They will not have any kind of relief in that perspective. They will get only worse. They will not get the situation getting calm for them. We are very well prepared, and we've got very concrete orders from our command. Our command is very, I would call it, appropriate and very fitting the right needs. So yeah, that's probably partially answering your question.
Yeah, I know he has to be very careful with what he says, and I appreciate that. Uh, dealing with the media when I was on active duty is something I never did. So I appreciate that he has to be very careful about what he says. Jana, do you have some questions?
Yes, Czech, thank you very much. And dobrého večera, Vladimíra. Dobrého večera, Wardogo. I just said good evening. I do have a lot of questions, but of course, let's do a disclaimer that, of course, Vladimir will only talk about what is possible. So, well, first of all, I would like to ask if at the moment they have enough equipment, if everything is okay, or if there is still something that they need. And then I would like to also know, it's going to be several questions, but the overall situation. And my third one would be, I would like to know, how do they see the enemy behavior, because we know from some past discussions from the guys from the front lines that they observe Russians also learning, but also doing all the silly things. So I would like to know, what is the situation now? So Wardogo, your choice. What do you want to start with?
No, it's okay, okay. Thank you so much. Перш за все, пан Чак, щиро подякував за вашу в межах можливого інформативність у відповіді, тому що працюючи на таких спеціальних посадах, спілкування з медіа, має свої обмеження, і тому ми дуже чудово розуміємо. Дуже дякую за таку відповідь. Питання від пані Яни відносно, чи все з того, що потрібно, все, що будь-які інструменти, котрі допомагають робити роботу ефективніше, це чи все є? Це перше питання. Друге, як взагалі з мотивацією, як взагалі з настроєм. А третє, як справи у ворога. Нам колись сказали, що ворог вчиться, але вони роблять ще величезну кількість всякої дурні. То як з цим взагалі зараз справи йдуть по порядку? Чи все є, як мотивація, і що по росіянам?
Чи все є? Стосовно цього, вистачає, скажімо так. Деякі прилади, звичайно, потрібні, але поки що немає можливості на них. Стосовно як справи у ворога, в деяких, скажімо так, ви вже бачили, що вони роблять FPV-дрони, які
Зараз на секунду трохи we are equipped pretty well, but still some things they are always, especially those that are consumables, they are always in some certain need. About the motivation, we get everything okay with the motivation. We are doing doing our duty. Those with us are in very good mood as well, and everybody's doing their job. About Russians are not that good, but overall, as you rightly mentioned, they are learning. They're doing the specific FPV types, and on the FPV types, we've got Volodymyr a little bit disappearing with the problem of connection. I will ask that question to be expanded a little bit later. Let's move on.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, I would. Please go ahead, Jana.
No, I just wanted to thank Dogo, and I wanted to go to Oyvind, but Chuck, please go ahead if you want something, if you want to add something.
Oh, I just want to remind our listeners, our generous listeners, if you can do something, put your hand in your pocket. We're not asking for your cable money, your rent money, but we might want you to maybe think about not having 3 coffees tomorrow. If you've got something you can do to help us, it is greatly appreciated, because one of the things that we do, we raise money to equip units like Volodymyr's and other frontline units with specific requests that they have. Sometimes those requests are so heartbreakingly humble. For example, 32 pairs of combat pants, something that they should have, but believe me, the shelf life, the operational life of a pair of pants in combat is not very long. So what you can do to help is so greatly appreciated. We are in our fundraisers now, and as you heard, we've managed to deliver some trucks to the front, to the people who need them. Of course, many other pieces of equipment as well. Oyvind, I think if you have a question as well, Jana, would you like to bring him up?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. In November 23, Lupanchuk took over as the head of Special Operation Forces branch. My question is, do you guys in the field see any difference from previously? And have you met Lupanchuk personally? Thank you.
Перш за все, пан Чак розповідав зараз, що нещодавно з нами були 95-та бригада, 13-й батальйон 95-ї бригади, і зараз MriyaReport допомагають їм зібрати на кілька дронів з термокамерою. Він розповідав якраз про теперішній фондрайзер. А пан Ойвінд запитав, що не так давно, в листопаді, було змінено голову Сил спеціальних операцій Лупанчук, якщо мене не зраджує пам'ять щодо прізвища. І його питання звучало наступним чином: чи взагалі ось зміна командування міняє щось для операторів на землі? Наскільки відчувається зміна командування для таких військових, як ви, наприклад?
Зміна командування, та як сказати, кожен командир, він по-своєму бачить поле бою. У нас поки в нас були зміни командування, це, як би так сказати, пішло тільки на користь. Кожен командир бачить поле бою зі свого боку, і тому ніяких проблем не виникало.
Ще ви пропадали в той момент, коли розповідали про мотивацію і поведінку ворога. Зараз я перекладу коротенько вашу відповідь і розкажете, бо тоді ви пропадали.
Плюс.
Well, speaking about the new command, actually every commander has his own view on what's going on the ground on the battlefield, and he reads the situation in his certain way. In our case, change of command so far was bringing only good, just simply because the war goes on and every new person is more experienced and every new person is the one who is already at war for all a period of time, and that's why like for us, or we were just lucky that every command change was bringing only positive for us on the ground. I can speak only about myself. And I've asked Volodymyr to repeat the answer related to the enemies, how things are going in the enemy, behind the enemy lines. Let's call it this way. What is their motivation? And the question that Yana been asking. Можна про ворога зараз розповісти.
Стосовно, як то кажуть, як справи у ворога. Ворог розвивається технологічно так само, як і ми. Як ви вже могли бачити, вони використовують FPV-дрони, на які прив'язана ліска. І тобто цей дрон, він вже, скажімо так.
Доброго.
Зараз, секунду.
Дякуємо.
І тобто ви вже, ну, як і написано в деяких постах, те, що цьому дрону не страшен реп, бо його веде пілот. Ми з такими ще не стикались, тому я не можу нічого сказати більш конкретного.
Дякую, цікаво. Well, about an enemy, you perfectly know that Russians are, we are technologically advancing, and Russians are doing their best to follow up and to advance as well. You've heard probably about their new type of drones, that kind of the guided drones that are very hard to jam because they are work in kind of how to call it, in more less technological way, very simple way, but very practical way, and very hard to jam such kind of the drone, kind of guided by the pilot, let's call it this way, rather than video stream directed. So yeah, this is something that is just kind of the thing that you've already seen and had possibility and heard already from the open media. And this is something that I will not expand just because it is not 100% confirmed, and this is just kind of the guess, but we are still trying to understand that part of the technology together with our colleagues.
Yep, we have seen some, I won't go into it too much either. There have been some advancements, just as he's saying, in the mechanisms by which Russia is controlling its drones. Again, very simple. Maybe not the way of the future, but definitely an innovation. And there's always that period when an innovation occurs in the tactical situation, its countermeasure has to evolve, and that back and forth period is very difficult. I was very glad to hear that missions are continuing against the enemy rear areas. That's a mission set I know as well, and crossing the zero line and returning across the zero line are almost the most dangerous parts of the mission. Prowling around in the enemy's rear, of course, is dangerous. But again, on this 21st century battlefield, there are challenges that I never that I never had to face. And I wonder if Vladimir, I know it will be a hard subject to talk about, but I wonder if he might, shed some light on the new dangers that he faces in those sort of penetration operations.
All right. Питання від пана Чака стосовно походів за нуль, наскільки це можливо обговорювати в сенсі не деталей, а, наприклад, в його специфіки його роботи в свій час, ось робота в тилу ворога і на території ворога, це, це щось дуже складне і дуже те, що потребує дуже ретельної підготовки. Виходячи з того, що поле бою змінюється сьогодні, оператор на ворожій території, які найбільші ризики, що таке найстрашнішого, назвемо це так, які найбільші виклики в роботі? Без деталей, але так, в загальних рисах, якщо можна.
Скажімо так, що найбільший виклик це йде зміна обстановки. Коли вроді по одним даним там, скажімо так, нічого не повинно бути, а коли ти йдеш і приходиш, то там вже, скажімо так, трішки з'явився укріпрайон. І тому тоді вже командир, скажімо так, працює по обстановці.
Будь ласка, закінчу.
І також, якби, будь-які дані чи розвіддані, вони потребують перевірки, коригування, бо сьогодні тут нема нічого, завтра там уже укріпрайон або укріппозиції якісь. І ось, виходячи з цього, ніколи не можна, скажімо так, не недооцінювати супротивника. Бо в нього, як і у нас, повсюду є вуха, очі. Все.
Так, дякую. Well, for the question that you have asked, the main challenge in this environment is like environment evolution or change of the situation, in a sense of, let's imagine there was like an intelligence information where certain data have been provided, right? But when after 1 week or several days you are moving in that area, and if intelligence gave you the report that nothing should be in that area and it was not there, in fact, after a couple of days, there is the whole fortification over there. And then you have to be very agile and to adapt to the situation on the ground and to do the right decisions in the less informed in such kind of environment. That's why all of the reconnaissance, all of the intelligence information, it is always checked twice, 3 times, but the evolution of the current battleground is that the situation changes pretty fast. Russians are digging fast, Russians are evolving fast, Russians are changing the ground pretty fast, and we've got eyes on them, but they are also having eyes on us, let's call it this way. And this is new technological change of the war of the 21st century, where it's very hard to do something being unnoticed or unspotted, where every preparation is being closely observed by the enemy, and you need to do certain things to be actually unspotted in this environment. That's probably the answer to your question.
Yeah, that was perfect. Jana.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bordigo and Chuck. Interesting insights. Well, let me welcome some questions from our listeners. So we have Flicker Fella first, and then for every child. Flicker Fella, please go ahead.
Hey, thank you so much, Jana. Thank you, Chuck, for the wonderful space, for the opportunity to come up to the speaker panel. Yes, I made it intentional to make it very difficult to pronounce my name. I really liked it. But anyway, I do have a question, and also want to say thank you to Word Doggo for doing all the hard work translating and interpreting. It's a lot, right? So with his permission, if that's okay, I would like to give him a quick break and maybe ask the question myself in Ukrainian, but I will make sure to voice it in both languages. Is it okay, Word Doggo?
Go for it, no problem, bro.
Hey, thanks, brother. Really appreciate it. So my question is going to be basically, it's no secret that the war in Ukraine has been going on since 2014, and I know there's a lot of Western countries that provided, training.
One of our.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, it was a hot mic.
Oh, no, it's okay. I just want to
I'm
make sure
sorry.
that, I know Western countries provide a lot of training and support to Ukrainian military special operations. The dynamic of the war has changed significantly. I think to where now we really need to be, because I'm calling from the United States, in the West, NATO, we really need to be learning from Ukrainians. And my question would be whether or not I know it's a high operational tempo that units like Omega, where Vladimir is part of, have to balance time very carefully. If they have the opportunity to share the knowledge and experience with NATO partners now in the opposite direction. Пане Володимир, добрий день, дуже приємно, цікаво вас слухати. У мене для вас є запитання. Не секрет, що війна в Україні триває вже з 2014 року, і до того, як конфлікт перейшов у велику відкриту війну між Росією і Україною, країни НАТО та інші західні партнери, я пам'ятаю, ділилися досвідом, намагалися підтримувати певний рівень тренування для українських військових, в тому числі спецслужб. Динаміка, звичайно, на мій погляд, значно помінялася. Рівень знань, практичного досвіду в українських військових в силах спеціальних операцій, мені здається, набагато сильніше переважає той досвід, який зараз є в таких же самих родах військ в західних країнах. Чи є у вас можливість ділитися своїм досвідом тепер в іншому напрямку з країнами НАТО, наприклад, або іншими країнами західного світу і партнерами?
Звичайно. Тут якби нема нічого такого, ділитися як бойовим досвідом. В нас чудові інструктори, які, скажімо так, викладають вогневу, тактичну, медичну підготовку. Тобто стосовно цього якби проблем немає.
Well, of course, we are constantly sharing the knowledge, and moreover, having a very good instructors, in tactical tactics, in the instructors on the shooting range, combat instructors, medical instructors. Obviously, there is the both ways information exchange, and we try to help to actualize certain things that we have on the ground.
Thank you very much.
That's a.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jana. We're talking behind the scenes, trying not to interrupt each other, but Jana, please go ahead.
So I wanted to say thank you, and please check, go ahead. You wanted to add something.
Actually, I didn't. I wanted to bring up For Every Child, if you'd like.
Thank you so much, Chuck. It's just a joy to find you on the space at this time and in this format. It's just wonderful to be here with you, Jana, and I always appreciate you co-hosting as well. I definitely want to greet our special guest. I do not speak Ukrainian and I cannot read his name, so if somebody would please give him my regards and my appreciation for him being here. And thank you to all the other speakers on the speaker panel. A special greetings to you, War Doggo, for sure. I absolutely enjoy you being here. But my question is, I'm wanting to know if there is an item that our special guest uses that's not disposable. It would be a hardware type item, and that it would not necessarily, it would be more like we call in the United States an everyday carry item, something that would fit in a pocket that is especially meaningful to him. I had asked a question when I was in a class, an emergency preparedness class conducted by the San Francisco Fire Department, what was the most valuable tool that a fireman could carry? And I guess this is very much along those lines. That answer was a pair of scissors. So would it be a pair of scissors? Would it be a Swiss Army knife? Would it be a multi-tool? What kind of everyday carry item would be most meaningful to him?
For every child, окрім величезної вдяки за те, що ви змогли сьогодні приділити час поспілкуватися, і взагалі будучи рада відносно взагалі можливості, що такий майданчик для спілкування існує. Є досить конкретне питання, що дуже важливого, що ви завжди маєте з собою кожен день, так званий everyday carry, що у вас є з того, що ви ось, наприклад, кожен день не виходите. Що це? Це, я не знаю, там ці парамедичні ножиці, чи це швейцарський ніж, чи це мультитул. Що є такого, що от завжди у вас в кишені, чи куртки, чи штанів?
Завжди зі мною в кишені це турнікети, 1 або 2, зброя, пістолет та ніж.
With me, always there are tourniquets, one or most commonly 2. My personal weapon, and the knife. That's my everyday carry. Call it this way.
Thank you very much for Dogo, and very practical items as well, and wonderful to see you too for every child. And I was very impressed by Flickr's Fella's Ukrainian language. Dogo, if I can have another question for our very special guest, if he can share something, is there any interesting experience he can share with us from his, I don't know, from the latest time that's possible to share on air? Thank you.
Чи є якийсь цікавий досвід, котрим ви би хотіли поділитися, розказати щось цікаве з нещодавнього в межах того, що можна розповісти? Ви маєте зрозуміти, нам цікаво абсолютно все, і іноді навіть взагалі трохи розбігаємося в питаннях, тому розкажіть, мабуть, щось ви цікавого з якогось недавнього досвіду.
З недавнього досвіду в нас було, знову ж таки, з того, що я можу розповісти, це ми працювали дронами, проводили аеророзвідку і знайшли, скажімо так, гарно замасковану позицію противника. І наші хлопці дуже вдало зробили 2 скиди, один, який прийшов на голову окупанту, і один, який, це була граната F1, і вона взорвалась між 2 інших окупантів. І внаслідок цього в нас була підтверджена інформація з різних, скажімо так, джерел, що дані хлопці, окупанти, вже відправились на всім відомий концерт Кобзона.
Добре, чудово. From the recent interesting things that can be shared within the allowed frames, we've been doing the air reconnaissance with the drones and doing our regular routine job. We found pretty good masked hidden positions of the enemy. Um Having this beautiful finding, we couldn't hold ourselves from dropping 2 grenades there, and one of the grenades hit the enemy's head, and the second one arrived just in the middle between 2 other enemies. And from the different other intercepted sources after this mission, we've got several confirmations that all of them got the tickets to the Cobzon concert, if you know what I mean. So all of those whom we found, they became a good Russians. And this is translations specifically from me. This is my adoption, War Dog's adoption.
Yeah, I think I know what that means. Jana, do you have some questions?
Chuck, I have many questions, but maybe let's go to Flicker Fella first, and then I'll ask mine. Flicker Fella, please go ahead.
Yo, Tukanyana, thank you so much. No, I also have a lot of questions. I'm just trying to pace myself over here as I'm standing listening to you guys, almost jumping in one place. It's like, okay, let's go. So no, thank you. I know Volodymyr earlier in his answer mentioned that they noticed one of the things that Russians were using drones that were guided by wire, which was really interesting because we discussed this on this space, particularly maybe like a week ago or two, and Volodymyr did mention that that allows them to basically bring their drone back essentially without being susceptible to any type of jammers, right, or EW devices. And so my question will be to Volodymyr is, what is his assessment about these types of drones that are guided by wire? Like, can he share maybe what typical distance they can fly? Are they able to bring him back? And how is this whole wire thing is managed really? Because does it roll back on the drone? Or is it just basically one-time use? So that's the question that I have. Wardogo, do you want to ask, or do you want me to ask?
Yeah, if you ask a question, that would be awesome, because if you're lingual and you can ask a question even in Ukrainian,
perfect.
That's actually will be fitting absolutely your what you want to ask.
Thank you, Wardogo.
Thank you.
Пане Володимир, в мене питання. Ви під час свого відповіді на інше питання згадали, що ви бачили, як Русня використовувала дрони, які коригувалися за допомогою якоїсь дистанційно, вони прив'язували провід якийсь, так, наскільки я зрозумів, і за рахунок того вони могли відвести дрон, і його неможливо було заглушити за допомогою різних систем іншої, якщо б він коригувався дистанційно за допомогою радіохвиль, наприклад. Чи можете ви поділитися, може, інформацією, наскільки ви вважаєте такий підхід щодо дронів є ефективним? Знаєте ви, наприклад, дистанцію, на яку можна розраховувати, керуючи дроном за допомогою такої системи, наприклад? Тобто, якщо до нього підцепити певний провід для того, щоб ним коригувати?
Дивіться, я стосовно цього мало обізнаний, бо це якби в нас інформація була від суміжного підрозділу, з який нами працював. Там, скажімо так, була доволі таки велика, скажімо, ліска. Там я навіть не можу сказати приблизно, скільки її було. І, на мою думку, так, це дуже, скажімо так, гарна штука. Якщо якби зрозуміти, як вона працює, то, так, скажімо так, такій пташці вже не буде страшний ніякий ні реп, ні рер противника, нічого. Тільки буде проблема в тому, як її заглушити, хоча б вимкнути камеру, щоб не бачив, щоб противник не бачив, куди він летить. Я можу сказати, що це воно зроблено на основі ПТУРа. Чому? Тому що ПТУР – це протитанкова ракета така, ну, установка протитанкова. І вона також керується, скажімо так, там провід такий, чи точніше сказати, не то, що провід ліска. І ти ведеш ракету, ти керуєш її по висоті, вліво, вправо. Ну, і тобто, якщо ти вмієш стріляти з такої ж штуки, скажімо так, то навчитися керувати та обходити реби – це дуже круто та це дуже ефективно буде.
Дякую.
That is actually the technology that we are still guessing, but not many things we can share yet. Plus, myself, I'm not like fully aware about it, but the certain things that I can mention is related that this kind of the technology is with the wires, and the FPVs being guided by wires is somehow similar to the anti-tank rocket launcher system that is called the Russian one TUR, and that is actually the rocket that is guided using the wire. It has the wire after that, and you are guiding, like lifting up, lifting down, left or right. You are guiding the rocket with the help of the wire. So this is kind of analog technology, but it is very how to call it, anti-jamming proof, because is using the wire, and in this respect, this is something that we are getting better knowledge on this, but it seems to be something in that area. That could be the answer to the question.
Thank you, Rondogo. Thank you, Pickled Flicker Fella. Flicker Fella, if you have more questions, please go ahead and ask. I do have some, but mine are very rookie questions, of course, and you obviously have also some special knowledge. So don't hesitate if you have some more.
Well, don't mind if I do then. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Maybe one more. I don't want to be hugging all the spots over here, but yeah, again, I really appreciate it. Пане Володимир, в мене ще одне питання для вас, але я спочатку задам по-англійськи, щоб зрозуміли ті, хто слухають. So the question is going to be that I have. I know there's typically a large spectrum of different weapon systems that are being employed in Ukraine, especially in the beginning of the war. There was a mixture of those Warsaw Pact, right, the Russian AKs and that side of things, as well as influx of the NATO standard weapon system. I'm kind of curious if what kind of equilibrium they have achieved in deploying those things, right? Because standardizing some of those calibers is probably very important for logistics. So I'm kind of curious, what they find more effective versus maybe not so much. Пане Володимир, я знаю, що на початку повномасштабного вторгнення в Україну використовувалися дуже багато різних систем, які були в переміжку, можна так сказати, між, наприклад, там кулемети, які раніше вироблялися в Радянському Союзі, тобто там ПКМ там або ще щось, і з другої сторони в Україну привозилася зброя західного зразка, тобто там, звичайно, відрізнялися між собою калібри, які застосовувалися, і це, звичайно, напевно, приводило до певних таких, по логістиці проблемних питаннях, можна так сказати, напевно. Чи наблюдаєте ви зараз якийсь певний баланс переходу, наприклад, з одного виду зброї, там, наприклад, тої, яка застосовувалася в Радянському Союзі, до більш західних зразків стрілкової зброї? І як впливає на це сама логістика постачання, наприклад, різного виду там, патронів, наприклад? Дякую.
Дивіться, якщо брати стосовно логістики, я тут вам нічого не можу сказати, бо це вже вище керівництво цим займається. Стосовно використання, якщо брати стрілкову зброю, то, ну, скажімо так, різниця дуже суттєва. Тобто це і відстань, це і кучність, і її використання. Але стосовно надійності, радянська буде дещо, скажімо так, краще.
А розкажи в 2 словах, що ти маєш на увазі?
Ну, якщо в 2 словах, якщо взяти, от у нас UR-15, це якби фірма зброяр. Комплектуючі американські, але збірка українська, скажімо так. І дана гвинтівка, якщо використовувати її в польових умовах, вона дуже, скажімо так, трепетна. Тобто, якщо десь там утикнувся стволом або там земля,
Але
чи ще щось, вона...
вибач, це американська АЕРка чи це канадійська? Ну, ти зрозумів, так?
Да, це американська. Там в
Окей.
ній комплектуючі всі американські йдуть, але збірка якби йде українська. Ну, тобто, там...
Ні, я маю на увазі, ти порівнюєш з котрою, ти з якою порівнюєш?
Я порівнюю цю ЮАРку нашу і порівняння АК.
Ну, звісно.
Ну, тобто АК, йому що не роби. Він буде стріляти і все. А ось ЮАРка, вона де більш, скажімо так, ніжна.
Добре.
Якщо брати по пістолетам, от, наприклад, у мене був до цього АПС і ГЛОК. Ну, скажімо так, ГЛОК – це дуже гарний пістолет. В нього як і кучність, він легший буде. І взагалі, якщо навчитись правильно утримувати та поводитись з нею, то, звичайно, що західні зразки, вони будуть кращими.
Translating from reverse to the first, from the back to the first, actually, if you take care about any weapon would work. Some weapon needs a little bit of more care, but it doesn't mean that the other one will give you away if you're not going to clean the weapon or something like that. Overall, comparing two weapon types, like, I don't know, we've got in Ukraine, for instance, the Ukraine UR-10 produced by Z-15 that is produced by local companies. Broyar is like a local producer, but all of the ARs are AR type rifles, clones. They're produced from US made components, and different foreign types of weapons. Definitely, some of them require a little bit of more care than you would do with AK, for instance. And like environment in Ukraine is like it is a tough environment for any weapon, right? And some weapon you have to take care a little bit more. I've been having, for instance, the different pistols. I've got in the past the previous Soviet APS, this Stechkin one, and carrying Glock is absolutely the different story, because like it's more precise weapon, is just more lightweight weapon. It's just different technologically advanced weapon. Like, but if you can manage weapon is a weapon, the here I would add probably something that I've been taught in the early ages, that any equipment type, any weapon is just a multiplicator. The main weapon is actually the human. If you if the human starts from 0, actually whatever you add, any multiplicator will be multiplicator to 0, and it makes no sense. But if the human is the one who is capable, then every equipment, every piece of the instrument and equipment and unit, whatever is you're using, is actually multiplying your skills. So skills is one of the important. Володимир, я розповідав про те, що будь-яке спорядження, будь-який інструмент – це, перш за все, помножувач здібностей і вмінь. А якщо вміння починається з нуля, то що не бери, на що не множ, ну, множити на 0 – це все одно виходить 0. Тому людина – це і вміння особового складу – це найбільша відмінність, дає найбільший результат. I started getting the messages in the background that Vladimir is getting to the area where he has a little bit of less time that he was expecting, and you probably heard the ear raid sirens in the back. Let's give more 5 minutes asking some questions, and probably give Vladimir some time for his main tasks, and it's definitely not going to be the last hour meeting with Volodymyr, and we're going to have more discussions in the future. Володимир, я щойно сказав, що ми 5 хвилин і закруглюємося. Люди можуть ще задавати питання, тому що я розумію, що ви вже на тій території, де не дуже зручно говорити.
Так, добре, я зрозумів.
Yep, I got it.
Well, we want to be very careful about Vladimir's time. We greatly appreciate every moment he has, and since we'll try to let him wrap it up. War Doggo, is there anything he'd like to say in parting? And again, to thank him so much for taking time out of out of a very difficult job to take our questions. But anything he'd like to say in parting, we'd love to hear it.
Окрім величезних подяк з нашої сторони, крім величезної шани і за можливість взагалі спілкуватися, і будучи в одному кліку від людини, котра знаходиться в тих умовах, в котрих ви знаходитесь, можливо, ось ці наступні 5 хвилин є щось, що ви б хотіли сказати, ви б хотіли щось, що є у вас на думці, що ви хотіли сказати всім слухачам MriyaReport сьогодні вечором. Розуміючи, що ми сьогодні просто обмежені по часу, але це не наше останнє спілкування, і ми будемо раді чути і бачити вас разом і в майбутньому, коли у вас буде час. Чи є щось, що ви б хотіли сказати всім?
Звичайно, є. Вірте в нашу перемогу, і все буде Україна.
Believe in our victory, and everything is gonna be Ukraine. Those are the words that Volodymyr been just saying.
Yeah, well, he knows that we believe in that too, to the bottom of our hearts. And War Doggo, please thank him so much. He's welcome up anytime he would like to speak, and we look forward to having him up soon, and angels around him in the meantime.
Від глибини від щирого серця дуже вам дякуємо, і ви можете бути впевнені, що ми якраз одні з тих багатьох, котрі підтримують Україну і вірять в перемогу України, і інакше просто бути не може. Ми дуже вам дякуємо за цей час, котрий ми маємо змогу провести сьогодні з вами, поспілкуватися, доторкнутися до тієї реальності України, котру ви маєте змогу нам розказати. Для нас це безцінно. Дуже вам дякуємо, і ми з вами. Ви можете приходити в будь-який час, коли вам зручно, і можемо завжди поговорити. Тут завжди є величезна кількість друзів, котрі з нетерпінням чекають нашої наступної зустрічі.
Дуже дякуємо вам за вашу допомогу, за те, що допомагаєте нам разом долати окупанта. Дякую. Слава Україні.
Героям слава.
Героям
Thank you so
слава.
much for being today with me. Thank you so much for helping us. Thank you so much for all of the help that you're doing. That we are capable and more effective in doing our job. That's something that we can line up to Volodymyr's unit, since the hearing protection that were provided by MriyaReport listeners, by the push to talk buttons that we were together raising for Volodymyr's units, for the helmet mounts for the NVGs, for the personal protection, the Kevlar vests that we've been doing, raising the funds together for Volodymyr's units, for the tracks that we were doing for 18th Brigade, for Volodymyr's unit. And as you've heard today, who knows, maybe the track of Volodymyr's guys were exactly somewhere close to the Russian lines, doing the job and helping, going here and there, doing the right job and helping the good news that you've heard on the Kharkiv direction being possible. That's the reality. Thank you so much for everybody for supporting. Thank you so much for taking care.
That's great, Bordago, and thank you too for fielding those questions and keeping it going back and forth. You know, it's just an honor to be on with brave men like Vladimir, and who is right at the absolute pointy end. You know, inside, beyond the zero line, and operating against targets in the Russian rear. Of course, the best places to operate as a special forces guy is where you're not expected. So it's just a fantastic time. And you know, here on the Maria Report, you know, I think you could watch CNN for a very long time before you would actually hear an interview with a commander of a Ukrainian special forces unit from the field. Right? That isn't going to happen. Almost the only place it can or does happen is here. And the Maria Report family, you know, we're all in this together. I am just delighted to pass the hat on behalf of units like Vladimir's. You've heard the gracious and generous gifts that you've provided to his unit. These are things that are basically fundamental to a Special Operations Forces mission, right? Your job is to shoot, move, and communicate. And you've heard we've provided push-to-talk systems for their radios. So being able to communicate your radio, turn your mic on and off with one very robust, very reliable switch, absolutely important. You've heard about the vehicles we've been able to provide. Again, it's better in the military to ride instead of walk. The ballistic vest we've been able to provide. Again, we know that his mission has changed from a deep reconnaissance and close protection unit into an assault element. Assault meaning point of contact with the enemy. So once again, whatever you can do, no gift is too small. They are all heartfelt. We all greatly appreciate your kind and generous donations. They help us in a concrete way to help Ukraine. So if you ever look in the mirror and wonder, when is this all going to stop and what could I do about it? Well, you can do something. I mean, you can do something right here, and you can help yourself a little bit. If you're an American, we are a 501c3. That means your generous deduction is tax deductible. So please help us out if you can. And Jenna, that was a great segment. That was just wonderful. It was great to talk to him, don't you think?
Yes, Jack, it was incredible. It's indeed, as you said, it's such an honor and such a privilege that we can have these incredible people, heroes who take time for us to speak to us. So I am, I am very moved by this, and thank you, Wardogo. Duže ďakujeme indeed. And yeah, I, as you can see, I am really a little bit moved and confused. But of course, I had a lot of rookie questions, and I also saw Light Sniper fella had a question, and we apologize because we saw that Vladimir needed to leave. But Light Sniper, if you want to come up as a speaker, maybe Chuck or Wardogo can help you, or we can then pass your question hopefully for the next time. So if possible, don't hesitate to come back to us. And maybe I can ask you, Chuck and Wardogo, because as I said, I had kind of rookie questions, but for me, and I can imagine, but for many people, it's not even possible to, envision what the life is like for people like Vladimir and for the special units. So I wanted to know, again, if it's possible to speak about it, how would a typical day, if such a thing at least exists, how would that look like? I can imagine that there is a lot of adrenaline and many things you cannot prepare for, but would you have any idea, if either of you can paint some picture also for me and for our listeners?
Hey, we sure could. And Wardogo, I would let you are closer than I am. I'd let you go first if you like.
My knowledge on the certain things that is part of your question is that the majority of the things that a good result consists of is the careful and very detailed planning. So I believe that majority of the time is planning in a way that execution is getting even boring, and the boring execution is for the one who is for whom it is the profession. And then if everything goes well, you don't even see it in the media, you don't hear it in the media, you just probably some result pops up after certain days, or in case something goes wrong, and immediately it gets in the media. So overall, I would say is planning, and getting the good things done, not as a miracle or magic, but a routine, a very careful result of the execution. Today, for instance, I've heard something very interesting that made me to specific thoughts about the appropriate use of different things that has the military value. Military value, I mean the equipment, different things, because let's imagine that in the army organization that is very vertical structured organization, one commander is not able to formulate and what is important to convey his intention, plans, overall what's the idea. And in particular, it makes the use of every even the best tool unsystematic, inconsistent, and much less effective. And in this ineffective use, the tool wears out sooner, and the enemy has much more opportunities to adapt to it. This is why it is very much important what like ability to to be how to call it. I explain it not in the military language because I'm not a military person, obviously, but I will try to benefit from not being a military person, explaining the complex things in a simple manner, like being on the same page and being able not only to plan, but also being able to explain, communicate, and to make others follow you in a sense of not physical, like follow me, but understand what's the goal, to buy that thing, being convinced that this is important, and not only following the order, I order you, but make the certain common goal clear for everybody. For Ukrainians, the common goal is to kick the Russian asses. I mean, it's not the target, but this is the way to a strategic goal of liberating Ukrainian territory and pushing the enemy out, the enemy who came unwanted, and in the genocidal war where Russians were not asked to come, but not necessarily, it was the war that Russia started against Ukraine was not necessary to happen, but this is the reality we're in, and this is how to say, this is many things we learn on the way, many things we learned since 2014, and today in particular I heard from Volodymyr a lot of interesting things. First of all related to command, that to me is paramount important, that command is able not to change the course to like 180 degree, just simply because a lot of things are distracted, a lot of things are replanned, and so far and so on. But Ukraine keeps the common goal, and the certain units, even despite the command is changed, they are still effective, and they don't waste time to reconcile, they don't waste time to change the strategy and tactics, because the goal is the same: Ukraine's victory, defending Ukraine's territory, and to make Russia lose. That's the interesting that I've learned today, and I believe it partially answers your question. What do you think, Yana? Check.
Yeah, absolutely. We call that commander's intent, and it started in the Special Operations Forces, but it has always been part of the Western military ethos. In a small unit, it's very easy to sit down, and in my case, in case of a SEAL team, you can sit down with all your guys at one table, and we go through the plan. It's almost unique, I think, in the SEAL teams that the plan is almost put together by committee. We talk about it back and forth, and it's based on a set of skills that we know everyone shares in common. Everyone can shoot in a certain way. Everybody knows how to enter a room. Everybody knows all of the standard procedures. If you've lost communications, if somebody's down, if all of the things that can go wrong. And one of the other things that makes that unit so flexible is we have a known chain of command. And once we are set out on a mission, it doesn't matter if the leader gets killed. It doesn't matter if the next guy gets killed or the next guy. Everyone knows the plan. Everyone knows their place in the unit, and they know it's their job to pick up the leadership if the leadership above is taken out. So it makes it this sort of unstoppable force. And the other thing that we're aware of is there was a plan, and we made that up somewhere else. But when you get into the field, and we heard Volodymyr speaking of this as well, you can go out to reconnoiter a section where they tell you there's nothing, but you get there and there is enemy there in abundance. So you've got to be able to be completely flexible with the plan, right? Just because there was enemy where you thought there wasn't going to be on your way in that doesn't mean you go home. It means you've got to go around the enemy. You've got to make changes in your insertion and extraction plan to deal with this unexpected development. And I'm glad to say that the Ukrainian armed forces have pretty much thrown off what was the Soviet and Russian military ethos that came before. And for a Russian soldier, you go exactly where the boss tells you to go. You go when he tells you, and you stay there as long as he tells you. You don't have any business knowing the rest of the plan or how it's going to work or how you could contribute with both, your knowledge, your expertise, or what you see on the ground to change the plan. So another one of the many reasons, War Doggo and Yana, that Ukraine is going to win this. It's going to be a tough, long, hard fight, but freedom, I know it's corny, folks, but it's not free, right? It's something you've got to earn, you've got to take, and then you've got to protect.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much, both of you. This is incredibly interesting, especially about the detailed planning and the command intent. And exactly, Chuck, when you were talking about it, it exactly ran through my head that this is like the opposite of the Soviet way of doing anything. So thank you for that. And Flicker fella, please go ahead.
Kindly thank you again for the opportunity to be here, and I really appreciate what Doug was re-emphasizing that particular question and answer. I think it was probably the most interesting and most important one because I was pleasantly surprised. Not surprised, I expected this, but the fact that it was Volodymyr did answer the way he did, right, is that they really value this rotational leadership, right, because they understand, and that's something that he said that every commander or every leader at any level brings a new perspective, right? If things change and the leader doesn't have that maybe skill set to deal with certain situations, bring another one, right? But more importantly, when that leader departs, he goes to a different unit, right? So there's this cross pollination of skill, experience, and it's just so indicative of Ukrainian military that's trying to adapt and successfully adapting and implementing now, probably, right? That's probably a better way to say this NATO standard kind of approach to leadership philosophy on the battlefield. I just thought it was really a moving answer, right? Because for him, he was like, yeah, new commanders come in, they bring a new set of skills, we apply those, we welcome this kind of stuff. It's a norm. It's he had such a great degree of resiliency in so many levels, right? Because those commanders, they don't just go laterally, but they go up and down. They get promoted, right? They go to maybe more specialized units with smaller groups where they can apply those skills, or vice versa. It's just so amazing. Thank you so much for this wonderful space and for the opportunity to interact with great guests like War Doggo today and Volodymyr. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and hey, I'm sorry, Yana. Hey, Pickled, we got a little, this goes back a little bit. You had some questions about the wire guided drones, and I think I could answer them if you want to rephrase a question about, I think you were asking about how the wire guidance works, whether it's recovered or not. Is that still relevant?
Yeah, it is, right? Because that's what Volodymyr said, right? The way they understand it's typically used the same way that some of the anti-tank weapon systems deploy, right? They use the wire that trails behind the rocket and it's guided. And I was wondering with with the drone, right? Because I saw the pictures of it. Ukrainians shared the pictures of the ones that they captured. They actually had wire attached, the roll attached to the actual drone, right? And I was wondering, okay, when it's deployed, how is it coming back, right? Is like the wire gets detached? Do they like police up the wire afterwards? That was really my question. But yeah, if you can answer that, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. It works on the same principle that a wire guided torpedo works. Mark 48 torpedo is a one of the standard U.S. anti-surface torpedoes. The way the wire guide systems works, there are actually two spools of wire. There's one at the launch site, and there is one carried aloft by the drone. And you think of a spool of wire that, a cylindrical thing, and it's got two big circles on each side. that the wire is wound on. Well, in this case, you've got a circular backing on one end of the spool, and then pointed on the downrange side, there's a cone. And in the trailing edge on the drone, there's a cone. So when it takes off, and these latest Russian drones, they're actually trailing fiber optic wire. So you can buy this stuff on Alibaba. It's like, 100-pound test fishing line, but it's fiber optic. So fiber optic cable, as we all know, it's a hollow tube. It has a mirrored interior, and light pulses of light are sent through the wire, and by that means you manipulate the power, the direction, the functions that the drone has. Rotate your camera, drop your hand grenade, whatever you're doing. So as the drone flies along, wire is pulled very quickly out of the operator's spool and out of the drone spool itself. And generally, you can have thousands and thousands and thousands of meters of cable on both of these spools, and especially the stationary spool. But generally, it's a one-way operation for most of these drones. And if it's not, all you have to do is hit basically a wide turn and bring it back to the target. So, and of course, the danger in this is, your electronic countermeasures, your airborne broadcasts. That, for example, when you see a Ukrainian first-person drone closing in on a target, you will often see at the bottom of the video, it'll say low battery. That's because the Russian countermeasures unit is broadcasting the low battery signal and hoping to trigger the drone's auto safe landing function, right? So if the drone detects its power system is going on, the basic algorithms that it runs on will try to just bring it to a soft landing rather than crashing. So if you're trailing a fiber optic cable, it's not listening for airborne, wireless radio type transmissions. So it makes it a little harder. But again, it's dragging a cable. So if it goes over you, you may or may not have access to the cable. First of all, it isn't much thicker than a piece of fishing line, so that's hard to find. But there are things you don't want to drag your cable over, right? Like electric wires. A lot of times, if it crosses water, that isn't too good. But that's basically the way they're working these days.
Thank you, Chuck. It was really insightful. Really appreciate it. I didn't know. I wasn't
Hey, man.
aware of that.
Imagine.
Anytime, brother. And
Apologize.
delighted to hear you could. Oh, please go ahead,
No,
brother.
no, no, apologize.
No, brother, come on up. I'm off my box here.
I was just going to mention that if you imagine the guided anti-tank rocket, but instead of the jet engine in the rocket, or not the jet engine, but the propellant engine in the rocket is just the quadricopter. That's actually what's being created. So it's just guided with the wire. Right, rocket with the quad propeller engine that is slower, but it just allows you to remotely control via the wire that, as just Chuck have explained, is just unrolled in the constant manner. So this is how the guided torpedoes work in like older generations, as I imagine, and this is how some certain anti-tank guided rocket system work. One of them is has this acronym of PTUR in Soviet military, how to call it, language, or like acronym. Anti-tank guided rocket. Substitute jet engine with the quad propeller, and that's actually how you go to the FPV wire guided. Is that? But coming to the previous question related to the leadership and flexibility and agility, that's an interesting thing, because many people have the cliche that army is the organization that, you know, is not a lot of art in army, and this is very structured organization that doesn't leave a lot of space for creativity, let's call it this way. But in fact, the modern battleground, and that is something that after the basic, every sergeant, the first thing will be explaining is adapt, be adaptable, and that's actually what armies in many countries, including US, including Ukraine, is learning now on the ground, the necessity and vital importance of being adaptable, being capable to not only to adapt, but to be agile, in a sense that there is not always full spectrum of the information. If it is reconnaissance information, if this is intelligence data, but it is not always like that, and sometimes you have to face the reality and to adapt to that reality. And militaries are trying to use all of the planning in SEPA mode, where all of the contingency and all of the different types of planning is in place. The main one, the backup and everything, emergency, and all of the things around that. But still, there is always the room for you see something that you've been not ready for, and you've been not being prepared, and not every plan. Not I would put it even other way around. Any plan is good until, as some guys are saying, the first rounds are fired. Then the human being is not rising to what he's been learning, what he's been reading, but it actually lowers to what is the muscle memory, what are the instincts and very basic things that you have trained, and what your brain remembers as a mechanics. Reloading, I don't know, certain things related to safety, and certain things related to the weapon control, certain things related to the operations. But those are the very, very simple but basic things that really matter. And I hear that all the time with so many people who are the instructors, who are those guys whom we help, like Volodymyr. And by the way, tomorrow we are going to have also up for the interview the guys from the Alpha SBU. So this weekend we've got the Special Force weekend. Alpha SBU. You can see in the nest there is the guest card. There's going to be a guy with the call sign Leon, and he's actually from Alpha SBU. That's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be another perspective from the Special Force and the guys who are doing the right job in kicking the Russian asses.
Thank you very much, Wardogo, and thank you, gentlemen, for this back and forth, this interaction. It's really a lot of learning. There were so many things I didn't realize, so thank you for questions and answers. And Live Sniper, good evening. Finally, I'm so sorry to have left you waiting. I hope maybe Jack or Wardogo can answer your question, or maybe Flicker Fella. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. No problem. I just wanted to come up a few times when these glass fiber topics and the drones were discussed, but then the discussion, there's a topic drift in this space, and I think that's a fine thing. We just go from one topic to another. But I had just one comment or a few comments to this glass fiber thing. First of all, Chuck said that it would be hollow. in fact, it's not. It's basically the physical principle of a glass fiber is based on the total internal reflection, and it's that the glass core is there's a cladding around it which has how to say lower index of refraction than the glass core. So it's basically total internal reflection is the physical principle. It's not hollow, but it's basically glass rod with a cladding around it, which causes this total reflection. And they're very thin, and that leads me to my actual question: that wouldn't it be quite easy to have whatever, like a thin steel, like I'm thinking about guitar string, like a thickness, like a very thin steel wire hanging from a drone. And if, as soon as you see some of these drones flying around, you would just sort of cut the wire, because I think that if they have 10 kilometers of this glass fiber hanging behind the drone, then the thickness of that glass fiber cannot be very, very substantial. So I think that a steel cable or steel wire would easily at least either cut it or make steering of the drone pretty difficult when it's just being dragged behind the other drone. Just this question. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great point. And Light Sniper, thank you for correcting me on that. You know, if you have a psychology degree like I do, optical physics aren't my strong suit. I think you're right that dragging, you know, any blade, anything like that, but in terms of an air-to-air engagement and with the actual fiber optic cable being so thin, it might be hard to tell which drones are wire guided and which ones are actually, you know, controlled by radio, as it were.
Yep.
But you know, the point's absolutely well taken. And you know, we have seen there have been numerous, perhaps hundreds of cases of drone on drone combat where, you know, one drone is attacked by the other, and they're of such importance on the battlefield that you know, it's very likely you would sacrifice your own drone to prevent the other drone from completing its mission. But absolutely, thank you for the update too.
Yeah.
And War Doggo, you got some opinions on drone to drone?
I just one short follow up. What I meant that
Oh yes,
if,
please.
if you have like a very, very thin, like 9,000 of like electric guitar high E string, like 9,000 of inch wire, like whatever, 20, 50 yards hanging from a drone, the aerodynamic disadvantage is not big, so to say. But if you manage to guide it towards the either the propellers from above to the other drone, or to pull the wire, then you might just if because the drones have this system that they can detach, for example, grenades or whatever stuff. That if you manage to get this wire tangled in the propellers of the other drone, then and bring it down, then you wouldn't have any losses of your own drones. I'm just trying to be creative here, I don't have any degree in anything, so I'm just
No, well, listen, that's where these good ideas come from. You know, I do know in the earlier generations of the U.S. TOW anti-tank guided missile system, and TOW stood for Tactical Optical Wire Guide. In the early iterations of that, if you fired the missile across a canal or a lake or a pond, it would affect the performance of you know, the commands you were putting into the missile. So you know, I don't know if this wire guide technology is going to be the solution for the Russians. I don't know if there are special circumstances in which it would be better to use than other ones, but I think we're going to see all kinds of, different solutions and counter solutions, thought of, developed, rejected, employed, put on the battlefield. I think there's probably going to be systems where the drone can be controlled without wire guidance, but directly by a laser put onto the drone, so that you're illuminating your own drone with a pulsed laser beam. In the earliest iterations of laser target designators, when I was first getting into my own job, the laser beams we would put on buildings to designate the targets, they had codes in them. So if you were a bad guy and you had a laser illuminator warning, and your warning device was telling you were being illuminated by an American laser, and you tried to simply shoot lots of laser beams to confuse what we had coming at you, every beam we shot had a different code. So your chances of, finding the right code were infinitesimal. And the manner in which we communicated to the aircraft that we were working with, we let them know where we were, where the bad guys were, where the bomb should go, and what exact characteristics of the pulse of light that we were putting on the target. And that just didn't include the number of flashes per microsecond. There were all other parameters of the actual laser beam itself. And that's, I am talking about that because that was the technology from a couple of decades ago. It is even more evolved now.
Thank you both, and yeah, really nice ideas. I don't know, War Doggo, if you would like to react to Light Sniper's idea with the steel wire, or did you make some secret notes?
My optical physics or optic physics knowledge is expiring with this ownership experience, having this lamp in the interior with the palm-like style with this fiber optics, this palm-like style and lighting lamp. And that was actually the fiber optics, where you see the light actually glowing at the end of every of every of every part of the wire, and it was nice one. But for the drones, I think whatever makes Ukrainian armed forces being less involved personally in some kind of dangerous situations, but using the drone instead, that's already beneficial. And I think that more and more things will be coming up because technologies are being developed, and you see certain things that we were calling UAVs in the past, it played a certain role, like, I don't know, tactical, strategical level, different UAVs. And now UAV is something that you can actually, that went really, how to call it, low cost mode, something that you can assemble from a crap and sticks. Of course, I'm exaggerate, but this is very, very, very affordable technology that is serving its purpose on the battleground, and every new ways how to make those things doing its purpose being invented. And like I've been telling the story of this strange, weird musket, or kind of the shotgun that is used instead of the grenade launcher, under barrel grenade launcher on the M rifles and AR rifles and AK rifles, instead of GP 25 Soviet system or M433 system.
M203.
Yeah, exactly. And all of like and putting this on a drone and making it remotely triggered, like on the way, taking into the account also the recoil that it has, and it actually has the recoil like a 50 BFG, but using this from a drone is kind of the small HIMARS, if you know what I mean, because the propellant projectile it is using, those are the steel ball bearings, those balls from the bearings, and it can be tungsten, it can be steel, it can be whatever, it can be nails inside, but you go, silent kill mode completely with this kind of invention. But overall, I mean, it's up to the creativity how to make it work. But definitely there's something that will surprise enemies. That's the way the things work. Who've been expecting those industrial drones with the thermal camera that are used to examine the heat leaks in the industrial facilities and to improve the heating insulation in the industrial facilities, to be those hunted everywhere Mavic 3T or Autel thermal drones with the thermal cameras doing the job, helping spotting Russians and preventing Russians to concentrate for the attacks, and being the eyes in the skies for the guys. Like for instance, we are hunting those drones and raising money to get the proper things for the 13 battalion of 95th Brigade, for Danilo, who being recently with us, explaining how the things work, why they need all of those drones and why they are consumable. So you're encouraged and invited also to participate in that fundraiser. Who could think that in those civil technologies would be that effective and that affordable, comparably affordable, if you compare one, I don't know, Bayraktar drone or different tactical or strategical level drones cost, that is affordable drone, but it's not affordable for every individual, in specifically for those who are holding peaceful Ukrainian skies in the trenches. That's why those guys need help, and that's why, with the whole lineup of good things that we've been doing in the past with MriyaReport, your listeners, with everybody here in this beautiful community of MriyaReport, this is one of them. That's why you're encouraged to take part in this, and that's why we have unique opportunity to bring help to legendary 95th Brigade, I would say. This is first. And second, we have an honor and trust from those guys that we can bring those things to them. I mean, it means a lot. Personally, to me, it means a lot. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think just it was so remarkable. It's 700 days ago. There was no such thing as a first-person drone as an anti-tank weapon. And so we can look at it this way: you have a Javelin, which costs about $250,000. You fire that at a tank. It closes in at just about the speed of sound. Closes in on the tank. It has two modes: direct attack will fly right into the tank, and top attack. So it gets within about 50 meters of the attack of the tank. It pulls up at a 90-degree angle, then executes a 180-degree turn and crashes down into the top of the tank. 98% of the time, Javelin missile will hit what it's aiming at. The Russians claim to have countermeasures for the Javelin. I'm sure their tank crews don't believe it because they don't work. So you look at a first-person drone invented by Ukraine. Some bright young soldier said, look, why don't we cut apart one of the 155 millimeter artillery shells that the United States have given us that are filled with cluster bombs, CBU units. They cut the artillery shell apart, which takes some guts in itself, and you take the individual bomblets, you attach them to a first-person racing drone, and you send that out after Russian tanks. Well, the kill ratio right now on a first-person drone, it's about somewhere between 45 and 55%. But look at it this way, that costs you about $1,500. So you can essentially make 200 of those weapons for the cost of one Javelin. And just the drones themselves, in my days when I was operating, there was a $20 million Predator up there at 30,000 feet. And it generally had, 4 Hellfires, not much more than that. Look at the difference and the democratization of the technology onto the battlefield. And all of that, every bit of it is Ukraine. I've talked about this before, and I have worked for DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Administration. I've helped develop some technology for them. A great idea like that fed into the DARPA system 3 years ago, it wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Somebody would have said, this can't possibly work. What about electronic count? Blah, 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 blah. Nobody said that in Ukraine. They said, okay, kid, give it a try. Wham, it worked. 700 days later, land warfare has changed fundamentally and forever. And we were just speaking to Vladimir, and he was tiptoeing around what he could say. And I thank him very much to get a serving officer to talk to you from a frontline unit about combat and the evolving combat situation. He has to be extraordinarily careful about what he says. He doesn't want to give anything away to the enemy who are listening without a doubt, and has to be very careful about what he says in terms of, he has to be very careful. He is not speaking for the Ukrainian armed forces. He is not speaking for the National Guard. He's not speaking for the command structure itself. But one of the very key things he said was, we have to be very careful that we aren't discovered, right? So you're patrolling in somewhere, you're on a penetration mission, your first job is to not get seen. Many times you don't want contact with the enemy at all. You want to completely avoid it. In my days as a SEAL, I never wanted contact with the enemy. When the situation was completely right, when the situation was exactly as I wanted it, then I'd attack. But if those variables weren't all in my favor, because I had a very small force, right? We could hit the snot out of you for X amount of time, but then we had to break contact because there was only 10 of us or 15 of us or 16. There just weren't a lot of us. So surprise and stealth and furious attack was everything. But I generally did not have to worry about enemy drones following me in, or heaven forbid, drones overhead looking for my body heat. So there again, the battlefield has changed completely. And, 700 days ago, you asked any admiral in any of the world navies, how is the war going to go in the Black Sea? Not one of them would have said, within 2 years, Ukraine will control the entire Western Black Sea. No Russian surface vessel will dare operate northwest of Crimea. It will be completely out of bounds to them, and remote control naval drones will have sunk 30% of the Russian Black Sea flotilla. Nobody thought of that. If you came up to DARPA or the Navy Department and said, look, I've adapted this jet ski, it's going to use satellite navigation, I'm going to bolt a Starlink system to it, I'm going to make basically a powered surfboard with a 500 kilogram warhead and I'm going to hunt Russian surface ships. They'd say, get back into your box and go away. Nobody said that to Ukraine. They said, good idea, kid, make it happen. And all of those developments, they're winning the war. Ukraine was the brains of the Soviet Union. Ukraine was the backbone of its naval architecture, its shipbuilding, its aerospace, its aviation, its computer science, its nuclear engineering. Those were all scientists, technologists, intellectuals from Ukraine. And doesn't Russia wish they'd invaded somewhere else instead?
I'm sure they do. Light Sniper fella, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Chuck, you just stole my thunder. I vigorously,
I'm sorry,
I vigorously agree with everything you said, and also what Wardog said. And I was about to say that the development in the wartime, always new inventions are made, and it's one of the major opportunities for mankind to develop new things. And I think it's unfortunate as such that we need this kind of events to get forward in diverse things. But anyways, it's just amazing what kind of creativity and let's say resource saving methods the Ukrainians have developed in the shortest of time. I think it's absolutely amazing. And as you said, that the warfare has changed for good. It's now things which were like science fiction like 3-4 years ago are completely like everyday things today. And I think it's absolutely just amazing. And these drones, for example, it's a good example of what you brought about the javelins, for example. But you said that the countermeasures for javelins, they have these cope cages, the Russians, you know, these these things which they put on top of their tanks. Don't they work? Okay,
Yeah, not so well.
I expecting a call any minute now, so I think I drop down. But thanks for the brilliant hosting, and Wardago, you are really Chuck, you really said everything I wanted to say. So what I'm rambling here, I'll drop down. Thanks.
Well, I didn't mean to steal your thunder. And you know what one of the things you just said, I want to underscore. I think it's really unfortunate that it is war throughout human history that has engendered technological leaps. You know, I hate to see that as well. And look, I've been to war, folks. It's vastly overrated. It is not sexy. It's not wonderful. It's filthy. It's horrendous. It brings out the absolute worst in people. And then, very oddly, it brings out the very best in humanity as well. But Pickled, you've got your hand up. Do you? What can we do you for?
Just.
Oh yes, like. Please go ahead. Light Sniper, did we lose? I think you're muted.
One thing with what I thought today and came to my mind, if we think about Russia, about it's a rich country with resources and everything, and what they have caused in the world in the past decades is just so much money has been, I say, wasted in military development, and what not only in their own country but also around the world. What all good things could have come or been done with that money? I think it's just absolutely mind-boggling. Those trillions of well, whatever currency, it's just mind-boggling how stupid this whole thing is. And I completely agree with the war is filthy and whatever. But I started thinking about this whole arms race, which is basically caused to big extent of this tension which Russia is causing all over the world. What they have, how much they have damaged the entire like financial and the societies around the world with their warmongering. I think it's just despicable, and I think it's about time that they they are put in their corner, and I really hope that we will soon see in the coming decades or whatever that the Russian Federation will slowly fall apart due to it because of their, how do I say, it's not sustainable what they're doing in a big scale. It's just I think I hope that it's inevitable that they will fall apart in some way or another. That the different countries will just sort of detach themselves from the federation. Okay, and now that was it. Thanks.
Lee, I've got the term for that. I call it crap Midas. Everything what they touch becomes not gold, and that started not yesterday. I think that this is even just simply intensified with when every war happens around the time start running faster, and like in many time revolution or evolution, all of this how to call it different approach to the things, and when extreme events are happening, time start running faster, and it just multiplied all of the things that they're doing in their crappy Midas way. But yeah, that's the term.
Yeah, and I think that the point is basically when we think here in the West, let's say in democratic liberal societies, that now Russia has hit the rock bottom, then they just say, hold my beer. They say just something even more ridiculous. So.
Oh, just very briefly, Vladimir Putin watched the Soviet Union fall apart because it entered into an industrial, military, and economic competition with the West, which it could not win. And he's embarking on that exact same path. And now what is going to fall apart is not going to be the vast Soviet Union, but I think eventually here the Russian Federation and Russia itself. Because War Doggo and Lie Sniper, you're both right. This isn't sustainable. Even now, as Russia is on the offensive in Ukraine, and I'm afraid they're going to be in the ascendant for a while because of Washington's ineptitude. But it's not sustainable. It isn't sustainable for Russia to lose 1,000 people every day. And they're doing that because of the ineptitude of their generals, the ridiculous tactics they insist on using. And, what if they lost 10,000 tanks already? 10,000 armored vehicles, I think it's 6,000 tanks, 10,000 artillery pieces. It isn't sustainable. They say they've got the T-14 Armata tank. Yeah, there apparently are about 30 of them. They don't want to even put their T-90s into Ukraine because every blown up T-90 in Ukraine means a T-90 won't be sold to foreign markets because it isn't any good. So it's inevitable. There's going to be economic and sociological consequences for Russia, and those sociological consequences include in that retrograde traditional society, Putin is killing a generation of breadwinners. He's killing a generation of his young men, and it's going to hurt them economically down the line. It's inevitable. But I just don't want to see this war go on at 1 second longer than it has to.
No, absolutely. But gentlemen, this is great discussion. I really appreciate it. Pickled Flickerfella, please take your word as well.
I kindly thank you. Really enjoyed this discussion. I just wanted to say something to what Chuck mentioned earlier about how Ukrainians adapt to innovation. He was talking about this young soldier who's basically talking about like, hey, this is how we're gonna, we can use this drone basically to attack it. Well, if you want to hear the actual story about this from Ukrainians, you can go to my profile. There's a link to Nefu TV, and look under the little index for drone name of a video. It's about commander from Kraken Air Reconnaissance. He's the one who's doing the video. It's basically an interview, but it highlights a lot of this topic that we just discussed today. And I was fascinated to listen to all the different interesting points of view about this. But they also actually talked about in that interview about how this application of drones came to be around, which I thought was really interesting. So I definitely recommend that it's a link that takes you directly to Ukrainian YouTube channel, so they still get a all the look, check mark, and all that stuff. You can go directly to their channel through YouTube through that link. That website that I have is just compilation of all the different interesting videos that maybe English speaking supporters of Ukraine can have a quick access to, so this way they don't have to translate the actual title. So I kind of did that for them. But some of those videos, they don't have English dub translation, so you have to kind of select the caption and read along, and you have to do auto translate function. So there's a little bit of things you have to do to kind of understand what they're talking about. But I definitely recommend. It was really interesting interview. That's all I really wanted to say at this point. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity. Unfortunately, I have to drop down, but I really appreciate the space, the wonderful guests. I'm looking forward to the next guests from Alpha Unit as well. So thank you so much for everything you do. You guys are superstars. Thank you.
And absolutely, thank Pickled. Thanks for that. And folks, if you are listening, just go ahead and touch Pickled's icon on there and give him a follow. I am a longtime follower, so please do that as well. And Yana, who is up? Who is up next? I'm confused, but that's not a new occurrence.
Well, then we are to check, but I don't think we have any raised hands now. So I'm just happy that I can be confused here together with you. And one more time, I need to appreciate Flickr Fella's Ukrainian. So next time when he is up, we have to test him a little bit more, because this was quite amazing. No, but this discussion was so great. I really appreciate you all. And I've learned so many things, really insights that I didn't realize. For example, about this detailed planning of the special forces. Of course, it's quite logical, but I never realized it, because when I was asking about a typical day, I always imagine it's like a lot of running and reacting and stress and fighting and adrenaline. But of course, you have to plan. And maybe you both, while we don't have any hands, maybe you can give me some more insights, because as I said, I do have rookie questions. One of the things was, I was thinking about when the guys are on the zero line or and in the front lines, like, do they have a chance for some additional training, or is it they just have to live off the training that they did before? Or is this just totally a silly question? Because I really cannot imagine how that goes. Do they have time to train? I know that Ukrainian forces, they do make sure that they rotate, unlike the Russian forces. But how is it with maybe honing their skills and getting new ones? Czech or Wardogo?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Normally when you're not in a war or you're getting ready for a war deployment. Of course, the United States has been in an almost constant state of war, not war exactly, but conflict deployments for the last 25 years. You will do a very thorough workup, a period of training. In the case of the SEALs, it's at least as long as your deployment. So we traditionally would deploy for 6 months at a time. Sometimes it's extended. It's very seldom that it's shortened. You do a very intensive period of training. working on both fundamentals and advanced skills. And of course, that would be everything from maritime sabotage, combat swimming, high altitude parachute jumps, marksmanship, close quarters battle, demolition, intelligence operations, the basic special operations forces, deep reconnaissance, special surveillance missions, etc. And prior to your deployment, you'll go through thing we called an operational readiness examination, an ORE, and you will do a full-scale, beginning to end mission profile of a bundle of multiple missions that follow one on another. And I know this is going to sound kind of crazy, but facing the operational readiness examination was more stressful to me than combat was. Because if you failed any aspect of that operational readiness examination, you were gone. You needed to find some other item of work. But it's a really good question about how much training can you actually get in when you're forward deployed. And I had this solid rule that I kept myself to, and it sounds counterintuitive, but I would never train if I was anywhere near the enemy. I wouldn't, I just wouldn't train. I had to keep focused on the pointy end of the operation. That doesn't mean I wouldn't rehearse missions, because I would, but I'd have to get away. You never want to wind up in the middle of, kinetically training for something and have the enemy jump in on you. That's an absolute recipe for disaster. There was a rehearsal for D-Day in the south of England, a full-fledged rehearsal for an amphibious landing on the south coast. About half a dozen German torpedo boats blundered into that exercise and shot it to pieces and wound up killing about 800 Allied soldiers. And that was kept secret from the world until about 1960, right? And there was that interface between training and combat. So as these explosions are going off while these people thought they were training, they had no idea they were under attack, right? So you never want to put yourself in that situation. But being forward deployed, and there's an interesting thing about the units that we've been able to talk to, the Alpha unit and the Omega unit, because they are at the pinnacle. They're at the very top level of Ukrainian special forces capability. They become, and again, I'm speaking for the Ukrainian chain of command. I might be wrong here, but I strongly suspect that they are, like the SEAL teams, they tend to be theater or national assets, meaning that you may deploy and you may be put into an area and associating with certain other units, but you don't really have a direct chain of command. There can be local commanders, but the local SEAL team can be, orders can come directly from Washington for that local SEAL team to carry out a mission that the local commander may or may not know anything about. And you're answering to a lot of different levels, very high levels in the chain of command. Units that are very highly trained, very specialized, and exactly like the Alpha and exactly like the Omega units. You will also get moved around to different places because you've got these capabilities that a lot of other units don't have. And, basically, without patting any SEALs on the back, we're so good because they've spent quite a lot of money to train us. We have been given all these skills and they expect us to be able to use them. And that is why for me, and I said it earlier, I was more nervous about the readiness examinations, right? Passing the pre-deployment examinations. Now, I never failed one. I never came close to failing one. The guys I worked with, we all took things absolutely seriously, and those mission bundles that we were sent on, they're very much as much like war as they could possibly be, and that included the chance of unlucky things happening, right? You're supposed to have 4 helicopters, you only get 2. Something breaks, someone gets lost, communications are not working as they should be. That was part of the examination. How are you going to work when things aren't going correctly? So that's, I think those things are shared by all of the upper levels of special operations forces throughout the world. And War Doggo, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that as well. Training close to the enemy.
No, there is a golden rule that I hear so many times starting any training, and from basic basic manipulation with a firearm, the instructor will always tell you, starting from all of the rules, how to properly behave with a firearm. And the more advanced instructor will always tell you that train like you fight, but then you fight like you trained, because as we've been already mentioning, in the situation when the adrenaline is pumped into the blood in the enormous amount, and the things get in trouble, you don't get high as per all of your learnings and all of the things that you one day have been reading, but unfortunately you're falling down till the level of your muscle memory and what you got to your brain as mechanical like movements that you've been really physically trained, and your muscle memory remembers. That's how the things work. I believe for special force units and the professionals of the special force units, the government spent that enormous amount of funds in order to create that capable specific unit, that actually it is used only for specific tasks that others cannot do, and that unit was specifically trained to do certain things. That's why, for instance, the Omega second assault group that we've been joined today by Volodymyr. That's why when they were asking for for the general purpose truck, I'm always asking, like, what kind of the truck you need, because there are the different types that you may have. There are the like really general purpose trucks, like with the help of MriyaReport, the Ford Ranger, for instance, got to 18th Brigade of Andriy, whom we had back in the past in the space, and he was also explaining his certain particularities of electronic warfare countermeasures that he was doing. Speaking with Volodymyr, his recommendation was contrary. Hey, we are kind of the unit that today we are in the north, tomorrow we are in the south, then we are moving at the east. So we are always moving along, and we are in specific places doing some specific things that we are thrown from one point to another, and point on the map can be like north and south, really that different, and we need to get fast, but we need to get also to some kind of different terrain environment, and not to get not to get in trouble, because sometimes things that they say, things that they do can be done with the general purpose vehicle, general purpose trucks, and then after their part of the mission, the the armored vehicles are coming, and all of the things start getting expanded, call it this way. If you think it really highly speaks, for instance, what you're observing now in the Kharkiv area with the Russians fighting Russians on the Russian territory. Prior, the whole story started. Someone was there in the specific mission, with the specific tasks, and that's the job of such guys whom we had the honor today to be with us for some limited quantity of time, but that's not because they wanted that the time was that short, but because the circumstances was like that. And tomorrow we are going to have also SVU Alpha guys with us. Meantime, please don't forget, check the recent the drone fundraiser that we are doing for the other legends, 95th Brigade, 13th Battalion. We had Danilo, the company command, here at the space, and I believe we will make those guys very happy, knowing that we managed to help with the drones. But to get there, we need a little bit of help from everybody. Even if someone cannot participate in that fundraiser, the very useful thing that everybody can do is just retweeting information about that fundraiser. Maybe someone who have possibility to contribute, to participate, will see that post, and that is also the help that is also very helpful. Yeah, thanks. I will be staying for another like 5-10 minutes, then I will have to come down, unfortunately. But overall, it was very interesting interview today. It was interesting discussion. What about the training? If we consider the safe place in Ukraine, where is safe? Any place the ballistic missile, those Russian means of destruction can reach. But overall, if you think of the line of defense, if you get like 40 kilometers of the Russian outside the Russian artillery range, you're actually getting to some place where you are capable to plan some kind of routines, disregardless of any regular shelling, that artillery shelling that could be conducted. Therefore, units they're organizing the training facilities somewhere a little bit far from the first line of defense, second line of defense. So there are the improvised training facilities. Some of them they are very very skilled. They train the soldiers. They are training to clean the trenches, for instance. That's very hard part of the assault operations, where a lot of things can go really unpredictable. You need to be very careful. You can imagine all of those trenches and how to clean the trenches. They call it clean the trenches, and like moving in the trenches. This is like a labyrinth of different, like left or right, narrow surface that is very particular, and they're training to conduct operations and assault operations in such environment, and that is why Ukraine is doing the things much better than Russia, because Ukrainians first are training, second Ukrainians are much more motivated because they are fighting on its own land, liberating own land, and motivation means a lot. Motivation even to train harder and to be more skilled and to be being more motivated to stay alive, coming back home. You're not forced to attack because you've got, I don't know, you've got a mortgage, and you're, even if you're killed, your family will get the reimbursement. Every of us is motivated to get back home to the families and to, you know, we were not asking this enemy to come, but if we have to protect the land, it means this is the reality. This is the reality we accept, and this is the reality we are putting all the efforts what we can in order to make the enemy leave and to make enemy pay for all of the horrible things they're doing, coming with a genocidal war unwanted. That's my thoughts about that. What do you think, Anna? What do you think, Chuck?
And it's a heroic effort, Wardago, nonetheless. So thank you both for these insights. It's really fascinating. I'm learning so much tonight. Thank you both. Let's welcome Brian. We have a new speaker who was waiting patiently. Good evening, good day, Brian. Please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Great space as always. Hey, Chuck. Good to talk to you again.
Hey, good to have you.
Hey, so I just want to know, just talk about, deploying French troops, in a support role, sort of non-combat areas in Ukraine. And then, I think you made the point when we talked about this previously that potentially this could lead to, once the precedent's been set, potentially there might be other countries that raise their hands similarly and offer some support personnel to just provide an extra set of hands to help the Ukrainians. And I'm just curious, if you woke up as an advisor to the Ukrainian General Staff, how would you recommend that what kind of roles do you think you would recommend to the General Staff of where these troops would be deployed, and what kinds of things would you have them doing?
Wow, that is a great question. There's a term of art in warfare. It's the tooth to tail ratio, right? So for every single combatant put into combat, ground combat, there's at the very least, there's 10 people supporting that one soldier. Everything that helps that soldier shoot, move, and communicate, ground lines of communication and supply, an army famously moving on its stomach, coming at land warfare as a naval officer, my training and even the training in my own land warfare, you think of a naval vessel, it puts to sea and goes into combat. It has everything it needs to conduct its mission right there between the bow and the stern. We've got everything we need, and the only consumables we have are the ammunition, food, and fuel. So we can be replenished at sea, but we tend to leave the gate with everything we need. That isn't the case in land warfare, right? Land warfare is, it's like a weed eater. You plug it in and you go back in the backyard and you trim the weeds. But if you unplug the plug, you're not in the weed eating business. So that plug are the ground lines of communication and supply. So some of the things that if French troops are deployed in support roles, the things that they could do, manning those logistical vehicles, and again, supply arrangements in a combat zone, they're not as straightforward as you getting fresh heads of lettuce in Walmart, right? Although that is a pretty good example of just-in-time supply, right? So that goes from the field into the refrigerated warehouse, into a refrigerated truck, and delivered to the point of sale. In a combat situation, you don't want to have large warehouses or large conglomerations of whatever the commodity is, whether it's food, fuel, ammunition, electronic parts, whatever it is. You are not looking for economies of scale. You've got to diversify the routes, the locations, everything else, that in itself requires even more sort of administrative work to know you've got, say, 100 P250 pumps. They're not all in one place. They are scattered around in, a dozen, 24 locations. And knowing where everything is at every one time, how to get that item in particular to the people who need it exactly when they need it. You can see that doesn't just take truck drivers. That takes lots of supply clerks, lots of administration. That same thing goes for getting casualties from the battle space, extracting them, getting them to aid stations, and then from those aid stations to field hospitals, transporting those wounded, and that transportation is decreasingly dicey as you move away from the front. Everything it takes to put on a medevac, everything it takes to put those field hospitals together. Things break in war. You've got equipment, and it's used absolutely at the hardest level it can be used. They're going to break. Even though military equipment tends to be much more robust than their civilian analogs, they break. You need to have, it's called depot level maintenance. If you break something really badly, it's going to go back to a place where they specialize on fixing it. And that, again, you don't want to have one place where that happens. You need to spread out those locations, reduce the risk. Also, as Ukraine has been equipped with better and better NATO vehicles, just to take two examples, the Bradley, three, the Leopard main battle tank, the Bradley infantry fighting vehicle, and the M1 Abrams variants they have. These are very survivable platforms. And just because it's hit, knocked out on the battlefield, especially with something like the Abrams, it's almost never destroyed. It can be immobilized, its weapon system or sensors can be broken off, but there are tank recovery vehicles. They're specifically made to drag the tank off the battlefield, and at the depot level, they can be put back in service, especially because they're so survivable. The Bradley is famously very survivable vehicle. Again, and Ukraine has lost a number of Abrams, a number of Bradleys on the battlefield. The vast majority of those have been recovered and are in the process of being put back in service. And that's just a couple of examples of what French forces could do. The good thing about the NATO armed forces is they have been working together for decades. And we don't always do everything exactly alike. We always do things in a complementary manner, and the basics are almost always the same. And that doesn't happen by accident. You have to practice to make that happen. But that has always been NATO's goal, to make the armed forces of every nation as interoperable as they can be. And on my end of the business, in the higher realms of special operations forces, that had a great effect on the world. People stopped hijacking aircraft when terrorists knew that 100% of the time, if you hijacked an aircraft and it landed, it would be taken back. Right. So even the last gasps of the aircraft hijacking industry, about the only place that a hijacked airliner could land was in Beirut. And I know because I was chasing them. So every nation had that capability to take back those aircraft. And that was skills that we all worked on. The French famously took back a couple of their hijacked airliners. We all worked together. We listened to how they did it, what mistakes they made, what they did well. And that goes for every single military occupational specialty. in every NATO army across the whole spectrum of armed conflict. And Ukraine is benefiting from that right now.
Thank you very much, Jack, for the answer. Brian, would you like to react?
Yeah, just one follow-up question. So obviously you have a little bit of a language barrier for those people. So how would you set up the reporting structure? Would you detach these troops from their home command structures, or would you have them operate as independent units reporting to the Ukrainians? I'm just trying to think operationally, how would you set that up?
Well, there's generally, and that's another thing that NATO has practiced quite a lot. There's usually a coalition sort of command structure where the host nation is, of course, included in the command structure. But generally, you can think of it as whatever troops are deployed into Ukraine, and I'm not sure we're at that place where that decision is going to be made. But let's say in any other country, there's a war going on. There is the host nation who is called for assistance. There's the coalition command structure, but there is pretty much a direct line that always goes up to the home country. Although I've operated, and any of our listeners here who have been in Iraq, Afghanistan, very often the commanding, the overall commander will be someone from a NATO country, can be in overall command. Often, though, the United States being the biggest fish, they might be more likely to be represented in the command structure. But I would say the best way to put it is sort of overlapping command. But the important thing is the lateral communication, right? And again, this highly adaptable Western military style, right? Commander's intent. So, the local Ukrainian commanders can say what they need and, how they want it to come out, and everyone will work to make that happen. So there's great lateral communication at the top, and then one-to-one communication when you're down at the worker bee level and you're assisting your host nation counterpart.
Thank you, Chuck. Great answer.
Thank you both. And I don't know if Wardago wants to react as well, but let me just quickly interject. We have also a question from the background from a kind listener. So Wardago, maybe go ahead if you have something to this topic, and then I'll ask the question.
I was going already to go down, but you remind me of something. Have you seen a video of drone footage when Russians are trying to make selfie in front of damaged Abrams, but something goes wrong?
I saw
Yes.
that.
That was something.
Yeah, never. I personally have never taken a selfie in combat, and probably just for that reason.
Yeah, for dear listeners who haven't seen the video, it's just like, look, comrade, I just damaged the Abrams, and you actually have the video. I just reposted that video, and that is something it's hilarious. I mean,
Thank you so much, Wardago. Yeah, thank you for reminding us of these fun memories. So let me go out with the question from the kind listener. So they are asking, this is in connection with our previous topic of the training, especially in the front lines and zero lines. So the listener is asking, how do the guys on the front line actually relax? Is it possible to do any hobby, quote unquote, or hobby activity to take one's mind of the intensity of being near the fire line?
Wow, that's a good question. Well, I think a lot of times, and I can't speak for the Alpha unit, but I've got a hunch that the operational profile is pretty much similar. A higher echelon special forces will tend to operate out of sort of secure bases in the rear, and so the distance from the zero line, of course, it varies, and of course, they're going to be forward deployed. But a lot of times, we enjoy pretty much, and I'll call it. It is a luxury that we have a secure base to plan from, operate, etc. That being said, what is a secure base in a 21st century war? Nothing is really secure. And there's a lot of ballistic missiles that are fired in this war. You've got to be ready for that. You've got to wait for the siren to go on. There's incoming threats all the time. So no place is really safe, and you generally don't operate or plan. You're definitely, or very rarely will you be so far back that you're not going to be in some danger. Uh, it's a really hard question to answer because you're involved in this sort of life and death contest. And maybe what I'm about to say, my view is prejudiced by the fact that, I was an officer. If I wasn't actually in the field conducting an operation, we come back, we have to debrief it, we got to write it up. I've got to interface with with my superiors. I've got to, so between missions, I'm debriefing it, I'm writing it up, I'm sending that up, I'm talking to the intelligence people. I'm interfacing with local commanders. I'm planning an operation. Even in its planning phases, I've got to do a lot of coordination with other units. One of the things we talked a little bit mentioned with Vladimir was, if I'm going to be operating in the enemy rear, there's a couple of real tense things I've got to do. I've got to cross the zero line, right? So I've got to approach it. I've got to get across it, and then conduct whatever operations I'm going to do in the enemy rear. But after I have completed my taskings against the enemy, I've got to cross the zero line again. And, if I'm a couple of heat blobs coming towards the zero line, I've got to make sure that I'm not going to get attacked when I cross the line back into friendly territory. So, all of those are examples of the kind of things that keep a commander busy sort of all the time, 24 hours a day, pretty much. And if there's anyone listening who has done that, senior non-commissioned officer or commissioned officer in war, I don't say this for any sympathy, but I pretty much I slept under my desk. If I wasn't working, I was grabbing just a couple hours of sleep there, and that cycle just kind of goes on and on. There is some downtime. How guys spend it. I mean, reading. Sometimes I always used to think it's crazy, but they're playing first-person shooter games, and I sort of thought that's what I was doing every night. I didn't need to do it on my video game, but I guess the bottom line is it's pretty hard to relax. It kind of takes a lot out of you. The other thing that I always felt, we put a lot of effort into physical training and getting in the best shape we possibly could. We'd go to deploy and we'd come back, and I always felt I was in the worst shape that I could possibly be. It's sort of the lack of food, lack of sleep, lots of stress, continual effort, not always having time to really, exercise. It really takes a toll. It really takes a toll on you.
Yeah, well, I cannot imagine, but indeed, stress usually takes much bigger toll than we realize. So, yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, Jack. And Ward Doggo, please go ahead.
Yeah, prior, I will go down. I would recall what we were discussing with Danilo, for instance, from 95th Brigade for Home. Currently, we are conducting together with dear listeners from MriyaReport the fundraiser for the drones. He was saying that his battalion, his group in particular, his company is never pulled. Like longer distance than the second defense line. Like majority of the time they spend first line, but sometimes when they need to recreate, when they need to recover, they are moving just to the second line. So even not the third line, not somewhere in the regular location point of the military unit is not like that. So they're just moving to the second line, and for them is considered already to be the rest. many uh, many many men and women on duty, they find kind of recreation and rest in, I don't know, communicating with animals. They pet cats, dogs. There are a lot of abandoned animals in the destroyed villages that people were not able to take with them, and they just simply untied them and like let them go because that was the chance for them to survive. Military pets such animals, and they have kind of mental discharge with these kind of nature communications, communicating with the nature, calling like this. Training and training, getting better in what they are motivated to do is another part of the activity. Uh, in some interviews, guys were saying that they're having, even in their command point, they're having the PlayStation and they're playing FIFA regularly among their teammates. They have some internal competitions and all of that. That, I mean, the fact that you're at war and you're on duty and you're defending a land, you doesn't mean that you shouldn't have rest. And you know, even in certain hard circumstances and situations, people are capable and able to appreciate every day, every moment that they are spending in so-called how to call in comparable safety. You are not on the first line, you are on the second line. You know, you're not on the second line, you know, third line. I mean, it's like it's all comparable perception of safety, let's call it this way. And you know, Ukrainians being overall kind and very good people, Russians still manage to wake up some kind of evil in us by doing horrible things that we want to kick them out of our land as soon as possible. And this is the main motivation to stay alive, to be effective, and to be professional in doing the job, being on duty in, I don't know, I would say kicking the Russian asses. I put it that way. I hope I answered your question also in the manner, from all of the things that we've learned during the interviews with different people who we are supporting. That's kind of cumulative experience that I was trying to set here. Thanks. I will be.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Wardago.
No,
Go ahead,
I
please.
was just mentioning that I will be already going down, so I was going to ask everybody for kind words and all of the support that everybody is doing. Please carry on, Chuck.
Wardago, thank you. I know we're taking up your time as well, but I just want to thank you again. You know, you're always here to lend a hand and help us with translation. And listen, we are big fans of you too, and we appreciate your coming up so much. It's always a great pleasure to work with you. And, you are a friend to all of us. And we thank you so much.
I'm here for one very good reason. First, as many people will know how the things are in real in Ukraine and spread the word, what MriyaReport does fantastically to inform people about things going on in Ukraine. That's very important. And the other very important thing, you cannot imagine after our interviews, every time when you think you say something very common thing that we are with you, we are on your side, we will help even more, we are with you not as long as it will take, as they are sometimes here, but like we are going to be together till the victory. And that's important. Like, you may hear and you may see many things, but there are a lot of people who are friends, and we will not let you down. You cannot imagine how it is important to those guys who've been in, who knows, maybe 10 minutes ago, with the horrible experience, with many things that they have seen already and they will see in the future. I would not wish that many would have the same experience, but you cannot imagine the weight of such simple as we think words for those. I really like when we have a dialogue, they're asking, do you really think all of these people support that way? Yes, of course. That's why we've been inviting you for that long to come up and to speak, and that is why I want you to know that there are so many people that are supporting our friends, and like you cannot imagine how that boosts the motivation. That's why I would like also to thank all of you in return. That means a lot. That is not trivial, and that is not that easy as we think. That means a lot. Thanks.
Oh, word ago. Now I have something in my throat and I cannot speak. This is so amazing. Thank you. But I really have to say, when I heard Vladimir speaking, when he said thank you to MriyaReport, I could really hear appreciation in his voice, and it was so moving to hear this from from this hero. It's amazing. Thank you.
Okay, I tell you that when we were raising the funds for the general purpose truck for Omega unit, one of their teammates in parallel was selling his own family car to get the car for the unit. And I said, no, don't do that. I'm pretty sure that with a lot of friends who are supporting Ukraine, together with MriyaReport, we will figure out something, and give us just a little bit of time. But please don't sell your personal car, don't sell your family car to get the proper general purpose truck to your unit. And that's behind the gratitude. It just personally means a lot for many people doing the right things in Ukraine. Again, thanks. Thanks a lot from Ukraine, as always.
Well, look, it's our pleasure. I wish you could tell those guys, boy, they don't have to thank us. We thank them. And we are in this for the however long it takes. And we are going to be in this for what we all look forward to, and that is the reconstruction and rebuilding of Ukraine. We are all here for it, and we don't quit. This is not some passing fancy. And everyone who's listening here today, I want to thank you too. You got other things to do. We really appreciate you sharing your time with us. We so much appreciate your kind and generous gifts, and we just want you to know it. And you give it to us, we give it to them. That's the way we run this thing. And I'm delighted to remind everybody. We hold a fundraiser, and a couple weeks later, you'll be looking at pictures from the front, and you'll be looking at the end users. We deliver, and it's the least we can do, right? It is the least we can do. Ukraine didn't start this war. It didn't provoke this war. It didn't ask for this war, and it doesn't deserve this war. But the Russians started it, and Ukraine's going to effing finish it. Right? This is what's going to happen. Russia has started something that it is not prepared to finish, and it won't finish it. This is going to end one way, in my considered military opinion. It's going to leave, one day the last Russian is going to trudge out of Ukraine, and he's going to have a Ukrainian boot print in his butt, right? So Ukraine's going to win this, and we're all going to be here to see that glorious day.
Yes. Oh, sorry, Jack. I was just speaking to you at a muted mic, of course, but yeah, couldn't agree more.
Okay.
Thank you.
Me too, with a muted mic. Jana, I'm doing two things. I'm running out of battery, and I've come to the top of the hour. But I'd really like to thank you for it's been a great evening working with you. I hope we get to do it again soon. It's been a real pleasure. And we're going to be on tomorrow, pretty much the same time frame, and we'll be talking to the Alpha Unit tomorrow of the SBU. This is a special forces outfit that dear to my own heart. They are pretty much the exact analog of SEAL Team 6. These are the guys at the absolute pointy end. These are Budanov's boys. They are an extraordinarily capable special forces unit. I can remind you that they took down 2 Russian-occupied oil platforms in the Black Sea on a single night. That one operation puts them in the top drawer. And probably the most complex special operation you could ever hope to achieve, especially in a non-permissive environment. And they pulled it off, just with remarkable fashion. So, Jana, thank you so much. And everybody, listen, tune in tomorrow afternoon. And of course, stay tuned in for the great programming that will be going on all night. And Jana, thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Jack. This was incredibly insightful discussion. You know, I have been learning so much from MriyaReport for, well, 2 years already, but tonight it was really exceptional. There were so many new insights that, yeah, that was also, they were also interesting for the listeners, I believe. And it was lovely working with you. Have a good night or good day. And let me welcome James, who will be sharing the hot seat with me. And let me just quickly say, James, one more thing. I am trying to bring up one of our listeners, but it's not working. So I will keep trying. And in the meantime, yeah, welcome, James. It's wonderful to see you. Are you
It's
flying
good.
up?
Good to see you. I will be up when somebody drops, and not before, because that's the way it works. Truck is, doesn't it? It is just that way. I came up an hour ago because I thought my shift was starting, and I was yawning and everything, and I realized, oh my gosh, it's not the start of my shift. So that's why I dropped out and I went and took a nap. So I am the better for it. So I'm ready now, Jana. I'm ready. We'll see what the evening brings, but it's good to be here with you for such a short time, Chuck. I'm glad that you are going to do this again tomorrow. I will probably get a better night's sleep and be able to stay awake tomorrow. Staying up till 3 in the morning, listening to great people, even great people, can be tiring. So yes, not tonight.
Yes, I can relate to this in more than one way, James, but I'm not going to go into the details. But while you're flying through the air and crossing the airways with Jack, who will be flying down, I think I succeeded in bringing the listener up. So that's a wonderful welcome. All questions are welcome, of course. And I wanted to say, James, again, thank you for last night. It was, I believe, your day, but my evening, my night, because last night you brought incredible guests as well. And that was, well, you actually brought two guests, but one of them was speaking a bit more. We had Lev and Maria Volansky, and Lev shared with us a song that he composed. And I wanted to bring this up because, yeah, that was, it was so moving. Yeah, I had another occasion that brought something into my throat. But it's, yeah, what I wanted to say is that this was in commemoration, or we had this chat in commemoration of today, because today is the second, I don't know, you can't even say anniversary. Yeah, it's the second year. On this day today, the Mariupol theater was bombed, was shelled by, we believe it was two Russian rockets with huge payload. And we also know that in this big theater there were hundreds, if not 1,000 people sheltering civilian people. And we all know that there was this huge sign in front of the theater that says Deti, which means children. And I can tell you the first time, because I've heard about bombing this theater, of this theater in the news, and I was also in MriyaReport space, and I was also in a different space. So we kind of kept hearing about this theater. But when I first saw the picture of the bombed theater, of the destroyed theater, I couldn't believe my eyes, because in the news, nobody mentioned this sign. And because I can read the language, because my language is similar, I just couldn't believe my eyes that I saw this huge sign, children, in front of it, and that they shelled it in spite of this. So, yeah, I just wanted to remind ourselves that among thousands, I would say, thousands of war crimes, today is the day when this particular one took place. And your guest, your friend, created incredible song that really expresses a lot of emotions that I had around this thing, James. So back to you on this occasion. Back to you, James.
Thank you, Jana. I appreciate that. It was my pleasure to interview him, and I didn't do much talking. Fortunately, Alan Brewer was there, and you were there. Although I must admit, with me and Alan, you didn't get much time to talk to him. So, I but thank you for being there, and it was a good presentation because he's such a great guy, and he really is earnest about his interest. And of course, he is Ukrainian by descent, and his story, his family history that he retold was just so interesting, and that they, escaped after World War II, thinking that Ukraine may be gone forever, and therefore they wanted to build a little bit back of what they knew from Ukraine in the United States, and they did that. And this program that he developed was not just to have a song, but also to have a way to involve the kids in the diaspora a way to remember history, a way to explain to kids what's going on in the war. And so this was not just about, a reminder to the world. It is that, but also a way to help children understand what's going on. And I think it works. I think he's just a powerful guy, very nice, but you can tell from his speech he's a gifted speaker too, and excellent storyteller, very compelling. So it was a pleasure, and I didn't have to do much either, honestly, because he carried the ball just about the whole way, and the music did as well. That music we also used at last night's understanding genocide segment, because of course it fits, doesn't it? That and it's a hard segment to get through sometimes because of the topic, but that song again, we played it after midnight, kind of as we're not quite winding down, but yeah, I guess toward it was the third act, if you will. And it's very it can fill you with emotion if you let it, and that's nothing wrong with that. So it was a fitting piece, and I think everybody enjoyed it, and the depth of the sound of it, and I learned a lot of things about the bandura from it. I had no idea about this instrument. It it sounded like a guitar, so I was calling it guitar, but of course I was corrected. It's a bandura, and there was one point in the music where he um, because no, I'm sorry, it was a woman who was playing it, I think, and she used the usually the part of the strings that are not struck. There's a like a guitar, kind of a fretboard, and the strings are pulled over it, pulled tight, and the end that you usually don't play with, that's where they got this kind of not quite discordant, but almost kind of sound coming out of it. And again, that really fit the music. So it was kind of a masterful performance. And fortunately, Alan was there with his musical knowledge to kind of translate something about this being a perfect cycle of fifths, and that the music started on the same note it ended on. So it was a beautiful piece. And most importantly, that explanation of kids as the sign that the Russians should have seen, and the breaking it into to get the "Where are you" words was just, well, it's clever and powerful at the same time, and it was good of him to see it. So it was very interesting, and I will work with people to get that out on Spotify. Oh, I see a person who might do that. Anyways, and so yeah, it's worth hearing again, that song, and of course we've got a link to it. I think it is in the nest. Yes, there it is. So it is in the nest. If you haven't heard it yet, it's well worth listening to. Anna, back to you.
Thank you, James. Yeah, indeed, you're right. I was so impressed by everything that this gentleman said. You're right. Very masterful music, fantastic storyteller. Obviously knew a lot about music, and it was so good to hear him and Alan talk about it. And indeed, so many layers of meaning and such a powerful expression. Yeah, really appreciate it, and a great idea. We will have to get it on Spotify. So thank you, James, again. And I wanted to remind that today is the day, and we should never forget. And it's good that this piece of music exists, because I think it can convey this message to also people who maybe didn't pay that much attention, or didn't know, or didn't realize, because we really have to keep talking about what is happening. And I don't know how to say it, maybe advocate for Ukraine, and help them as much as we can. Of course, they will win, but we can help a little. All right, James. With this topic of help, I will also get to the topic that a word ago was reminding us when he was here. But let me maybe bring it up again because we might have new sets of listeners as the time as we are going through the time zones. So we are raising funds for some drones, and Verdugo also very nicely explained to us about the thermal drones. He told us that basically this idea originally to use these thermal drones came from a usage of industrial drones that are used in the industry, for example, to inspect a building for thermal leaks, when you're doing isolation. So of course now they're adapted, and they are used for the purposes of winning the war against the Russians. So we are raising fund for DJI Mavic 3 thermal drones, and we are doing this for the 13th Battalion of the 95th Air Assault Brigade. As you might have heard, these are real legends, these people and heroes. So we are very honored that we can help them, and we would like to ask the listener as well if you can contribute. As we always say, don't take your rent or food money, but if it's possible, this is a very worthy cause, and it's also totally okay just to retweet or let other people know that we are doing this. So we would very, very much appreciate this, because every little helps. And with this, I think I will also maybe change the title, because Word ago left us for a well-deserved rest. He stayed with us for a long, long time, and he, of course, was also translating for us. So I will change the title to another kind of Dogo and not the Word Dogo. And let me maybe go to some news that we would like to cover today, James. Is there anything in particular that you would like to talk about?
Well, just very briefly, the I wanted to, because of the Mariupol drama theater destruction and the large loss of life. I just wanted to remind people that Ukraine has registered 127,662 war crimes. And so there is a lot of justice to be sought. And Russia is going to have to pay, both in terms of criminal penalties, but also um, provide reparations to Ukraine for the damage that they've caused. There's nothing you can do to bring back the lives that they've taken, but they can give back the kids that they've taken, and that is one of the points, that Ukraine has made in their 10-point peace plan, is to regain those kids. And we know that there's at least 19,000 kids who've been taken. Those are the ones that we're sure about. But there's many, many children that were in the occupied territories. And Russia is claiming 700,000 approximately that they took. And of course, they're saying, well, we are just here protecting them. And there is a right way to do that as an occupying army, and there's a wrong way. And of course, Russia has gone the wrong way, and they've taken the kids, and then they passed an internal law that violates international law that says, yes, we've done it legally. We're going to keep the kids, and it's legal now to keep the kids. So they do this. This is sort of a Russian specialty. They make a law to make something illegal legal for them, and that's the way they operate. And It's a disgusting performance, and it's just for internal consumption because nobody outside Russia should believe anything like that. And it's disappointing, of course, but everything that Russia does, virtually everything, is disappointing. I think dying, I suppose, that's not disappointing when they do that, but otherwise, pretty disappointing. And so it just is a, it's a shame that we're here, but this is something that has to get solved. And I know that some of the children will never make it home, frankly. Some of them will die, some of them, and we know of one boy, Bodan, I believe was his name, who was hours away from becoming a Russian soldier, and he would have been sent back to Ukraine to fight on the side of the Russians and attacking other Ukrainians, his fellow people. So this is what Russia does, and they don't care. They really don't care at all about that. It is just as they see it, the cost of doing business. So it's an awful war, Yana, with against a really awful enemy, and it is something that we can't let linger. And so we collectively, as nations who've decided to help them, need to pick up our game and get moving. So, yeah, well, that's kind of the only thing. Now, about the title, did you have any ideas?
Oh yeah, I did have ideas, but I actually forgot to do it because I was both listening to you and trying to think about three other things. And you are right, James. So
No
uh,
worries, no
do,
worries.
do you have an idea?
Well, let's see. We could go with Mariupol Remembrance. I don't even know if that would fit. But we could do something like that. We could pick something about I don't know, oil goes boom in Russia, something like that. I don't know. Because
Three times, three refineries.
today,
Yes. In the morning, there were reported two, but it was later updated to three. And there have been some images going in the background about a lot of damage. And of course, Will did, and he will explain in much more intelligent details. But what we know, it's really strategically very important for Ukraine to choose this target because we know where Russian money comes from. So yes, three refineries. If you would like some details about it, I can bring them as well. Yeah, maybe let me go to those details then. So it was an SBU drone attack is believed. It was in the Samara region. So attack drones of the Security Service of Ukraine struck three more Rosneft oil refineries in the Samara region. This was reported by various sources, but for example, quite reliable is the Ukraine news agency Interfax. It's about Novokubishevsk, Kuibyshev, and Sizran oil refineries. In total, they process about 25 million tons of oil per year. Or almost 10% of all oil refining in the Russian Federation. The sources also confirmed that a night attack on Russian refineries were successful. The SBU continues to implement a strategy to undermine the economic potential of the Russian Federation, which allows it to wage war in Ukraine. The cotton season at meaning bavovna season at Russian refineries is in full swing. Each such defeat reduces the flow of petrodollars that feeds the military economy of the Russian Federation. And this was a quote in the interfax notes from the source that they cited. So yes, this is quite cool. And another good detail about this was that these refineries were about or a little bit above 1,000 kilometers from the border. So that means that the drone attacks can be done quite far from their source. So yeah, it was done by the kamikaze drones, obviously, and I think that's all the details I'm able to say. And I can also share some images later in the nest, right after I. You already changed the title. Thank you very much. So I'll just share it
I
later.
did. That's why I didn't reply earlier. I was trying to get it right, and it took me a couple times. I hope I've spelled everything correctly. It's not my strength, honestly. Even with the help of technology, I still spell words wrong. But then at least the computer tells me where I've erred. So, anyways, this is great news. I'm delighted to hear this, and I have gotten in this mode where I'm kind of expecting them to shift gears. And then, there was the recent spat of 15 planes in 15 days or something like that. And then it seemed like they went over to refineries. And I thought, okay, well, they'll do this for a while and then they'll sink a bunch of Black Sea fleet, or I don't know, whatever they do. But this is going on now. This is a longer lasting thing, and it's delightful because it is so important to them. And there's this balancing act between the destruction of it, which denies them oil revenues, and then eventually they destroy enough of the refineries, and then there's less oil, and then oil prices goes up. And it's like, well, okay, is there a balancing act? But and what is it that really minimizes their income? Because that's what counts here is income for them, and that's how they keep the war machine going. So I don't know, but I bet somebody's got it all figured out. And so I don't know if they actually want to destroy everything. Because honestly, if they did that, if they destroyed enough stuff, Russia couldn't move equipment around, and that would help a great deal, right? So I like that idea. And then on the other hand, who cares? But it would hurt our economy if we had sudden inflation due to oil prices. But you know what? On to victory as fast as we can, I think is the best answer there. So, but I know, like I said, somebody's got to figure it out in Ukraine. They've thought about it a long time. They have plotted it out and they're doing it, and it's great. And so, drones and special forces, yay, good job. Budinoff boys, good job. So, I'm delighted. And did you guys have a chance to talk about the command structure anytime with Chuck and Wardago? For example, General Siersky's effect on that.
We actually did touch it a little bit because we had this special guest from the special forces, and he very, very nicely said that, yeah, he basically there was no negative emotions. He was appreciative. Yeah, the command is good. He even mentioned something like, yeah, sometimes it's good to change the command, but we didn't go into much detail. But later we then discussed things like a command intent and the way how these special units usually operate. So they basically carry the tasks, whatever changes are happening in the command structure. So we did touch it a little bit, but we didn't go into much depth. Did you want to discuss it now, James?
No, I guess I did a little bit. I guess I am attributing this. Maybe it was long planned, and it really isn't a change in tactics. Maybe this is also part of the bigger plan. Is that you've got people who specialize in different things, and you bring them up. Sort of like in the United States, you've got different pitchers who do different things, and this is baseball talk now, so it is a foreign thing, I think, for you, Yana. But it's okay. Baseball, it's a legitimate sport. The bats are not used for bonking; they're used to hit balls, which sounds awful, but it's okay in this case. And the upshot of what I'm trying to say is that if you got a left-handed or right-handed pitcher, you know, throwing to a left-handed or right-handed batter, then that makes a difference. So in a way, and if you can afford to do it, you might switch up your pitchers depending on who's at bat. And so the phases of the war, this having enough ammunition to proceed with the battle the way they were doing it, well, maybe that time had to change because of conditions, right? Maybe it's supplies. And now they're doing something new. So they brought up the other pitcher, if you will. And so I don't know if it's that or whatever, but in any case, it is very interesting to just appreciate how much success this is having and will have. And if they keep this up much longer, then it really is going to step on the Russian tail. And bears don't have long tails, but you know what I mean. And it will come to good effect when they really. I know they're already rationing. I understand, and maybe some of the civilians are a little bit hard up to get gas and what was it, 60,000 rubles a gallon or something like that, or liter? I forget which one it was. Yana?
I would. I don't know. I don't know this information, but I would say that they probably measure it in liters. But it's a wild guess. But I just wanted to appreciate your analogy, James, because. Of course, pictures. When you talk about pictures, for me, it's a picture of beer. But I do, I do understand the sentiment. So let's go with that. I think the baseball has really complicated rules that I never got to understand. But I think we are getting there. We are understanding in our international audience what we are trying to say. I just also wanted to add one note when you talked about the economy, and I totally agree with you that these are really important strategic goals for Ukraine. And I would say that maybe there will be also some speculation, and for a while there might be higher prices. But I think in the long run, for all our economies, it will be actually much better and healthier to finally kick off this dependence on Russian oil or Russian whatever, because they are, of course, keeping us hijacked with this. So I think all in all, it's going to have a healing effect, especially for the world democracies. But now we have to focus on helping as much as possible to Ukraine to win. But yeah, did you please go on?
No, I was just going to say appreciate that, and I do appreciate efforts to shut down Russia, however we can do it. And it's this strange thing about being suppliers of Ukraine without being combatants against Russia, and that leaves a lot of things open that might not be open if we were all declaring war. We would never think of importing grain, for example, from the enemy if we had declared war going on between us. But we're in the situation now where it's like, well, okay, we're not really at war with them. We're just supplying the people who are at war. So, okay, so we'll buy their grain, we'll buy their oil, we'll buy their gas. We'll sell them things that they need to carry on the war. It's crazy, and that's where these embargoes come in, of course. And it is what we're seeing is those are leaky, and so what do you do? Well, you have to deal with it first, and I realize even with the leaks, they've been really effective at changing the economic game for Russia, and in particular, I think that there are some things that we can still do, and one of them is that embargo against any kind of agricultural products that has been discussed by Poland. And so I was reading a story yesterday about Poland and the amount of grain that they import from Russia. It's relatively trivial compared to the amount of grain that comes from Ukraine, but still, all these little things make a difference. And so I'm still hoping that that is something that happens in the EU. And I don't think that we are importing much grain, if any, from Russia. But I do think there's some minerals and things like that where we are importing them still. And this is where it gets tough for me because as I think through what our needs are and what things do for us, some of these chemicals that are used to, I shouldn't say chemicals, elements that are used to build different products, maybe it's worth buying them even at the cost of knowing that it helps supply the war because we need them that badly. And I think there are some cases like that. It's not what you'd wish. You could wish maybe that you just shut down their border and you never take anything of theirs and they never sell anything and you win that way. But I'm not sure it's that simple at all. And again, it's like I'm sure there are people who are experts on this, and I do enjoy the focus on individuals, which is something the United States has been focused on, is to look at individual companies and individuals who are targeted with sanctions. Because what we know about those people and those companies is that they have been doing very problematic things, and so new sanctions. So it's a very interesting. Well, maybe it's not interesting to everybody, but I find it very interesting how this is going, and that there's still so many things that can be sanctioned, and how we're ratcheting this up. Uh, I I take it that we go slow on these things because people have to adapt to the lack of what they were getting. They have to find it somewhere else if they absolutely have to have it. And how do you do that? And it doesn't happen overnight, does it? We've seen with military supplies that these things are not created in a flash or delivered in a flash. So, it takes time and planning, and I appreciate that. So, it's just, well, like Budanov said, it's just going to get deeper and deeper for the Russians in terms of sanctions.
I agree with you, James. Well, I think there are various reasons why it goes slow, and let's not forget that there is also a Russian influence in many places where we wouldn't expect or want it. But talking about sanctions, you reminded me of my favorite term as of late that was, I believe, coined in this space. I'm not sure who is the author, but I love the kinetic sanctions, James. And talking about kinetic sanctions, let me give you a quick breaking news, and then we will go to Dan. Dan, please don't leave us. We do want to talk to you. I just wanted to bring a little bit of good breaking news of the Bryansk region in Russia. It's apparently very, very, I'm not going to read the word out loud because we are PG-13, but it's very, very loud tonight, apparently. The air target was destroyed over the Bryansk region by air defense forces of the Russian Ministry of Defense, apparently. Traditionally, there were no casualties. Operational services are working on the spot, said the governor of the Bryansk region. But we can see some pictures, and as the background channels are reporting, it seems to be quite emotional. So we will, of course, keep you updated. And let's go to Dan now. Good evening. Good day, Dan.
Good evening, Jana, James. I'm going to be quite blunt, but has Beefeater, I know I see him in listener, has he been up yet to speak?
No.
No. I would love to hear from him about what we need from Russia. As far as I'm concerned, I don't care if we have to rub sticks together to start a fire. I don't want toothpicks from Russia. I don't. We should cut more of their internet off. Microsoft is just a little drop in the bucket. We need to squeeze Microsoft to squeeze other companies. Get them out of there. I don't eat Ben and Jerry's, and I haven't since the war started, and that there's a reason. I try to stay away from Hershey's and other places because it's all under one corporate umbrella, and they sell it to Russians. So I'm sorry, I'm done with them. I don't care if they don't have no eggs, no heat, no trains, nothing. I don't care. I think if we totally disrupt their internet system, or whatever you call them, yeah. As far as cyberspace and everything, if we can disrupt their whole thing, they ain't gonna get a nuclear missile off the submarines or off their out of up first. So I really don't care what the freaking Russians are doing. For the last since 1:30 or 1 o'clock, I've counted, and there's probably been more. It's up to 25 alerts going off. That's at Ukraine from Russia. So do we really care what goes on in Russia? Absolutely not. I don't care. I want to see more sanctions. I want the doors closed. Send the diplomats home. You can't talk to them at all. It's a waste of time. It's like talking to a wall. And I can do that at home if I want to talk to a wall. Yeah, there's sometimes you can't help somebody. And if we keep selling them little bits or keep buying minerals from them every little bit, what we're doing is we're only feeding the beast. And the same thing, they're like addicts. They're going to keep doing the same thing. They need to be hitting the bottom of the barrel, and they're not even close. And with that, I'll stop talking. Sorry.
No sorry needed. Great rant there, Dan. I appreciate it. And I think that I think that is the direction we're going in. Probably not fast enough for you, but I do think that more and more things will get sanctioned, and that fewer countries are going to be willing to purchase things. But come a cold winter, it is awfully hard if you're poor to not buy gas, for example, to heat with, those kind of things. So I do have some understanding about why stuff still goes. Understanding in the sense of feeling some sympathy for people like who really are poor and that, but understanding in terms of the mechanisms of it, not so much. In general, I kind of have an idea, but I don't understand it well enough to tell you, what those lines are, where if there's any cutoffs we should appreciate, or if we should just go to zero on everything right away, which, Dan, it sounds like that would be your plan. Go ahead.
I don't know, Jan, if you heard last night, they were talking towards the end of the genocide section, they were talking about Microsoft, and if more providers jumped on board, and they just started not supplying them with anything. And it would be funny. They were we were all laughing. Oh no, I think it was when Adam Ant or Angry Ants was on. Adam Ant, Angry Ants. Anyways, yeah, they were laughing because if everything went haywire on the internet over there, the only people that the bots could send misinformation to was each other over there. So it would all stay in there. So it'd become one jumbled mess like a garbage disposal. I thought that was funny though. They were talking about it last night in some other terms, but on the same idea. Can you imagine a bot doing another, jumping on another bot? It would be just funny.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if it happens, honestly. Bot confusion, bots turning on each other. It happens in Russia. I know that. I've seen it. We've all seen Russians turning on Russians. So Russian bots turning on Russian bots could be a thing. Although I would expect maybe a little bit more organization with little electronic fatniks. Who don't really have a will of their own to bonk each other, but maybe that could be arranged. I just will tell you incidentally that one of the tweets that I put out has attracted some trolls, and I wonder if they're bots or not. They have sophisticated accounts, let's say, not the simple like 2 follower, one tweet kind of thing. They much more depth. But and these the ones I was thinking of are pretty much in the bag, very much in the bag for Russia already. But so this is happening to us all. I don't know about you, Dan and Yana, but uh, these people, if you've got something good to say about Ukraine, then they can just follow you and just bother you and say nasty things and try to piss you off. And so it is good to bonk them. But I also will say this too, it's really easy to get in trouble on Twitter, and I I said at one point something about destroying Hamas is a good idea, and I got called on that by Twitter almost a month after I made the tweet. Somebody found it, must have complained, and I got a warning on it and a restricted viewing for that tweet. And I think if you get enough of those, you're out. So um, uh, neutralize is probably a good word to use. Stop is another good word to use. Capture is another good word to use, but destroy apparently not a good word to use. So just thinking about your own account and how much you value it. You might just want to moderate your words a little bit. But yeah, I know how I feel about Russia, but I'm not going to say it as clearly anymore. So, and I've always taken care to not make statements of genocide because that's not the way. And so, anyways, it's just a thought. So, Dan, I appreciate you coming up and yeah, it's interesting. Go
I'll
ahead.
try not to give them any fuel, but I'm going to say what I want on DMs.
Very good.
I don't interact with them too much. I've been attacked a couple times on Substack, but that was by our own crazy crowd here. But yeah, so yeah, it's nuts everywhere, Jana. It's terrible, but it's not terrible. It's kind of funny in itself. It provides me a lot of humor. Yeah.
True. That is true. No, but Dan, thank you. Thank you again also for, it's not a rant. I really violently agree with every point you raised. So I believe we all have to work on it to achieve it as well, because as I said, there is some influence that we are fighting against, but totally agree with you. So thank you for coming up. And we have Buya Vareniki. Good evening. Wonderful to see you. Please go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hello, world of MR. Couple of suggestions. I would never, ever tell anyone on the Twitter app to have a backup sock account as a grown adult, where they might or might not choose to harass, say, the Russian Federation and its simps. But this is one way to keep your main hygienically clean so that they cannot comb through and find times when you've been very angry at the genocide of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. Pro tip.
Good advice. Very good advice. We've all been advised to do this before, and it is a good plan to have a backup because you never know. I wonder what happens to some of the people that like War Doggo lost his primary account and is still recovering from that. So these things do limit our reach, and that's what we want. Not for ourselves, not because we want to get paid by Twitter. That might happen, but not where I'm at. But really, we're here to help Ukraine, and so the longer and the better that we can fight with our words and our tweets, the better it is. So keeping it clean and using that secondary account to do the dirty work. It sounds like a very good plan. But yeah, appreciate that. Why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, I keep one account, advocacy. The second account, theoretically, the theoretical second account is all about bonking.
Very good. Well, bonking is the thing to do. So, well, anyway, and don't forget your bonk stick, because how are you going to bonk without one? So we're back to baseball, except no, we're not really. We're not going to go back to baseball. Let's go. Let's continue. I don't want to stop this conversation unless you guys want to go on to something else. Maybe talk about Adam Ant. And there's two Adam Ants, just to remind everyone. There is a musician, and then, well, a singer and musician from England. And then there's Adam Ant, the little cartoon, Atom Ant, who's a superhero in a cape kind of thing from my childhood. But anyways, enough about that. We got through that in one sentence, unless you guys want to go on. And then there are news stories if you would like to go to that.
I'm not sure, James, what is happening. Are we still talking about baseball?
Or ants. Angry ants, maybe.
Okay.
Or the news or refineries or anywhere you would like to take us, Jana.
Okay, I'll take you somewhere else if you don't mind, because I think I got even more confused than usual, and I honestly thought there is some complicated rules that I don't understand. You were just explaining. So okay, let me just calm down, and I'll calm down on Russian Armata tanks. James, did you know that Ukrainian intelligence got to some details on Russian Armata tank production? Did you know that?
No, I did not.
What do you think they discovered?
That they're not making anymore?
Yeah, long story short, yes. You, I should have said a spoiler alert, but yes, indeed, James. So,
It was a lucky guess because the last thing I saw was that they were taking them back to Moscow or wherever they take them, and that was a sign, like intact tanks, and they're taking them off the line. That tells you something. That's why. And I understand that they didn't make a very long run of these, like 5, 10, something like that.
Yes, and I think they had to be pulled by horses or something like that. So, a long story short, indeed, you basically said how it was, how it is. You said the conclusion. We know that at earlier points, Russians were claiming that they are going to produce many, and basically they are not, which reminds me about their promises about producing these planes, the A-50s. So I think this is going to be a very similar story. But let's go to Dan. I think Dan has a comment. Please go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I think those tanks didn't even get out of the factory. If they did, they are pulling them by horses, because before the parts couldn't get into the tanks fast enough, and they were sold on the black market. Probably back to Russia. They're probably trying to get a higher price for it.
Yeah,
I can
indeed.
believe it.
But if you want to hear something amusing, I think Ukrainians' dry sense of humor in this regard is a little bit similar to the British MOD reports, because there is a fantastic sentence. I found this on the defense blog, and there is a sentence. Furthermore, the Ukrainian intelligence assessment suggests that despite plans to produce 29 additional T-14 Armata tanks in Russia in 2024, there are indications that this target may not be met. Notably, in 2023, none of the planned 29 units were manufactured. So, yeah. Pickled Flicker Fella, please go ahead. Good evening again.
Good evening again, Yana. Hi, James. Thank you for hosting.
Oh, I think we lost your audio, Flicker Fella.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah, I just wanted to provide a quick comment because the report that you just read, Yana, is unclassified. There's also a classified report that Ukrainians came up with revealing why it's so expensive to produce Armata tanks. Have you heard about that?
No, please go ahead.
Yeah, apparently for every Armata tank, you have to also provide a towing vehicle. You also have to provide at least 2 field grade generals who will be typing up reports and excuses why the tank doesn't work. In addition, you have to supply each Armata tank with a platoon of mechanics and also a military marching band in order to distract everybody while the tank is stalled to drum around and divert their attention to themselves. So cumulatively, that becomes very expensive. So that's the reason they dropped the program.
Well, no tank is an island, I guess. Yeah, no tank can get by without some support. But this is a massive supply line, apparently. A support, I should say, support line. So anyway, and I imagine that somewhere in Moscow there's a help center that they call too and say, "Help! Get us out of here!" So thank you, Pickled Flicker Fella. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's great stuff there. Brilliant. Uh, I don't know what else to say, but brilliant.
That was some in-depth reporting. Thank you, Flicker Fella.
So what's
Anytime. Thank you, guys.
next, Flicker? What is next beyond the Armada? What do you think they'll build next?
Well, let's see. They already did Terminator, which we know how that thing is going too. I think after the embarrassing video showing how the cannons shake when it's shooting, they decided not to put that in the front line. They also have this Checkmate stealth fighter bomber or whatever that supposedly needs to be escorted while it's flying by other airplanes, even though the role's supposed to be reversed. So obviously that doesn't work very well for them. I don't know. Maybe maybe some kind of drone that's but attached. Baby. So I'm thinking this, right? A Russian soldier duct tapes the drone to himself and then runs towards Ukrainian position. I don't know. That seems to be you know relatively difficult to intercept with some kind of EW. But I don't know. We'll see.
Thank you for your analysis. I appreciate it. And never go to Russia and become, one of their developers. You're too brilliant. They might actually come up with something, and that's the last thing we want is for them to succeed at anything. But I cannot believe how time flies, Yana.
Yes, indeed, James. This was a very, very beautiful segue. Thank you for that. Indeed, we are at the top of the hour, so we will do a little switcheroo. So I will be leaving the hotspot and letting in Torixas. Welcome, Torixas. So great to see you. And yeah, I am very excited that you are going to co-host. I'll try to stick around a little bit longer. And thank you, James, and thank you, everyone. This was a really great conversation. Good night.
Well, it was a delightful conversation, Yana. Thank you so much for being here, and it was very enjoyable. And thank you, Booya and Dan and Pickled and Brian. I see you're still here, and so I appreciate all of your yeah, all of your input, even if it was just the laugh emoji thing, because it did make me laugh quite a bit. So, but there's things, probably still things to talk about, Jana. But so I hope you can stay around, but understand you probably also have to rest and do other things to maintain yourself for your next shift. So, anyways, thank you so much. Good to work with you as always. We'll do it again, I'm sure. So, in the scheme of things, there aren't that many of us, so it's we're bound to overlap at some point. I still have not done like the 4 to 7 a.m. shift. And the way things are going, I probably never will unless I stay up to do it. But that was one of my initial goals as a co-host. I said I'm going to go all the way around the clock and do co-hosting, and then I stayed up till 3 in the morning once doing it. And I'm like, oh, I don't know about this stuff. So, anyways, it was okay. I lived. No one was harmed. I did not wreck my automobile the next day from drowsiness either. So it was all good. It was all good. So, anyways, back to serious topics. Does anyone have one? I have one. Or, well, anyways, Jana, I do appreciate it. So, you take care, and let's go on to the next topic. And I would like to just read out a little bit of a story. So this headline is Russia says Ukrainian shelling killed 2 in a border city while it thwarted an incursion. So now, um, that's happened every day to Ukraine, every single day since the war started. I mean, maybe not 2 people, but at least 2 people every day have died from shelling along the border. And that news aggregators make this a top story under Ukraine and point it out is sort of insulting because they don't pick up any of the stories about Ukraine getting hit this way. So it's very disappointing. I'm so disappointed in our press and their coverage of this, and they're making a big deal of it. Well, there's this election going on, and it's kind of disgusting that this is going on, and they're, Russia's getting free press practically. So it's very, very disappointing to me. But, anyways, I see Torixis is here. Welcome, Torixis. Good to see you.
Thank you, and good evening, and nice to be co-hosting with you, James. That's the first time, so I'm happy. Thank you.
Well, I promise not to bite. So it'll be good. We'll talk about stuff, and I don't know if you had other ideas that you wanted to talk about. So anything is up for grabs at this point, and we've got some good guests here with us to keep us company. So that's delightful and good listeners, and thank you. And it's it is the day, 2 years ago now, that the Mariupol drama theater was bombed and 600 lives at least were lost. And there were apparently some survivors from that. And we don't know what happened to those survivors, but nothing good probably. And it's a shame that this is the kind of thing that Russia does. And fortunately, Ukraine is stalwart in terms of standing up to the aggression, and they are systematically preventing a worst, or I'm sorry, a worse result. They prevent so many deaths because of their bravery in standing up to Russians, and in providing shelters for civilians to shelter in as needed, to have defensive systems, to have early warning systems. They are very deliberately, avoiding the kind of holocaust that otherwise might happen if they let down their guard. And so, kudos to Ukraine and to their armed forces for doing this, because this is the way to keep people alive, and this is the only reason you fight on the defense, is to keep people alive. That's the whole point, and to keep people free. And so I am so proud of them. I don't know what else to say, Torixis.
No, I agree. Yeah, it's also the watching 20 days, 20 days Mariupol. I kept on wondering what happened to all those people. So not only is the movie very moving, but it's also with every person you see, you wonder what happened to them. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we
I
we
totally
don't
agree.
know. Yeah, we don't know. It is a good question. You know, likely some of them are doing well as you can under Russian rule. I hope that some of them have escaped. Seems unlikely. Some of them, probably most of them, have been forced to take passports, which is the only way to get aid. Is to accept a Russian passport, and that sort of makes you a quote unquote a Russian citizen, which is what they want. They don't want any more Ukrainian citizens. They want Russian citizens. That's part of the plan to make them disappear. And I'm sure that the process has continued of moving Ukrainians out of Ukraine and moving Russians in. And this is a pattern that Russia repeats in other wars as well, and has been doing now for a couple of years. So uh, it's um, it's a disgusting thing, and it really does need to stop. And I'm glad that we have an opportunity to help do that, to help Ukraine stop Russia. And if we can stop them, then the world is going to benefit, and really the whole world is going to benefit from it in the years directly following the end of the war. So it's an important thing that we fight for, and it is also an opportunity, if we miss it, that we will regret for a very long time.
Yeah. So, James, do you want me to go over some headlines from over what happened this night in Ukraine?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let me get my notes. So there was some rumors in Russian Telegram that they were scared, having panic attacks about attacks in on Crimea, which indeed is happening. And well, there's some minor things. So today there was an attack in Berdyansk on a polling station, but that's not really what they were scared of. But there is also an explosion in the Nizhny district, east of Crimea. And the panic really set in when they realized that there were reconnaissance aircraft and a UAV earlier this evening in the air. And after that, there were explosions in Bryansk, and Sevastopol, and there's a power outage in Kursk. So that's the good news. The bad news is Odessa is under heavy attack again. And not only Odessa, I think, well, mainly Odessa, but also Kharkiv.
Both those.
So that's my summary.
Thank you. Both those cities have been almost under continuous attack. That's a shame. It is something where uh, Odessa, especially, you wonder why they're doing this in particular, because this is the most unlikely place where they could follow up with a land attack, which is why you think that they might be shelling these cities. You might think, well, maybe they're prepping to take over that area, but with the Black Sea fleet depleted, and I am quite sure that there is a lot of drones waiting for a large scale attack if they should do that. Um, I don't see why they're doing it. So it does just seem to boil down to trying to bomb the civilians into submission. And, we've heard repeatedly that this doesn't work. It hasn't worked. It didn't work with the British when the Germans did it. It hasn't worked otherwise. So it seems to boil down to just wanting to kill people and frighten people and wear them out. And, it does take a toll without a doubt. So it's, it's a horrible business. So the faster we can help to stop this, the better it is. And those drones that we're funding are an example of a way that we get to take a part in the actual battle. Because otherwise, we're not going to, well, I'm not going to become a combatant. I could see doing that, but it would be a one-way ticket for me because at 63, I don't know how I'd hold up in the field. Maybe a drone operator. I don't know, Trixis, but if it comes to that, maybe. But what they're asking for is a people. They're asking for weapons, and we can send them at least some of the surveillance drones that they need, these thermal drones. So, anyways, Trixis.
Yeah, I agree. But I also wonder, because Macron was really explicit about defending Odessa. So I hope that he can also make sure there's some more anti-air defense or air defense ammunition going that way. Because he made a big deal out of Odessa. What was it, yesterday or the day before? I can't keep track.
I honestly, I'm not sure when exactly that was, but that is, thank you for mentioning it because that probably is exactly the reason that this is happening. Putin does seem to want to punish Ukraine whenever they do something well or somebody else does something. A way to provide negative feedback, I guess you'd call it, or punishment, I guess. This is something they've done. So, but Macron is onto something, and I think we've talked a lot about it. But his speech the other night was pretty good, and it does sound like he's running for the EU chair. What do they call it? I'm sorry. Is that a prime minister or is it president? I'm sorry, I don't know.
Me neither, to be honest.
Well, I bet somebody on the panel knows. So let's ask them. You guys know, what is the EU chair called?
President.
Thank you, Dan. See, we got resources better than Chat GPT too. Although, if you guys could draw a picture that looked like, never mind. Anyways, Macron in front of a burning Russia or Moscow has been done already, and that turned out pretty good actually. So kudos, I guess, to the Chat GPT. No, you guys are far better than that. So, anyways, Trixis, and I do think that this kind of switch in the language is another phase shift in the war, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really necessary and about time. Yeah, well, Putin doesn't respond well to not responding, so it's time for some clear language, and I hope it gets followed up with some clear actions.
Well, the Caesars, the wheeled artillery that they shipped, well, I forget, it was like 70 units of that and munitions to go with it, I believe was the case. That's amazing. And I want to credit Iwana, one of our other co-hosts, who usually is not working at this time of day. This was her plan. She said, that if anybody else has to go to war, it'll be after they get through Ukraine. And so give all the shells and everything that you can to Ukraine now. And I think that was a great plan. And maybe Macron was listening. I don't know. But I do think it's a good plan. And I think she's right on target there. But I see we've got Fala Who Bonks. You've come up and welcome. And you didn't raise your hand yet. So I hope it's not an inopportune time where you're, I don't know, juggling or something like that. But I just thought I'd welcome you up and say hello.
No, yeah, I am in the process of making coffee to attempt to stave off the inevitable this evening.
It happens. I showed up an hour early, and once I realized, I'm like, wait a minute, hold on here, let me look, and because they're still talking, and it's gone past the hour, and I'm like, oh crap, okay, I'm going. So I took a nap. That was my preventive measure number one, and number two was a cup of coffee. So yes, indeed. So welcome.
Yeah, the same happened to me, James, but I don't know about coffee right now. It's after midnight. Although I like coffee every time of the day, it might make a big, a bit too much noise now.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a time. There's got to be a cutoff time, and the body does not do well sleeping on any kind of uppers, really. So it's wise to figure out what your cutoff time is. And it used to be for me that I couldn't drink any coffee after 4 p.m. my time, right? Or I couldn't sleep, and I'd be up until 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning because of that. Nowadays, it's a whole different thing. um, it it's a couple hours after I have a cup of coffee, and then I can sleep. So, the body changes, right? We sleep differently as we get older, is what I found out, and I am getting older. Is what all the other thing. I looked in the mirror the other day, and I said, "Oh my God, I'm older now." So, but it happens to everybody. So I'm not feeling special that way. And other days I feel like a youngin, and then I get out of my chair and I'm like, oh, I'm not anyway. So, anyways, no, all joking aside. So enjoy the coffee, fella who bonks. And let's see, I have, well, first of all, those were interesting stories about what's going on the battlefield. The other thing that I know has been going on, and we don't want to talk about Russia too long, but the election is going on. And the only reason I want to bring it up is because of all of the events that we have seen filmed. The fiery, whatever that was thrown out of one of the election booths and started a fire, and the person just very calmly walked out of that booth, and as if nothing was going on, and there's a big fire and people are running around her, and other things like that. The guy that was taken down by two soldiers because apparently he voted the wrong way, and all the other incidents. And I even saw that Shoigu and Gerasimov voted. Did you guys see that video?
No, I missed it, which I don't really care about. I did see a video about a soldier going into the voting booths with the curtains and checking on what they were voting, and then closing the curtains again. I mean, okay, I won't swear.
Yeah,
Where the
go.
where are the curtains for?
It's a pretty sad business that they do that. I just wanted to say about Gerasimov. Apparently, he's not dead. Then is the upshot of that, and he is voting, and he was with Shoigu at the time, so they voted together. So maybe they're going to go back into the Schrodinger's box together again, or maybe it was just a fake, and really he's dead. We still don't know for sure, but the only reason I brought it up is just because he's long been rumored to be dead, and apparently he's not. So it is just it makes you wonder what he's really doing and where and how long he will last. But that's all. I just wanted to call attention to the foolish stuff that has been happening in the election booths, and also the one polling place that I saw in Belgrade that was completely empty, and of course that's because of the Free Russian and the Siberian group that were attacking and are still in Russia, which I find amazing because this is like day 4.
Yeah, and they're blowing up stuff in Belgrade city also. So yeah, creating havoc. But I see Dan has put up his hand, so go ahead, Dan.
Just wanted to add, James, the Russian voting booth technique. That's the same technique that some over here in the States, in our lovely states, are trying to, they would love to see that in our voting poll booths here. I'm not naming any names.
I hope it doesn't ever come to this. There's different ways to shut down voting booths. One is to turn off the electricity. That was done in 2016 in a couple cities. So yeah, there are different techniques for doing that. The other is to try to intimidate people by having armed people outside. We're not talking about armed policemen, but rather people with rifles who are just hanging out outside of the voting area. And that's very intimidating. Yeah, it's very Russian of them to do. So I don't think there's going to be well, you know what? I have no idea what's going to happen because it's the future, but I don't think that there'll be um, this kind of disruption. But I also could be completely wrong because I know that Putin is getting more desperate, even though things at the moment are going his way. It's not going great for him. And so he may be willing to take risks that he previously was not willing to take to change up the method and to bring more active measures to the game, which I'd hate to see. But Dan?
And to think, James, I'm embarrassed now. The last time I voted, or a couple of years ago, I voted, and I was coming out of the actual voting room at the polling place, and there were ladies from the Library Society having a bake sale. And I complained about that. So now I feel like a crotchety old Grinch.
Why, you crotchety old Grinch, did you buy anything good?
No.
Well, I guess yeah, I don't know. Baked goods, they have a special place for in my life. It's in my mouth usually. And so it's it'd be hard to resist. Now I want something good like that. But anyways, Dan, oh, you old Grinch. So thank you for bringing that to us, though. Anyways, the the other thing I guess that I would like to talk about is just the numbers. So if you would give me a minute, Trixis, I would like to bring up the numbers. I have not heard that in the little bit I was listening today. And if you were aware of it in the last couple hours, or Yana, if you were aware of us already doing that, I'll skip them. But I haven't heard those.
No, I haven't heard them either. I heard them this morning and they were good, but I'll give you some time to fetch them. But I see Beefeater is listening, and I have a question for Beefeater if he has some time to and is willing to address a question. Maybe a thumbs up or down. Maybe not.
Maybe not
I'll
now.
try again
Maybe later. But I've got the numbers up here, and I read the English version of this, and that always comes with the quote. And this is from the Defensive View account. A good reputation is measured by how much you can improve the lives of others, which I think is not a bad thing to measure reputation by, and that is from George Eastman, who I believe is the founder of Eastman, was it Camera Company? Anyways, a businessman. So numbers today: Russian losses. There are a total of 429,580 eliminated personnel, Russian personnel, that is, and today's total of personnel destroyed was 1,160. 21 tanks destroyed today, 24 armored combat vehicles, 26 artillery, 2 air defense systems, 14 tactical drones, 2 cruise missiles, 31 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 1 special equipment. So this is another solid day and at this rate, it's Ukraine has been very successful in terms of destroying equipment. So it's always good to look at these. Well, it always has been. When I look at it one day and it's really horrible, I will not say it's great. But right now, things are going well, at least in terms of destroying Russian personnel. Maybe they're giving up ground, but I have not even heard of that, Trixis. I have not heard that Ukraine has given up a great deal of ground lately after Avdiivka. So it's a tough fight right now. I know it is because of the depletion of munitions, but surprisingly strong results.
Yeah, I agree. So after Avdiivka, they've taken some ground, but yeah, they grinded to a halt. I guess we didn't see much information about it. There's more ground lost in Russia at the moment.
Yeah. Well, I that really does make my day that Russia is feeling it, and well, they should. They should be feeling it a lot more deeper and deeper too. And the oil infrastructure as well. So, anyways, Trixis, let's see. I did have another topic if you want to go to it, but if you had more news stories.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Okay. We had a good discussion last night in the understanding genocide segment, and it's pretty clear that we have all in that group with Gina, Nancy, and Prince leading. We really have come to understand quite a bit about the genocide law. Some of the examples of it. We've looked at a number of reports that indicate it. But what we haven't figured out is how or why and why do people not seem to care at all, and how do you get them to care? How do you get them to be engaged in that and understand it? And so one of the kind of things that came out of the discussion was that well, we heard about perhaps the Holocaust in high school. Nobody ever got out the law book and said, and now here is the Genocide Convention. Let's read from it and understand what it means. And so, 6 million Jews dead, 15 million dead in total, from the Holocaust of World War II, and terrible, huge numbers. And so maybe one of the problems is that Ukraine doesn't look like a genocide because it doesn't fit that pattern. And it also sort of reminds me of the what's going on in Gaza, where I know this is a divisive topic too, and it's not off base because this is a different part of the same war, I think. So I'm going to continue with it, but it it was apparent to me that Gaza had stated their intent to do this, or I should say the Palestinians, by electing Hamas, and Hamas having in its charter basically genocidal intent written into it. So there's the intent part that you need. But now it's Israel who's been accused, and I have to say, there are people in my neighborhood who are saying, "Stop Israel's genocide on Gaza," which I think is a real misreading of it. And so there's a lot of misunderstanding. So it was important. It is important to me to figure out how do you get to talk to people? What's the right way to do it? What's the right place to do it? And so I just wondered if you were interested in a brief discussion of that at least, and what your ideas were about that.
Yeah. Well, well, two things. I think media plays a big role. You mentioned Gaza, and I remember from the beginning, what was it, 17th of October, we had 2 weeks of headlines about that one hospital, which whatever happened there happened. But in Ukraine, there's about 200 hospitals destroyed, and nobody reports about it. So if nobody talks about it, people aren't aware. And if you tell someone that 200 hospitals are destroyed, well, it's pretty obvious that genocide is going on. But it's somehow it's not clickbaity or something, and or maybe the political interests are less, so the lobbying groups are not as well big as in other in other conflicts. So that's one part, and the other part is well, I've been to Ukraine many times now, and I've spoken to people, for example, from Bucha. So I have heard first-person stories, and they're horrific. So whenever I talk to people who are not really aware or are doubting what news comes out, I'll tell them these stories and I can show them the pictures, and then I leave them behind crying, and I don't particularly enjoy that, but I kind of do.
I understand. You want people to hear you. You want them to get the concepts, but it is sad news to bring, isn't it? And it's quite upsetting. And in particular, discussing what happened in Gaza has been really difficult for some people. I mean, I've had difficulty with people talking about it because it was so much, such a different view, complete denial of the possibility that it's not the way they see it, right? And I guess I get that. We're not talking about belief in Santa Claus or anything like this. We're talking about belief in things that are really important and truly of great consequence and not fictional at all. And so to think that somebody could have two completely different views of the same situation is it can be stunning how great that difference can be. And it just goes to, I think, to the power of belief that we have as humans. We can believe in virtually anything, is what we found out with the internet. And we see people who believe in what I'd call complete nonsense, that come forward and state it like it's gospel, and it's surprising. Trixis, go ahead, and then we've got a hand too.
Yeah, I agree. But and the first, I don't know, 2-3 days, people were not as explicit, black and white, for or against Israel or for against Hamas. That became more and more after media reported on it. So yeah, that I think that's a bit telling. But yeah, you're right. Dan has got his hand up. So
Yeah, the thing that can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. The thing that threw me, okay, you had October 7th, and we had 2 weeks of a barrage, media barrage. It was like, I don't mean to make a joke out of it, but the media was running with that story, misinformation, like it was the Great American Soup commercial with Ann Miller dancing in the front. I don't know if you remember Ann Miller. But anyways, that's how ridiculous it was becoming. And it was stirring up a lot of misinformation and the youth, especially on campus. It wasn't just the TV media, it was mostly the internet stuff. A lot, just very irresponsible. And as far as that, and what threw me is 2 years ago, 600 estimated children, women and children, parents got murdered in a theater. Right outside it said children, and the Russians obliterated it and then bulldozed it. Where was the media report for that? It was a one-shot deal, maybe, and that's it. It was like a blurb, probably at the end of the 6 o'clock news, not in the beginning. Was not a. If it was a headline, it was very down to the bottom of the front page. I mean, yeah, right. It was disgusting. So yeah, I can't understand why they can't talk about that. And then the other stuff that happened to Bucha, 2 days. 2 days they talked about it. And then it was off the media. But this stuff in the Middle East, they beat it like a dead horse. I read it as a lot of anti-Semitism, because they want something to blame Israel on. But you can't tell people that these were terrorists that have been there for 20 years. And this is, I hate to see children die too. I hate it. I can't stand it. But this is an act of war. And this is a cause of Hamas stealing humanitarian aid for the last 20 years away from the Palestinian people. That's why they were packed in there and living in such poverty to begin with, because they never got the humanitarian aid or very little of it, and they were using it to build up their little war machine and tunnels. But was there any report of that in the media? Absolutely not. I heard very little. It's media driven. It's disgusting. And how long has the invasion of Ukraine been going on? 2 years. This incident happened last October. 2 weeks of it. I mean, after it happened for 2 weeks, we got a barrage all over the country, stirred up politicians, stirred up the youth, stirred up the left, and it stirred up the right. It's all media driven. It's disgusting. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, I totally agree then. And every little detail what happened in Gaza was shown on TV. Well, they never got to details in reporting on Ukraine. And although the horror things from Bucha has never been told, only the blown up streets, they were shown for a little bit, but never the real personal stories.
In Vasilius, Hamas was advertising when they were doing this on their own social media platform. They were showing the butchery that was going on. None of that came out. I didn't hear too much about that.
I agree. And also what was noticeable that our mainstream media followed social media. So whenever social media accounts put something out, or mainstream media picked it up without verifying it and making it official news, they were citing TES or whatever ludicrous news outlet.
Yeah, I do think that the press bears quite a bit of responsibility, honestly. And the question is why the press has gotten this power to do this. They obviously do have power just in editorializing, or not even, no, that's not what I mean. Picking the stories, right? That is the power of the media. They get to pick the stories that they're going to produce and distribute. So they have a lot to say about this. But why? Why would they do this? And I can't help but feel that they are helping somebody that doesn't deserve any help, and that would be Russia, because it was clear to me this was a distraction campaign, and it's been done, I guess, very well, is what I'd say. They have distracted the world for a long time now, because 6+ months now that it's been going on, and no, I'm sorry, it's not 6 months, is it? No, it's not. But it's been a long time now, and it it has relented quite a bit. And I think as things go forward, it will become one of the stories that disappears again, especially as the progress of the court case advances. And then also, I don't know what will happen after the last of the hostages are either released or found dead, or perhaps Israel will say, we can no longer wait. We have to do these other things. And I did hear that there was some of the demands that Hamas had made. They relented on some of those demands. So I don't know if that'll change the conditions. But I guess to me, it's still like all this is going on, yet the world doesn't know. So I appreciate that they're perhaps getting fooled and they are ignorant because perhaps our education systems have failed us and this is not part of a civics course any longer. Um, but how do you get the world to care? How do you get people on board with it is the big question. So I'm still stuck at that. So Dan, you were listening last night, and I think it was Lita or was it TKD? I don't know who said it, but somebody said something about having a webinar about it, and I thought that might work. Some kind of outlet. What did you think about that?
Yeah, that wasn't TKD. That was the other lady. I'm trying to think of her name.
Was it? It wasn't Lita.
No, but she added to it. She thought it was a good idea too. That's a start. But I know I said something about it should be a mandatory. This should be worldwide in every liberal democracy. It should be a mandatory high school course. It should. If you want to graduate, you have to take it just like English and math and history. But I don't even know if they teach history anymore, or I don't know what kind of history they teach. But yeah, should be a required course. That's what I said. But yeah, I can't think of the woman's name. She sent me a DM, and then I sent her some stuff. She was looking for some information, but she was one of the ones that we're talking about. She stayed on for the results or the tallies of the bill there, to stop everything. What's it called?
The discharge
The
petition.
discharge, but yeah, the 1016. Yeah,
Could be ink, perhaps.
yes, it was ink. Yeah, you're right. It was ink. She did this. She suggested the cyber whatever or yeah. But anyway, I think it should be a required course. I'm telling you, that's you're only going to get laws changed if you educate people and you force them to learn it. Otherwise, yeah, the way things are going, I'm kind of scared the education system. I imagine Ukraine's going to be fast tracking their youth through the schools really fast because there's been so much disruption. Otherwise, the kids won't get a diploma until they're 40 at this point, if the war keeps going. That's what I'm worried about. But anyways.
I suspect they're still getting a better education than many kids elsewhere in the world.
Oh, yeah.
And, certainly.
Oh, yeah.
COVID.
I think they're 10. Yeah, I think they're ahead of us threefold. Where our high school level is at, I'm sure they're already into junior college. And that's probably a 12 or 13-year-old. But we can check around and find an expert, but that's from just what I've read and heard. Yeah, that's my assumption. I've read some things and I've heard some things on this space from people in the education system in Ukraine, talking about how they're doing schools, doing it by computer, and then they doing classrooms and bomb shelters and stuff. Yeah, they've all, even before the war, this last invasion, they've been fast tracking their youth. No wonder Ukraine's so smart. But anyways, with that, I'll drop down or stop for me.
I can tell a little bit about that. I've brought refugees to the Netherlands, and with one particular, I've become friends, and her children are attending simultaneously Dutch universities and universities in Kiev, and the Dutch universities are not they have high standards, so they're regarded as high quality. but still the Kiev ones are preferred, and they're doing it simultaneously. It's just amazing to me. And James, you mentioned why the mainstream media picks up on the misinformation. I think um, it's they're losing. I think they're afraid of losing losing to social media. So they're clickbaiting also. And what I try to do is not address the media itself, but the reporters doing it, and well, calling them out and try to convince them to report more on the Ukrainian side.
You know, that's a good idea. I want to go back to the education, and I think that this is this topic of genocide law. It isn't that complicated, is it? Yeah, I mean, it's really straightforward. It's, you know, intent, the four groups, you know, whether it's nation, a religion, ethnical group, or oh boy, I forget the last one. I failed my course already, or at least this quiz. But then also the acts, and then the bit about the the incitement of genocide. So that, I mean, that's kind of it. Jurisdiction is not as important, but I think it's one lesson in civics that they need. The international law in general is not well understood. I ended up on Twitter talking with people who I barely knew, but you know, not talking, but tweeting back and forth about the human human rights um, piece in the United Nations Charter. And that's such a nice document, and it lays out all the different human rights that we should have. It's definitely an aspiration, right? It's not something that everybody gets or every nation endorses, but as a list of things that should be rights, it's a good thing. And people that I was communicating with in the United States who were adults had no idea that these things were written into international law, so to speak, as suggestions that countries could adopt. And it just told me that we really don't do this. And honestly, we don't even do a good job of teaching the law that people should know, anyways, because we're all held responsible to the law. Should we commit a crime, we find out about that, right? But people don't know much about the law. So I do think that by the time you get out of high school, this stuff ought to be covered, definitely. And we're really missing out by not having that. And I'm afraid of how our future is going, where people are saying, well, now we want to elect our own principals. We, in Florida or wherever it is, we don't want to teach this anymore. We don't want to teach that anymore. So we lose a national sense of history. This is the most important thing I think that we can teach, is honest and uniform history about what has actually happened. And so Florida, for example, doesn't want to teach about some ethnic issues and what has happened historically in the United States, and that's a darn shame. And it actually goes right along with the genocide topic, frankly. Yeah, we're in trouble. But this is yeah, this is a tough topic to solve. But I think these are the right directions to go in with it. So I appreciate what you guys have been saying about it. I don't want to go on forever, but Dan, I see you've got your hand up, so please.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, and what does it say of a leader of democracy in the world that was the last one that didn't ratify the charter or the convention of the genocide convention until 1988? What does that say about us in America as a society? We need to look strongly at ourselves for that. I mean, everybody, not just, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, but what does that say? Not very, it doesn't make me very proud.
It does make you wonder, what's the holdup? Why wouldn't you want that? Well, I mean, I do think that answers right there in front of us that we didn't treat the Indians very well, for example. And I think that's one of the things that people don't want to talk about. But in fact, I think it's an important part of our history. And Germany is a model for how to handle this, and they do. They not. I wouldn't call it embracing it, but they admit what has happened in the past, and they've changed, and they don't want to do this anymore. Now, maybe, um, maybe they don't want to do it so much that they don't want to go to war at all. And I guess I understand that, but there is a time and a place for it. So I think all these are lessons that we need to teach our kids for the safety of the country. Well, for the safety of the world. We're in that age where, yeah, just a couple nations can wreck things for everybody. So it is really good that we learn these things. So thank you, Dan. Appreciate that. And I, yeah, you guys, I don't know. I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. It keeps it moving in my head. And Trixis, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just to come to you guys, I mean, you guys as in the US's defense. The past couple of generations were vastly different in Europe than in the United States. Like World War II, almost all of Europe was living under occupation. The US didn't experience something like that. So I think that really makes a difference.
Yep, I think so. Well, how does that line go about tough times make tough people or something like that? Yeah, I think there is some truth that when you're exposed to this, when you face it and realize what the dangers are, you are much more able to express and think through the rationale for why you go to war, and that's to defend things. And Russia is advancing on us stealthily through information war means more than anything else at this point in the United States. But we're back to that 1939 moment where it's like we've got a bunch of isolationists, quote unquote, isolationists who don't want to do that. And we got to figure out for ourselves why this is important. And we can see the results of this kind of split thinking in the United States right now. There's a good and growing number of people who want nothing to do with this because this is what their leadership is telling them is a bad idea. And unfortunately, it carries too much weight in the world or in even in our politics here in America. And it does not bode well. So, anyways, you guys, I appreciate you guys taking up the topic. And I don't know if you guys have more to say about it, but thank you for
Yeah,
talking about it.
yeah. I've lost one more last thing about it because I do agree with you, but I'm actually more ashamed of Europe because we did live through occupation and we also stick our heads into the sand. So yeah, um, it's just as worse, just as bad as in the US, and well, not me personally, but my grandparents told me how it was to live under occupation. So we should know better.
We should all know better because we've seen, we've read about it at least in history books. We've seen it in movies. We've seen it in a lot of places. And the culture after World War II, there were a lot of discussion in fictional movies about this, and that's honestly that is one of the places where I did learn some things about World War II and some of the activities that were going on. And much later came the Band of Brothers book and the subsequent series about that. I don't know if you saw that, Terexis, but that was kind of a popular series that was out. I guess it had like eight segments, and it ended with them, when they got to Germany and they found, I believe it was Auschwitz, that they focused on, where the group that they were following found the camp and then had to deal with it. And it was sort of one of the better exposures of the topic of genocide and what it really meant for the United States. And there have been a few other films that have been like that, that have told us those kind of stories. But it shouldn't be up to fiction to tell us. It should be an examination of history, and that is one of the great things that we've got, is history to guide us. Choices.
Yeah, I agree. And Band of Brothers was an amazing series. And you are right, the scene where they discovered the concentration camps, that it's still clearly on my mind. But also the episode when they're in Belgium and they are stuck in those potholes and they cannot. It's around Christmas time then, and they cannot stick their heads up above the potholes and be fired at. It reminds me of the situation on the front lines now in some parts of Ukraine, like it was in Avdiivka, for example, or now in Krinky.
Exactly. Yes, and the exploding trees throwing off these giant splinters and killing people that way. Terrible stuff. Well, let's close out. Dan, go ahead.
I just briefly want to ask Rexits, in your country where you live, how do you guys do voting? I'm just curious. What's the process? Are you required to vote? And if you don't vote, you get fined? No?
No, we're not required, but our system is very different. So I think at the moment we have 13 parties, and we just had our voting. And a right-wing populist. So I'm from the Netherlands. A right-wing populist, relatively won. So he got the most. He didn't, in absolute numbers, he didn't get the most votes, I think, but in relative numbers, he did. And then there needs to be a coalition formed, and that's going on forever because he's way too Russian-minded. Well, the country is really not. So it's hard to form a coalition, and he already has dropped down a lot of his speaking points on, for example, Ukraine.
The reason I ask is I think part of the I think I see a big hole in society today. Not everybody thinks it's their responsibility as a citizen of the free world to vote. And not all things, democracy is not free. You have to work on it all the time. And I'm a strong believer in government making it mandatory. If you want to be a citizen of that country, you need to exercise your right to vote. And if you don't, then you pay an extra tax. Just like we have national health care. If you don't sign up for it, you get nailed. Eventually, I hope we have all payer. But anyways, yeah, voting is a right of each citizen, but it's not just a right, it's a responsibility as a citizen in this country. You pay taxes, you vote. Well, some of us don't pay taxes. I do. But yeah. So yeah. Instead, they make people pay taxes and they don't tell them, well, you pay taxes, you should vote. But I think it should be mandatory. If you don't vote, you get fined. Not a large amount, but enough to put a sting in your fanny to say it's your responsibility. And I think in free democracies, they should make it a holiday. You take the day off, you go vote. You celebrate your act of citizenship. you know, and no, they make people stand in lines. They, you know, or harass people that do the voting early or by mail. Yeah, yeah. So I think that's the big hole in free society. That's what I see. I know everybody would say, oh, that's a police state if you're making people vote. No, democracy is not free if you don't work for it. Nothing in life is free. That's life. Democracy, if you want it, you want the freedom, you want the human rights, you want the infrastructure, you want the health care, you want all these other things. It just doesn't come for free. You have to work for it. And that's part of the working is voting. That's my opinion. Anyways.
Thank you, Dan. Interesting take on it. I'd say that we don't vote at our peril. And if we go in ignorant into the voting booth, we go in at our peril. And like it or not, there was a certain person who really got out the vote. Huge voting block. Much larger than we had in years and years and years. And so I think there's something also to be said for the idea that if you don't vote, you can't complain later about it. You know what I mean? You just have to be quiet and take it because you didn't voice your opinion. You know. And I hear a lot of non-voters make excuses about why they can't. They're banned, and it's like, oh, well, I was arrested once. And it's like, well, in our state, that is okay in terms of voting. You can still vote. Other states have different laws about such things. But yeah, and it's like, why are you running away from freedom? But there's a book about that called Escape from Freedom. It's all about how people escape from responsibility. And it's a sad state of events, but that's why we want strong men so that we can do nothing. They'll take care of it all. It'll be okay, I assure you. But Trixis.
Yeah, my time has come to an end for this night. It's bedtime for me. So I really want to thank you for our time together and wish you all a good night. And for the people who will stay, I don't know, for the people who it's morning or afternoon or whatever, enjoy your day. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
see you later.
Thank you for
Thank you.
co-hosting. I appreciate it. It's good to work with you. Very interesting conversation, and we're doing the right thing here, Trixis. So don't go anywhere.
Well, thanks.
All right. Well, I see Lie Sniper has come up, and I'm sure he's going to shed wisdom now on us, Dan.
Thanks for your trust. Oh, really? No, I don't have any any truths in my mind. I have just opinions, and I was just I wanted to vigorously sort of oppose the opinion of Dan regarding this compulsory voting, because that would lead to a situation where people go to vote who are completely uninterested. They have no idea what's going on. And that would be a perfect prey for populists who we had it in Finland. The far right party is now pretty much unfortunately, they have the chair of the parliament, and they have now one guy from them came to as the head of the security police, and they have infiltrated sort of the Finnish like administration after they came to power with another party, which is right-ish, let's say so. And the prime minister is also from that party. But anyway, the point is that they promised cheap beer, cheap gasoline, and no cuts of any benefits, social benefits, and so on. Well, what did they do? They cut the benefits, and they're laughing about it. The Riikka Purra, the chair of this right-wing party, she is just laughing about it. And she makes this cutting boards. You know, when you cut some whatever vegetables or so, they are manufacturing these boards, and she's presenting them and laughing that, hey, now we make the cuts. she thinks it's very funny that they make these cuts, which she promised that this party, her party, would never do this. Well, they did. And there's no cheap gasoline, there's no cheap beer. But the people, let's say, who might be a bit challenged cognitively, they took the bait and voted. And if voting would be compulsory, then those who otherwise would not vote, they are those people who don't care, whatever. It's for them all the same. They can't influence anything. But if voting would be compulsory, then I think that exactly this kind of populistic parties who make a big fuss and make big promises and so on would gain more influence. And thank God the voting is voluntary. And I have even thought that this one man, one vote system, somehow I even don't like it, because the half of the people are less intelligent than the rest, let's say so. And I would like to have smart people deciding about my things in the parliament. And in the parliament, I think it's the only profession where you don't have any qualifications required. Any complete idiot who makes TikTok videos and convinces people by making like bold promises, they can get there. And we have those in the parliament. And I don't like that somehow. But those people make laws. And well, okay, I start ranting here. But anyways, my point was simply that compulsory voting would give power to those populistic parties which make big promises but have nothing behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lie Sniper. Also, an interesting take. I appreciate that. I tend to think that the uninformed, the people who really don't care enough about society to vote, we may well be better off without them at the polls. That we have people like that is a shame. It'd be a good thing to take a look at Ukraine as an example of people who turn out, because they're still very interested in voting and who gets elected. And they've seen major differences in the consequences of who does get elected. And that's how you learn that voting is important, is when things go sideways. So I appreciate your point of view. First up, before we do anything else, I'm going to go to Fella Who Bonks and say, welcome, Fella. It's good to see you again. It is another Saturday night, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good to be with you guys on a Saturday night. I wanted to respond to Lie Sniper before we move on to hands. And I see you there, Dan. And welcome up, Terry. But I partly agree with, I agree with one of the things my sniper was saying. You don't want to make voting compulsory. That's a little bit police statey, and I mean, you're absolutely right. We're already burdened with the opinions of idiots. We know there's a lot of other idiots that don't show up to vote, and I really don't want to be burdened with their opinions as well. This is how we got the maggots, right? A decent chunk of his loyal base are people that really had been disenfranchised and been outside of hadn't voted in elections in years. I would kind of prefer they go back to doing that. As a Republican, I'm perfectly fine losing elections. I don't want those type of people, and I'd also kind of kick out the Bible bangers as well. Don't really want them either. But without getting into lectures of political theory, you don't want to make it compulsory for just a whole host of reasons. But you don't want to devalue people's votes just because they're a freaking moron. As much as I make jokes about maybe we should have a competency test to vote. Yeah, it's fun to joke about, but you don't want to go back to those days either. Because as soon as you have that type of mechanism, just imagine you end up with the Mango Mussolini or somebody like that, and shit could go sideways real fast when you have those type of mechanisms in place. It's best that you just never even think about creating them. I would posit, however, I think you'd be best to go after the root problem, which is lack of critical thinking abilities and, frankly, a bit of a weak backbone. And I see this a lot, especially with the younger crowd. Now, different colleges call the program different things, but I formally debated in college, and one thing that would immediately get you disqualified and lose you the point would be a tu quoque, whataboutism, whatever you want to call it. If you cannot directly address a point without raising a non-related topic as a distractor, you're pathetic, you lose, and you've got nothing worth saying there, and just move on. But that is something now where I see various both Fox News and God knows we see it on the left with Pallywood, and like you were talking about, James, with people taking a incorrect definition of genocide, because genocide is something that has a legal definition. Somebody's opinion isn't valuable. They are not of legal or moral authority to redefine what that constitutes under international law. So, getting this kind of thing drilled back into society's head's probably going to come from schools. And I don't know if your response is going to be real quick or not, Lie Sniper, but if not, I'm going to go to Dan because that hand's been up for a minute, and back to you, and then Terry.
I'll be quick. I see your point, Lie Sniper and fella. Yeah, but still, I don't. Yeah, I don't want to disenfranchise somebody that has half a brain either. In this country, the disabled can vote. I mean, the developmentally disabled. It's their right. So we can't take away that human right. Anyways, so what I want to do say is to Lie Cipher is, yes, we too have those idiots in Congress. They probably shouldn't be there. They couldn't sign their own name on anything, let alone vote. Luckily, they're too stupid to write any legislation or get it on the floor because everybody else there knows what a nut they are. That's safety in numbers. But I also want to say, on the other hand, we had idiots vote in the last election, and look what we got. The mango, what'd you call him? The mango monster?
Mango
Anyways,
Mussolini.
so yeah, so, I'd rather take my chances. We did last time. But anyways, I think as far as working in a legislature, whether it's state or federal, you need a lot of background. People need to look at people's resumes. If they don't have any law behind them at all, I don't care how crooked a lawyer they were. If you don't know how the law works, or no, constitutional law, if you don't have that on your belt when you've been through college, you shouldn't run for office. But anyways, we got people in there. I'm sorry. If you're a barber and you want to run for office, that's fine. But you need background. You need educational background. You need to know constitutional law, how the government works. They don't teach that in school anymore. When I was in school, they taught you governmental. We did governmental law. Then those of us who wanted extra credits, we joined Model Congress, and we went 3 years in a row. This is back in the 70s. This is right after the CIA did something down in Chile. And we demanded, in Watergate, we demanded that the government have to release, after a certain period of time, documents, classified documents, without all the blurbs taken out. And that law eventually, my last year was my junior year. I went to state, and our state rep at the time, I think it was Ted Kennedy, I'm not sure. They took it to Congress, and they they wrote it up as the bill, almost to what we had. And it was pretty neat seeing it 3 years after high school come into fruition. So the American Rights to Know Act or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. I'm so old now. But anyways, I take what you guys say about compulsory and everything. And I've thought about it, but I'd still like to take my chances because I think responsibility has gone out the window in this country. And I think in all free democracies lately. And blame it on whatever you want to blame it on, social media or whatever. But I think you're right, fella. I think it's education. I'm sorry I spoke too long. That was my rant.
Dan, you're fine. You're fine. I think that's a good point. I do also think that I want to speak respectfully of everybody who does vote, who decides to vote, even people who maybe are not informed. At least they're taking an interest and taking the time out to vote. And whether, it's the Make America Great Again people or not, sometimes, I wish they wouldn't vote, but I do appreciate that they are also citizens of the United States and they have a right and they have their own grievances, if you will. And I'm not going to completely dismiss them, but on the other hand, I'm not going to support their efforts to turn our democracy into something else. So, and I also do. I guess here's my appreciation to the point. I think that
James, I was going to yell run.
Say what? What was that?
When you said that, I was going to say, and run.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, the point I wanted to make was that there was a time when things were better in the United States for common people, and that's when wealth equality was growing, and that no longer happens. It's been a long time since that's happened. It's now the rich get richer at a much higher rate, faster rate, and I appreciate how that hurts everybody. But well, that guy was not going to take them to the place that they wanted to go. Honestly, he is all about making the rich richer, despite what he says. But he's good at doing, promising that which he does not deliver. So, anyways, fella, I believe it was Lie Sniper and then Terry, and then we should take it back to Ukraine.
Yes, I absolutely agree. But I just wanted to point out, or I have 2 points actually. Regarding these qualifications, who's qualified to run for office and who's qualified to vote and whatever. Then I think I would agree with this compulsory vote if the weight of the vote would be judged by simple understanding of law. For example, in the ballot, there's also questions, what is, like a multiple choice question, what is the House responsible for, what is the Congress responsible for, and so that the people have show that they have principal understanding of what is going on and what's the where's the beef, and if they're the weight of their vote would be judged by they showing understanding that they know what they're actually talking about. No partisan issues, no nothing, just strictly law. What is the responsibility of Congress? What's the responsibility of the House? These kind of basic things. And I think then I would agree with the compulsory vote. But I don't know, the utopian thing which is in my mind that we should get the smartest people ruling about our common things. And how do we get there? And I think one thing would be something like this, and the other thing would be that the same kind of multiple choice questions would be set to those who want to run for office, but they would need to show that they are capable of taking the responsibility which they are trying to achieve, because these positions there are no qualification requirements. And I think that's I would like to see that those people who have been elected, that they have proven that they are capable of carrying the responsibility what they are trying to achieve. Yeah, that's my rant. Thanks.
Thank you, Lie Sniper. I appreciate that. Terry, you are here, and what have you to say?
Good evening, James, or yeah, I should say good night because it's 20 past midnight, but never mind. You know I'm a late, a night owl, I should say. I fully agreed with what Lie Sniper finally said, the last point he said, which was about one of the things that none of us, I mean, I know I'm across the pond and I don't understand quite what your politics is or how it's all run over there. But to be honest, for many years, I didn't understand how it all worked over here. And I sort of naively trusted that the people that were applying to be voted for, the people to be elected, were trustworthy, honourable people that had the interests of the country at heart. And now I can definitely see that that's certainly not the case. Is that they could be anybody. And I think that's one of the things that we've got to try and change is who is allowed to run for office in any place. But how do we go about that? I think part of it is that they need to prove that they are people of standing in the community, that they have contributed to the community in various ways. I don't quite know how. I mean, there's so many changes it would have to be, but I'd also think, I was at school such a long time ago, but I remember I had such awful history teachers in my second year in secondary school, so I'd have been about 12, we had a history teacher that would walk in, clean the board, and it was one of those boards that rotated round, and she would start writing, and we would have to copy down what she wrote and keep up with her moving the board round. And I learnt nothing at all. I can remember in junior school learning more and being more excited about history because it was made more interesting. But that was so boring, it switched me off. So by the time I was doing my O-levels, which I would have been 14, 15, I stopped doing history. I think I did do history. No, I wasn't allowed to do history because I did so badly. I did geography instead. But also, I can remember I then stayed on and we have A-levels over here. And by that time, you're doing just 3 subjects before you go on to university. So I got to university and suddenly I was given access to a bank account. I didn't understand how to write checks. I didn't understand what banking was all about. I didn't understand how to pay my own rent and my own bills. And I do remember my dad took me down to vote for the first time when I was 18, but I didn't really understand about that. So I used to think that I had had a pretty good education. But now I look back and I think, my God, we were just pushed through. And I think since then, I've seen my own kids go through, and now I'm seeing my granddaughter go through school. But I still feel that one, kids ought to be shown how to live in the world, that instead of focusing on just 2 or 3 subjects, maybe 4 or 5 now, I don't know how many it is, before you go off to university, and you're only any good if you've gone to university. It should be about maybe having a year out and having to work, then coming back in and spending another year learning about how the world works, how your democracy works, how important your vote is, how important it is to vote for the right sort of people, and how to stand up for your democracy and your community, and how to be part of your community. I know that's my own little big rant, and I wish I was more involved myself, because now I'm just about of pension age. I've got less than 3 weeks to go. But I am now in a village that I don't really know that many people. I can't get out and about very much. That's why it was such an effort to get down to London. But I've got more fight in me, in my head now, than I've ever had. So I want to sort of show the youngsters how to be better people, how to make the country their country, whichever country we're in. And we need to know we are one big world now. I remember listening to Timothy Snyder the other day in a little snippet that was in Twitter somewhere. And he said, I'm an American and I'm a historian, but I'm not an American historian. And that really quite touched me because I thought he's admitting that, yes, he knows a lot about European history, everything there is to know, and his dozen languages that he knows and everything else, but he still admits that he's focused so much on that he's not an expert on history in America. I think he still knew a hell of a lot. But it just shows us how much we've all got to learn, I think, and how also, I think there was a little bit of talk earlier on about genocide and why we haven't taken it all on board, and how Germany has, but it's now become too shy. And the whole idea of why can't we all stand up and admit when we've made mistakes? I just wish more and more people everywhere, but particularly our politicians, would actually own up to their mistakes. We're all human, we all do make mistakes, and certainly historically we have, but we can only learn, or we should learn from those mistakes and find a way to improve everybody's life, not just the top 1%. Was that a good enough rant for this evening? I think so.
That's an excellent rant. What do you think, fella?
Oh, I 100% agree. That was an excellent rant. And some of those things, I can't remember if it was civics or home economics, but I remember learning how to write checks and balance a checkbook and stuff like that in what we call high school, which is grades 9 through 12, which is, the last 4 years before you go off to college, university, whatever you choose to call it. We were learning that back in the 90s here, at least in Virginia. And Terry, one thing to note across the pond, prior to the expansion of the, and expansion I consider a massive mistake, the expansion of the U.S. Department of Education in the early 2000s, the curricula was set at the local level by the county and state officials. So I was in an area of Virginia that is highly educated. I wouldn't say is wealthy, but is not struggling, is going to be the best way to put it. So, back in the 90s, our schools were really, really, really quite good here. And then unfortunately, the US government got involved and lowered us down to, I guess, everyone else's level. Something I'm not a huge fan of. It's not my fault. The parents in Ohio don't hold their school officials accountable. That's that's kind of goes back to what my sniper was talking about, and something that really starts in schools, especially stateside. And I do want to try to bring this back to Ukraine here in a bit, but there's a ton of crap that, and I see it all the time here on Twitter, that people go on and go on and go on about, complaining about Washington about, but these are actually responsibilities of their state or local governments. These are not the responsibilities of the morons in DC. And why sniper it was you or Dan, but you suggested forcing some qualifications on those that run for office. That kind of cuts both ways, because what it kind of leads to is laws that are so ungodly complicated that nobody outside of highly qualified lawyers can understand and correctly interpret them. If you read the the first parts of the U.S. Constitution, and I'd say the first 15 amendments. They're all relatively easy to understand. They were written by, air quotes, lawyers, but these were 18th century ones and early 19th century ones, before the introduction of, copious amounts of legal doublespeak and carving out of narrow loopholes. And I'm not going to go down the charitable remainder trust rabbit holes or anything like that. Why in U.S. tax code, usually anybody that doesn't understand what those are really isn't even prepared to discuss taxes in this country, because they just know what they've been told to complain about. They don't actually understand how people avoid paying their taxes. But I digress. The other end of this is, yes, we do get people in DC that are complete and utter, professional bellends. I've appropriated that term, Terry. I very much like it, and it's very accurate. I'm stealing it. You get people like Lauren Boebert, Alexandria Ocasio, whatever, AOC. These are examples of people that are good at demagoguing. They get people fired up on social media, but their brain cells are dying of loneliness. They don't really write much in the way of legislation, and they don't actually have a whole ton of respect within the establishment itself. Anyway, I am going to stop ranting. James, if you have the order, if it was Terry or Lie Sniper, they can flip a coin and just say Lie Sniper, just alphabetical order it.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. And I'm going to just say this first. I do want to relate this to Ukraine right away and just say that good decision making by nations is based on the ability of their citizens to pick leadership, and that is one of the critical things. We'll get back to more rationale about that, but I just wanted to say that in the meantime, for the listeners who are out there wondering what the hell we're talking about this for. That's why it is an important topic. We'll take it back to Ukraine soon, though. But go ahead, please.
Yeah, fellow bonks. I just, you said that the legislation is so complicated and so on. What I was aiming at was not that the people should know everything about law, but just simple questions, basic questions, that they know what they are supposed to be knowing. Because if they don't know the legislation and they get elected to the office, then how on earth would they be able to conduct their business as expected if they don't know what they are talking about? Okay, that was the first one. And I have a serious plea to Terry. Please go on ranting. Please go on ranting. What you said just was excellent. Thank you.
Thanks, Lie Sniper. Go ahead, Terry.
Lovely. Thanks, Lie Sniper. Oh gosh, yes, I do want to sort of tie it back to Ukraine in a moment, but I also want to say, over here we have ended up with what we would call, I think, as you said, fellow bonks, professional bellends. We call them professional politicians. They have never experienced life. They've gone through a privileged education. They have been sort of thrown through school, where one of the most important things is to learn how to debate, and you win your case whether you're right or wrong, and gift of the gab, which I think is actually an Irish phrase. Yeah, people with gift of the gab who can shout the loudest and sort of have an answer for everything, like our Boris Johnson, who I don't think much of, but we've got some even worse than that at the moment. But I think that anybody going into, I don't think we've got a whole load of old politicians, very old politicians now. And I think you are stuck with a whole load of old politicians as well. But I look at some of the younger ones, we've got some of the real bullies, but there are some younger ones that I am amazed at the knowledge that they have and the seriousness with which they take things. And I still think, though, that people should have experienced a bit of life, and a bit of life at the rough end as well as maybe the good end, but to have actually maybe volunteering should be something that people have to do. And sort of, I don't know, living amongst people rather than living an elite life. But I do think, coming to Ukraine now, that they have really, nearly all of them have experienced life a hell of a lot now, and they can see that they are the ones that control what their government should do. I think they don't know in detail what their education system is, but the adult Ukrainians that I have come across have been far more knowledgeable about subjects that even at my age I still have no real idea about. So they certainly have experience of life. And I think I've said from almost the very beginning of coming across all of this illegal invasion that's happening, that I've been amazed at their spirit and their sense of community and civil duty, and that we, the rest of the West, the rest of the world, have so much to learn from them. So I hope that I think maybe we should have some troubled times ahead to make us all learn that actually we need to work at making life better for ourselves and our kids and our children's children. Brain stopped.
I hope we learn from history rather than from making bad history. That's what I hope. But fella, go ahead.
I mean, that's absolutely right. Ukraine's a country where I don't think you're going to encounter a whole lot of, well, it's not my problem or it's not my responsibility. If something needs doing, there will be people that will come in to fill that gap. And that is something that we are starting to have a problem with here, you know, in in the world of, you know, pull up an app on your phone and get whatever you want brought to you. And and it's not always been here, but you know, our societies have changed a whole lot. But I think we're going to see, especially after this war, um, a lot of that volunteerism over Ukraine, you know, whether explicitly or not, they have transitioned to a war economy and approaches following the attack in Odessa. This story had caught my eye earlier this afternoon. And this is coming straight out of Ukraine's interior minister. And I think this does make a lot of sense. You know, unfortunately, Russia tends to aim multiple missiles and multiple drones at the same target with some time spacing in between them. I mean, yes, they don't always all get through. Sometimes many of them are intercepted, sometimes not. You know, looking at some of my news feeds now, it does look like Odessa is under threat of shaheeds yet again. but Ukraine does appear to be rethinking how its first responders are going to be going in to areas that have been bombed. And while it's not necessarily good for the survivors, this can help to preserve some of the first responders. That, just like pilots, is a skill set that is not necessarily simple, especially firefighters. There's actually quite a bit of science to firefighting, and it takes quite a while to learn. So they need to make sure that these guys and gals stay safe out there. And I'm not glad to see this, but I am glad that they are doing it, because those are people that are difficult to replace quickly. So with that, hand it back over to you, James, and I have a few more stories I can go through from the day. And obviously, the elephant in the room has been these refineries.
Yep.
And
Well, let me close out this other discussion with some comments on the book, The Zelensky Effect, written by Olga Unak and Henry Hale, and published in 23, so recent, and very much based on a lot of data, quite a bit, I mean, a huge amount of data, actually. And one of the things they show is that the people of Ukraine really are, first of all, they're well educated. They very broadly now engage and agree that civic responsibility is kind of a core Ukrainian thing. This is something that I think was somewhat sort of baked in a little bit in who they were before Zelensky came along. But as Zelensky, he had his TV series Servant of the People, and through that he was projecting the sort of idyllic Ukrainian identity, and that was, somebody who's engaged in the nation, who's willing to do the things that are required of citizens, who understand that democracy is a good thing, and that they ought to move to the European Union. And so, with that in mind, he moved forward um, in pulling Ukraine together before he was ever a politician, because this was the most widely watched show in the country ever. So, and it had this huge audience because it played to something that people understood. It was a pretty simple thing, and the show showed a history teacher who accidentally became president, and it had all the oligarchs and all the problems on display that Ukraine had. And in the show, he demonstrated how this Holoborodko, and I'm mispronouncing it, but that's how if you saw the name, that's how you'd pronounce it in English. But anyways, how he would have dealt with it, were in a real situation. And so once again, I should say again and again, he runs into problems, sometimes fails, sometimes succeeds, but he is projecting for the country the civic identity. And it very much reflected actually his own true feelings. And so when he got elected, part of it was because of this show that he had projected these things, and he talked about the same principles as he ran, and he didn't do much electioneering. He just got elected because of that show and his other work, Kvartal 95, and I cannot pronounce that word correctly, but anyways, that's like a skit slash band act that he grew up with the people that were in that group, and also they became part of his inner circle once he got into government. And what happened then was that when he was elected in 19, he actually implemented many of the things that he had talked about, and there was sort of a infrastructure year and a half where they built out infrastructure, consolidated districts, and did a lot of other reforms, including de-oligarchization, which is amazing, which helped to address the issues that were most severe around corruption. And so it was, and this history teacher, this fictional history teacher, is hung up on history because Zelensky is too, and he realizes that when we ignore history the way that fascists do, they just rewrite history as they need to. By the way, the truth today about yesterday is this, and we still see that in politicians today, where they will lie right to your face about what they did yesterday. So this is something that it's amazing the amount of votes he got, just how popular he was. Any American politician wishes they could do as well as he did, and he pulled together um, a huge swath of the country. There were some people at each ends who were sort of what's the word? Not feeling it for him. They were suspicious. He was from Soviet speaking area. He had been tight with the Russians. Can he really be trusted? Does he even know what real Ukrainianism is? And can he really do this? And we don't think he can. But many people did come to recognize that he was doing the job that he said he would do, and he was doing it using actually many of the same techniques, the same kind of methods that he used to project before he got elected and after. And of course, when the war came along, he was ready for that too, and he led through. So many of the things that we're talking about civic responsibility, about the need to understand history, and about having a solid education. These are all things that Ukraine has aspired to, and the climb up the ladder of the EU accession has meant that they've also had to put into place and have been acing the tests, if you will. They've been doing really well on meeting the requirements of having, market controls, courts, justice systems in place that really support um, getting into the EU. So, in a way, the things that they've got, we're missing. And I feel like, fella, in our country, the United States, that is, we're missing some of those things still. But it is by design that Ukraine has them, and it isn't something that we can't achieve. But I think it's rather that in some cases, it's something that it's like, why the hell would we want a more enlightened voting bloc? Good God, that's the last thing we want, says one oligarch to the other. So I think that's why we've been talking a lot about this. It's a really important topic, and it is something that Zelensky, and not just Zelensky, but the generation, the independence generation, is what the authors called it, who were born in Soviet times and then came into leadership as this large scale invasion unfolded. And it is the people of that generation who are largely in power positions there. So they understood growing up in a horrible place. And even though Ukraine is, I believe it's one of the two most poor countries in Europe, they still would rather do it without Russia because they know the hazards of Russia. So that's how I wanted to tie this back, because I know we went on a little bit long about something that seems perhaps far from Ukraine, but in truth, these are the important things. And these votes in other nations are directly impact Ukraine because depending on who we get elected, so goes the aid or not, right? So back to you, fella.
No, that's absolutely correct. And I'll be putting it back up in the nest here shortly. Is the list of people whose phones you need to start blowing up. Either leave the messages over the weekend, or Congress comes back in session for 1 week starting Monday, which is why that petition didn't climb after, I believe it was Wednesday night. Because number one, it's something they have to physically do in person, and two, I believe they went on recess Friday for a 3-day weekend, or it might have been Thursday for a 4-day. Um, there's the DC advocacy account had a pretty good timeline for that, but as they correctly pointed out, these people will be back pretending to working on Monday, and it is very, very, very important to go ahead and get those calls made because, and I'm seeing in my news feeds now, things getting spicy in Russia tonight, and it looks like might be yet another oil refinery. And this is something I think Budanov had mentioned late last fall. Crippling Russia internally by destroying their oil refining ability was always plan B to beat them. And it was plan B because, well, everyone's going to feel this at the pumps. And there's no way around it. Well, except me. I don't have anything that burns gasoline anymore. But I will still feel it at the grocery store and everywhere else because the price of goods sold in stores is going to increase because diesel is going to increase. And unicorns farting rainbows do not pull trailers full of goods to stores. Big semi trucks burning diesel do. So this is not the way they wanted to do it, but this is the way they are going to do it, and this is the way they are doing it. And that is why, and I would frankly work that into your messaging to our elected officials that, you know, taking out all of this refining capacity is really only necessary because we aren't giving them the tools they need to win this war, you know, on the ground in Ukraine. So there's a roundabout way that they can win this war. And if they collapse Russia's entire energy sector internally or enough of it, Russia will cease to be able to function as a country. Yeah, if they can't make lubricants, if they can't make enough gasoline for domestic use, they're going to start having problems very, very quickly. I don't know what their strategic reserves look like, but I am just going to go on a hunch and guess that it's probably not as deep as what a real country would likely have. And anyway, I'm gonna stop my rant there. Dan, you've had your hand up for a moment.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, yeah, um, I don't understand why people are concerned about food and gas. We produce our own, but I just don't know what that's going to do with anything. But anyways, I think that's a whole different story.
Well, it get
Go
fuel
ahead.
fuels are globally traded commodities.
Right.
So price capped or not, and you know, obviously Beefeater is on point up there. The price cap must be cut. And what we're seeing right now is the ability of Russia to even export crude into the global market is being removed now because Ukraine has not received the tools that it needs to expel the Russians on their own. You know, that's plan A, is a you know, so-called straight fight. Plan B is to gut their energy production capabilities. And it definitely looks like that is underway yet again overnight in Russia tonight. So I'm going to be very interested to see in another month just how much refining capability these people have left, if any, if it continues at this rate. Anyway,
Anyway, I, I would think that would make OPEC happy and just tell them to pump. But anyways, James, I liked what you said. Um, that's what I look at. I look at Ukraine. I listen to Tracy on SBU almost every Saturday. I love the fact that they took down a crooked Supreme Court judge over there in Ukraine, and they're going after, you know, high officials. They did. I think today I saw something about an official in the EU, and that was in the Netherlands, I think. I could be wrong. Or Netherlands or Finland, I can't remember. Anyways, I look at Ukraine and I see what they're doing, and I see the laws they're putting in place in the course of this awful genocide going on. And they're still managing to, convict people, and they're doing it in a very diligent way, and not like an oligarch would do it. They're following the law that's written. They're sticking to their guns, and it just amazes me. I see how smart the people are. I see what they do in their educational system. I think Zelensky's right, getting the people involved. I think they've created a whole new civic thing. I want some of that. I see that and I say, I want some of that here. That's what I hope for all this outcome is. That's why I would like to see it on the medium. What these people are doing, their struggle every single day. I want to hear about it, and I don't hear about it on the media. But anyways, that's what I want. I want a piece of that. Thank you.
I agree, Dan. And I've tried with some local reporters that I know to try and get them to work stories in, and I will never understand what the impetus is and what the thought process is in story selection in our local media. James is currently having to climb the stairs again. He had an unfortunate tumble when he was getting up to get a drink up here and fell out of the balcony. So while he is coming back up, we're going to go over to Terry, and I would like to welcome up our absolute favorite Japanese family sedan, Mr. Liam Neeson. Terry, and you'd had your hand up before and had Twitter pox.
Yes, I did. Can you hear me?
Indeed, I can.
Good, good. Yeah, it's suddenly I could see that everything had frozen, and then all of a sudden, bang! I just got chucked out. So came back in as soon as I can. It's still a bit slow, but yeah, to sort of nip back to what James was saying a bit as well about how well Ukraine is doing, and I agree with Dan at the fact that I want some of what Ukraine has got as well. But I also think that perhaps it's only in the last few months, I think, that I've begun to notice it, that perhaps Ukraine had got such an idealized view of what democracy was, and they're pushing forwards with that. And as they're moving into the EU, I think they are learning an awful lot, but they're suddenly witnessing how all of our democracies aren't as good as I think they thought they were. I think they used to look up to us all, and now they're beginning to think, WTF? So that I'm not swearing. And I think I really, really hope that it's making us look at ourselves a bit more, your side of the pond and ours. I do think a lot of the East, I don't even like calling them Eastern European, but I haven't learned what else to call them yet. But Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Slovenia Slovakia is not a very good one, but Bulgaria, Romania, so many of those seem to have slightly younger politicians, but better ways and more honest ways of working. That I think that's what we've all got to aim for. But I think maybe the fact that I just hope Ukraine doesn't end up too disillusioned with it all. But I can also see the way that they are hitting these to bring it up to what we want to be going on to, the fact that they are attacking these oil refineries. I've heard it said that we're doing the sanctions that really work because the sanctions that other countries have put on aren't effective enough, but these are the sanctions that are really working. And I think, again, that's right. And I think it was you fella Bonks, was the one that said we need to say that to our representatives, or you lot to your representatives, that the only reason that those are being hit is because we aren't giving them the tools to get the job finished. We really need to step up and help Ukraine to win this war absolutely as soon as possible.
Okay, not sure who did that, but we usually don't do that here. We don't use the sound effects. We clap quietly.
My bad.
So
My
that's
bad.
all
Sorry.
right. That's
Sorry
all
about
right.
that.
Well, hang on just a second. We'll be right to you. And happy to see a new face here, and that's great. We'll be there in a second. But I just wanted to say this about Ukraine, and that is that the way that the nation started and the way that they began was in democracy. They voted, and in every section of the country, they voted to become independent of Russia, and that is a fantastic thing. And they had a huge turnout and huge majorities in this in almost every part of the country. And so they subsequently had lessons in democracy, real life, where they found out that. Yeah, everything is not all roses here. And they learned it the hard way. And you know some of the stories about that, Terry, that so I don't think they have a great amount of illusion about what the what democracy means. It's not a free ticket to, paradise at all. It is an obligation that lives forever, honestly, and it takes a whole citizenry to deliver on the promise of democracy. But compare that to Russia, and then it's like, well, this is an easy choice, isn't it? We'll go to Europe. Thank you very much, Russia. Get out of our way. And that's where they're at now. So I appreciate your comments. So, but Liam, it is good to see you here. Good to see your work all the time when I do see it. And somehow I had unfollowed you. How did these mysterious things happen? I don't know. But if you would like to speak about Ukraine or anything related to it, you're welcome to at this point, sir.
Well, I don't know a lot about Ukraine. I won't pretend I do, but from what I understand, they're a bunch of freedom-loving wheat farmers who are getting their country systematically stolen by Vladimir Putin. So I think if we have some 40-year-old, mortar shells sitting around, we should let those guys have them because we built those shells to defeat the Russian army, and that's what those shells will do. That's what I feel.
Well, you got that right, sir. You got that just right. That's why. That's most of why we have a military at this point, and that's same with Europe, right? Yes, very much so. So appreciate that. So, but Terry, you did have your hand up again, I think. And I wanted to say that what's this for is hardly cussing. WTF? But anyways.
Yeah, just jumping quickly. Yes, I do think that Ukraine has had to learn the hard way. And I think that's why perhaps they thought that as they were going through it all and learning about their democracy, they possibly assumed that we all stood up and fought for our democracy in the same way. And I think that's where I think maybe they've had their eyes opened yet again, not to believe that everybody has it right. It's another reason why I think they have so much to teach us because we can learn from them.
So true. We really do have a lot of lessons to learn. And I would say that Timothy Snyder's book in chapter 3, I believe it is, it's integration or, oh my goodness, I forget the other word, but the opposite of integration. And it is all about the case that Europe has worked out a system for not only being able to join, but being able to leave, and also to have built-in qualifications built into the charter, I guess you call it, of the EU that are specific about requirements. And in some ways, the United States doesn't have this. We have some expectations about what states will do for voting and some other things, but this EU goes into much more detail about what is required to maintain membership. And this is the lesson, one of the main lessons out of his Road to Freedom book. And it's a important lesson that we should take in the United States, but it's also, Terry, one that your nation and the EU in general should. Well, you're not in the EU, I realize that, but so your nation and the EU should hang on to, because these are things that really do work to assure that democracy is going to be there, that there's a base that's a legal basis for a healthy market and an open market. And it also provides ways to provide for defense under what is it, Article 42.7, I think it is, that is tucked in there amongst all the other laws. So this is something that any nation that's thinking about setting up a democracy should turn to Ukraine and should turn to the EU for some lessons. So that's what I'd say, Terry.
Yeah, just to jump in as well, I really regret that we're not in the EU still. Although, yeah, perhaps the fact that we weren't has helped us to help Ukraine a little bit more, but there's still a lot of things. But I think the checks and balances issue, one of the things that has shocked me that I wasn't aware of until all of this nonsense is, well, Russia's aggression. One, that the UN didn't have a way to get people out, that they've got them in, but they can't do anything about it. And also within the EU, I mean, we had to sort of struggle for about 3 or 4 years to get out of the EU, which was only because they were pushing at it so hard and the EU didn't really want to lose us. But then you get places like Slovakia and Hungary, and so the checks and balances is a thing that every few years there should be a way of, are you performing as you should? And the same perhaps should apply to NATO and so many things. We've sort of, I think we've developed a laziness, and it is this business of leaving it to the powers that be. And it's making the rest of us feel apathetic and, well, they'll sort it out. It's not our business. But that's what we've got to turn around and make it our business and get the media on board to tell the truth. It's all about getting people to tell the truth more, isn't it, I think?
It's a good trick if you can do it. People get stuck on their lies, though. Yeah, I appreciate that. Apathy is antithetical to democracy, I would say. And so we are best off with engaged citizens who realize the consequences of not voting, and realize that they need to be educated about the votes that they make too, the options. And sometimes I have to say, I get so busy and get so worried about international politics and national politics that I look at the stuff locally, kind of going, well, geez, and then I realized, oh my goodness, this one's an important one. And there was one recently I will give just as an example of the kind of thing that you shouldn't overlook, just because it's local. Don't think that these aren't important. And this was the sale of our city owns a rail line, and we sold it to a business for, I don't know if it was a good price or not. I don't think it was a good price, but we sold away something that was earning us money every year. We've now got a trust fund that's managed by the um, fifth most qualified company that bid on the management of the money. How did we get down to fifth? Ugh, I don't know. But this company, anyways, that bought this rail line, they had a very toxic wreck on their lines because they didn't manage the lines well enough. And so, yeah, it's the kind of thing where it's like you realize, yeah, wow, I wish I would have stood up and fought for that one. And that is one of my regrets about not paying close enough attention. So we should all consider that voting on every issue, it is our responsibility to vote. If we don't do it, I think that's okay too. If you really don't care, yeah, then, and if you don't know anything about what the issues are, yeah, maybe you shouldn't vote. So I heard Dan, I heard your arguments, and I kind of disagree with them because I think it is a freedom thing. If you're forced to vote, it does sound like Russia because they're basically forced to vote. In fact, that was one of the things that they did was go around in the occupied territories and basically at gunpoint, right, had people vote, and they knew which way to vote because the rifles were pointing at the answers. But I'm going to go back to you, fella.
Yeah, I loved the picture of the guy standing there with a Kalashnikov while some babushka in her late 70s, 80s from the looks was, air quotes, voting. We don't want to be making that kind of stuff compulsory. And, because the other end of that is you, there's really no nice way to say it. If you start getting absolutely everybody's opinion, there's a lot of people that just not terribly smart. And you don't necessarily, I'm perfectly fine if they quite frankly stay home. It avoids Trumps and Three Toes and the people like that, AOCs. You yeah, at any rate, nobody is asking who's going to win the election in Russia, right? I'm sure Putin is going to get 97% of the vote with 127% reporting in. So, we already know how that's going to go. I think the only region there won't be getting a full turnout out of is probably going to be Belgorod. See, I couldn't let this go without bringing that up. The Russians appear to be liberating themselves, and indeed, today I saw a prisoner interview, and I'm just going to totally leave out the ethics of putting POWs on camera. The Russian Volunteer Corps captured some folks today. Actually, they captured quite a few, and one of the gentlemen they captured was the commander of and lone survivor of a corps of engineers they ambushed in the outskirts of Belgorod. So the things are going to plan, I guess. We'll I can't wait to see the spin because literally every single day, they've eliminated all the saboteurs, and at some point these people are gonna start tripping over their own lies and their own bullshit. When it's throughout the entirety of today, Belgorod was getting, quite frankly, the crap kicked out of it by mortars and artillery and drones. So. And I think that was payback for Odessa. There's probably going to be some more of that. There probably should be. Bring it home to them. And this is something I'm very glad to see that Ukraine has decided to do and take the fight directly into Russia. Seeing how easily they got in, I don't think the Russians actually thought that they would try this again. That arrogance will get them done in. It'll get them done in pretty quick. And some of the scenes in Belgorod today, if anybody looked at photos, kind of reminded me of some of the stuff that we saw in and around Kharkiv in the early months of the war. So whatever those boys brought with them was extra spicy. I guess they brought their spicy pencils. What type, I don't know. Dan, your hand's been up.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, James, thanks. Yeah. I mean, you're probably right, but I was just, speaking off the cuff about voting and stuff. But anyways, yeah. So anytime, this is what I do. Anytime after Dearborn, Michigan, and other things in Michigan that went on when they were selling government or community entities off to private, like public waterworks and highways and all kinds of stuff. That never got fixed. Private companies to maintain. Yeah, let's give it to the private sector. And then you talked about that railroad. Was that the spill that everybody blamed on Biden? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, they sell these public entities to private companies, and this is what happens. And anytime anybody wants to do it around me, whether it's community, local, or whatever, I just dig up as much Russian information as I can of what happened over there after 1991 when they started selling off the public entities to private concerns. Because now only a handful of people bought those things up, just like here, and they suck it dry, and then they don't put anything back into it, and then they pretty much rape the country, or they rape the community, or whatever. They don't want to take responsibility for it, and either way, the taxpayers end up having to pay for the cleanup. So that's yeah. So anytime over here anybody wants to do that, that's what I do. Do we really want to be like Russia? No.
And Ukraine suffered from the same thing with the same kind of consequences, and
Exactly.
they've been undoing that since then. They have been working to sort out the private versus public, and they are returning many things to the public. So that's a good thing. Something I'm not expecting to see anytime here, because I think things have gotten pretty far along, and it's really hard to fight, as we've seen, people who have so much money and power. So, well, I see that we lost our special speaker, but it was good to have a visitor in here with a combined total of followage that probably our whole audience here doesn't have that many followers. But anyways, maybe they do. But anyway, interesting to see Liam
Liam,
about.
super funny dude. I don't care how many followers he has. His posts are, some of them end up being better than any meme because they're true. But now some of what you all are talking about is obviously, plays out at local levels and at larger levels across the country. But, privatization is not always bad. But what the difference is, and this is very much the case also when it's a municipal entity or municipally controlled entity that performs badly, and I can cite God knows examples. Some right here in my own state have made the news rather famously. City of Petersburg in Central Virginia hasn't paid its water bill in like 6 years to their supplier, and that's entirely municipally controlled. But the root cause of this, and quite frankly, the issues that Ukraine has managed to work through. The SBU has been playing a great part in it, and it's because their citizenry is demanding it now, is actual holding people accountable. If you say you're going to do something, if you say you're going to deliver XYZ result, that you deliver XYZ result. Don't really care what your excuse is. You deliver results, not excuses, or you'll be replaced with somebody that can. And just as easily as it can happen in the private sector, in the public sector, it can sometimes be a little too hard to remove incompetent people. You should always be hiring the best people, period. I'm an employer. I'm not going to go too far down this rabbit hole, but the main thing I consider with any candidate I look to pick up is track record of delivering results and accomplishments. I don't necessarily care where they went to school, what their age, gender, ethnicity is, whatever. Let's see what they've done in the past and what they were able to produce with how much or how little. And this is something that is severely lacking in a whole bunch of places. And this comes from the voters. This is something you got to start holding people to account, and not just looking at what letter is after their last name. And might need to look at changing how we think about parties. But that is a whole very, very, very deep rabbit hole that I think I want to try to get this brought a little bit more back to Ukraine, if that is all right with you there, James.
Absolutely all right with me. I hope we go to the what I hear is new explosions at a refinery. So maybe we need to change the title a little bit more. Is it really the case that there's a fourth refinery that's been hit?
Yeah, I'm looking at a couple of different videos, and I'm sorry for my pronunciations because they are what they are. The Slavyansk on Kuban refinery is currently taking a bit of a pounding. There does appear to be some big bavovna, and I cannot lie. The area around that big central column is a little spicy. So drones, missiles, not really sure, but something that went boom right in a part of the refinery that really doesn't like having stuff detonate unexpectedly. So we will. I expect to see these continue. Ukraine had demonstrated about a month ago a pretty clear ability to hit these things at distances, well, around 1,000 kilometers. Actually, I think a few might have been slightly over, but that's semantics. They demonstrated that ability and then hadn't hit any of them for a while, and I think they were hoping that that aid was going to get pushed through in DC. And at the moment, the children managed to vote on a bill requiring TikTok to divest from ByteDance. I am so glad that that was the first thing on their minds. But the priorities these people have are quite strange. But now, as a consequence of that, Ukraine is quite systematically and quite efficiently dismantling Russia's refining capability. 5% a day, 10% a day. Those cumulative effects are going to start to stack up, and they're not a huge oil exporting country. Actually, the biggest oil exporting country is now the United States. But this is going to have effects that politicians are all going to get to deal with, and they have themselves to blame. Dan.
Fella, all those explosions, might we be making a mistake? Couldn't it be Putin's pre-inaugural fireworks going off?
I mean, there's certainly some inaugural fireworks in Belgrade. I'd highly suggest the pyrotechnicians start setting off a lot more. I'm not known to give them particularly good advice. I'm accused of having ulterior motives, which I damn sure do. But level the whole country for all I care. Blow up every single one of their refineries. They can use donkeys to pull carts. Such historical revisionists and fans of the past, even completely and utterly made up versions of it. I would think that there would be something romantic to them about replacing their whatever Toyota Hilux, which in the U.S. we call the Tacoma, but replacing their Hilux with a buggy and donkey. That would be good. But something we all, and the eastern parts of Europe, the Baltics and the Nordic countries don't seem to have an issue with this because this is still pretty well baked in their society, the critical thinking and the ability to recognize nonsense. But a document the State Department had put together many years ago. Can't remember when this one was published. Okay, this one was published January of 22, but this is the same basic 5 common themes of Russian actor disinformation. Really hasn't changed since the 50s, which is, play the innocent victim, and and then when history makes you look stupid, invent a alternate version of it. How Russia likes to pretend they're the bastion of traditional family values while sporting the highest divorce rate and highest venereal disease rate in Europe. It's an absolute made up world that they live in, and they'll usually layer in the old collapse of the West. Anytime somebody overthrows the government, there's somebody from the Culinary Institute of America that is behind it. And beyond that, they'll just make it up as they go. But this really hasn't changed with the Russians in generations. And especially in the West, when it gets done to us, somehow we stopped being able to recognize it. One other thing that used to be on an older version of this document, which it was, your vote doesn't matter. It's all a rigged game, and that is what the other gentleman was talking about briefly with voter engagement and participation rates. You have a lot of people don't vote because they think their vote doesn't matter. Well, yes, it's true. The U.S. is not a democracy. It's a representative republic. I'm not going to get into those differences. No, your vote does matter. And James, as you pointed out, you had a sale of a rail line in your area that occurred at the local level that, quite frankly, probably flew under the radar, because even your local news, I'm sure, preferred to cover some stuff going on in DC or whatever, because it gets more views and drives the what's called the CPM of their advertising up for those on-air commercials. And unfortunately, that's something of what we've come to with the media the way it is now, being most TV stations being owned by just a couple of different companies. And with that, back over to you.
Yeah, thanks. I think you're right about that. So I, I think it's a shame that we have these kind of issues, but they're real issues. People have a lot of money, can do a lot of things, and we may or may not like it, but it's legal. And as somebody said, I forget who, the crime is what is not a crime sometimes. But yeah, this is just another argument, as I see it, for why we want an intelligent electorate. We want people who understand and are engaged so that we can collectively make good decisions and hopefully elect people who also make good decisions collectively. Because even, well, at the federal level, especially, we don't send our lawmakers there and then they get to do whatever they want. They have to come up with, some kind of commonly agreed to, at least by the majority of voters in that Congress. They have to collectively put together ideas that are going to work, and they do that by making sure that people's a wide term nowadays with moneyed interests. Interests are looked to. So, anyways, I would like to talk some more about the oil revenue question. I think there's a little bit more interesting things to go into that. What do you think?
Oh yeah, most definitely. The supply side of that conversation is going to start getting real interesting, I think. And this is where I really wish Beefeater or or finance or somebody like that was still conscious.
He was busy. He was involved in another engagement where he was speaking, so he couldn't help us out tonight because of his other commitment. But he at least sent this piece, and I think this is good. I was thinking about reading this. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I would go for it. I mean, this is 100% bang on. The price cap must be cut, or I don't think he sticks this in here, or Russian crude production capacity just needs to be destroyed. We're on that option right now, by the way. But yeah, let's go and read this, because this is he did some good work here.
Okay, I'll start out, and if you want to kind of follow along and then pick up when my voice goes out, that'd be great. But yes, so here he goes. Russian oil revenues are increasing. The price cap must be cut. Europe must end fossil fuel trade with Russia. 2 years into the illegal war, Russia has seen a reduction in its oil output and oil shipments, but oil revenue continues to rise. This thread explains why this is happening and what needs to be done to reduce oil revenues, which funds the genocidal war in Ukraine. Crude oil shipment update. Russian crude oil exports to Europe and to Turkey have nosedived in 2024. A year ago, in January 23, crude oil shipments 4 weeks average was around 1.5 million barrels per day. Crude shipments to Northern Europe, 1.2 million barrels per day in January 22 to zero by the end of 22, and Mediterranean also ended by the end of 22, have dried up, while crude oil shipments via the Black Sea ground to a halt in February 24, leaving Turkey as the main destination for Russian crude oil shipments, increasing its Russian crude oil shipments from 100,000 barrels a day to 400,000 barrels per day by 2024. So shipments to Asia. At the start of 2022, Russia was exporting 12 million barrels per day by seaborne transport, with the biggest customer being China. The biggest increase, however, came from India, who increased orders to over 3.5 million barrels per day in May 23. Over the past year, there's been a decrease in the sales to these countries. Analysis of total seaborne shipments show that in March 2024, Russia shipped 2.8 million barrels per day in total, and the level of oil to India has halved. Reuters reported in February 2024, imports from Russia declined 4.2% to 1.3 million barrels per day, according to the LSEG data. Data from ship tracking agencies Vortexa showed a slide of 9% to 1.2 million barrels per day. Let's see this. CREA, which is the Energy and Clean Energy Air.org, published its latest 2024 report, claiming crude oil accounted for 82% of India's total fossil fuel imports from Russia. Oil production accounted for 11%, and coal accounted for 7% of their total imports in February. India's import volume of Russian crude oil decreased by 7%, subsequently also reducing its total imports by 7%. The India's crude oil import from Russia fell for a third consecutive month, impacted by ongoing issues with payments and the Office of Foreign Asset Control, OFAC, that's from the United States, sanctions. Well, some sanctioned vessels started delivering so-called shipments stranded at sea. They were they were mostly diverted to China. The narrowing of Russian crude discounts versus Middle Eastern crude Recent U.S. sanctions on ship owners carrying Russian crude above the price cap and rising tanker premiums as a result of the Red Sea attacks have made Russian crude less attractive for Indian refiners in recent months, said Serena Huang, Vortex's head of APAC analysis. India's imports of Russian crude could fall further in the coming months, she added. China and India are the only two big buyers of Russia's seaborne oil left in the market for Russia. The 1 million barrels per day reduction in sales to India corresponds to 1 million barrels per day cuts in Russia production they committed to with OPEC. Russia and Saudi hatched a plan in April 2023 to cut 500,000 barrels per day from Russia oil output to raise the price of oil. And last month, Russia agreed to increase that 500K cut up to 1 million barrels per day reduction. It could be argued that Russia agreed to these cuts not in the interest of OPEC, but because India's reduction in purchase has resulted in Russia not having the storage capacity for the oil that India no longer wants to buy. So let's see here. So then we go to the next tweet, and could you pick up there? Or I'm sorry, the next tweet in the thread.
Yep. And Europe, however, is still buying Russian fossil fuels, providing a substantial source of revenue to fund the genocidal war. In February 2024, EU imports of fossil fuels from Russia consisted of pipeline gas, 39%,